Alright folks, hello, hello. Let's get the show on the road. Can you people actually hear me now? Let's not repeat the terrible mistakes we had the other day. App Hacker says hi. Well, hello to you and welcome back. As well as Wookie, hello. Welcome back as well. Yes, we can hear you. Excellent. Yeah, playing around with the audio levels here a little bit. Hopefully this is fine. Again, as always, let me know if stuff is too loud or too low. App Hacker is Björn on Slack. Yes. I think I've realized that at some point. But hello anyway. Yeah, we have a few people that tend to hang around and use different handles on different social media. Anyway, so I started streaming today kind of early. I'm hoping to actually wrap up the cargo crane stuff today. As far as the demo goes. Or shall we say, everything except the audio work, probably. I don't think I will be doing any crane sounds today, but it for sure will have some sounds. And so, this might be a long stream, probably with some like lunch breaks and stuff in between. Oh, not a scout. Go away. Oh yeah, Slack. I think Björn meant Discord, and I did as well. I'm just repeating. I'm just reading and repeating what other people say. That's how my brain works. But yes, indeed, Discord is what we probably both meant. Anyway, so we're talking about this thing here. This yellow untextured thingamajig. Yeah, and not Slack. I mean, I use Slack. I use Slack at a company I work for. So Slack and Discord are just kind of like, they're actually kind of surprisingly similar these days, in many ways. You know, you have like the huddles on Slack now, mirroring the voice functionality and all of the bots and all of the plugins and all of the everything. But they're both kind of nice. I like both of them. Yeah, I think the music is maybe a little too loud still. Let's see if we can bring that down. Anyway, yeah, the crane. Let's actually enable. Let's see. Here we have the. And it's actually not that one. It's one of the actual components that make up the crane. It's something like two joint crane arm. Yeah, this thing. So if we enable the debug drawing of this guy, I can kind of demonstrate what I've been working on lately. Some of you may have seen this if you hang around the Discord, but some of you may not. So let's spawn in a mother here. You can see this weird looking mesh wireframe thing going on here. So this is a collision mesh. It's not the same collision mesh used by the rigid body physics or the vehicle system or anything like that. And you can see, for example, that it kind of just sort of goes underground even here. Actually, it goes kind of low, that low. And this collision mesh is used by the crane to figure out what are the valid places, valid positions of the tip. Let's see, do you know a company called Sealy? It's a Finnish one known doing stuff for automotive. I know of Sealy. I didn't know they did automotive. So I guess it may or may not be the same company, but I know of one Sealy who does like software development. So I'm thinking it's probably the one that I'm thinking of. They might be doing other things as well, of course. Well, yeah, I know that. Their logo looks kind of like a hedgehog that's exploding or something. That was my impression. Sealy means hedgehog in Finnish. So that's probably why. Right, so you can see that one of these meshes actually rotate around with the crane. And the idea here is that you're supposed to stay on the right side of this boundary. And this kind of limits the movement that this crane can make. So like if we move it forward a little bit, and then we start to move it straight up just by holding the right trigger, at some point it's gonna hit this edge here, and then it will sort of slide along it till it reaches here. And now like we can't go upwards anymore. Same thing with this. If we try to go too far back, it would just kind of slide along this until we actually reach this point, and then we would kind of stop there. That's kind of the idea. So we have one of these things that, as I mentioned, kind of moves around with the crane like this, and this will prevent us from doing like the super crazy poses that we did previously. Then there's the other one, which is loosely, you know, and as you can see, it's kind of, the system is kind of approximate, but it's good. It is essentially what I want. It is loosely representing the vehicle, and we specifically only check the tip of the crane, because the tip of the crane is where the cable and the magnet is fast, and so if you really want to, you can still sort of intersect the actual like arm of the crane with the vehicle. If you really want to be naughty, you're quite alright to do that, but it shouldn't really mess up any physics simulations per se, because you know the stuff that you're actually holding with this crane is still going to be outside of the boundaries. And also here, if we now sort of go straight down from this, we can see it kind of sliding off the vehicle like this. You can't like put the thing into the vehicle anymore. That's pretty nice. And so this solves actually several issues. First of all, the obvious one, the player can't just like put this thing into the center of the vehicle and grab something from under there. But it also should help us with the thing that I talked about in the last stream, which is like one of the tasks that we still have left with the crane. And that is like an automated system for retracting and resetting, you know, going back to the rest pose. Which is kind of nice, at least if it works out how I'm hoping it would. So let's say we have the vehicle like this. Either the player can do this thing where they reset it back to the rest pose, or the player can order another AI who is driving this guy, hey, like reset your crane, right? So if we happen to be this guy, we should just be able to tell it, hey, reset your crane. Reset your crane, yo. Physics test load. And or did I actually have another? Oh, crane reset test load. This is the thing that I was thinking about, yeah. So this is something that we added in the previous stream. Just to be able to like nicely test this out. So we have a new radio message here. That we can tell this mother vehicle here. Here we now have 3 of them, there should really only be 1. And here we're hooking up this thing to this particular instance. And we can tell it to, you know, move here, whatever, but we can also tell it, hey, reset your cargo crane. Currently it doesn't do anything, it just responds with like, yeah, sure. Nothing happens, but that's something we're gonna have to implement today. Well, basically what that would do is, you know, if we conceptually send this message to this guy here, reset cargo crane, come up with a better name for it at some point. What it would sort of have to do is figure out, okay, so let's see if we can switch to this now. Oh, the scout just slid under there. All right. Yeah, what it would essentially have to figure out is like, okay, so my crane is positioned like this, right? And it has the cable out and everything. May even be like down here or whatever. And like further out. Something like this. So if we now tell it, hey, you know, reset your crane, it needs to do some things in like a certain order. And what I was thinking is it would start by basically like retracting the cable. That's probably a pretty safe bet. Start by doing this, and this can like really mess up the whole thing if it happens to be like tied around a tree or something, but like let's not get carried away here. Let's just start simple, see how far that takes us. So it starts by retracting the cable. Then it either moves upward to like a wanted level, so something like this, or it moves kind of forward and backward, so it would like go like this. But I'm thinking like the vertical probably first, and then it would be like do the horizontal, so probably around here actually, pretty sort of far back. And then finally it would rotate like so, and now it would be sort of roughly in the reset position. And the reason I want to kind of have these limits here is that obviously, like, depending on how it is actually positioned, we can't just do that without taking those limits into consideration. And so what I was thinking is these limits currently work a little bit like sort of like a signed distance field sort of thing, right? The system kind of checks how close are we to the edge. You can see there's like a blue line there, and there's a red line. The blue line is the closest point to the crane's own nested collision mesh, so it prevents the crane from doing like poses that the arm can't like physically do, such as, you know, moving too far. That's the blue line. The red line shows the closest point on the actual vehicle or the parent, but which is in this case just happens to be this vehicle. So the closest point on the parent, so it doesn't intersect with the actual parent. And what you do then with that distance, that's actually the number that we see here. So we're like, you know, now we're 1.75 meters or world units from that that blue collision there with the crane's own collision mesh. And we can kind of treat it like a signed distance field in the sense that, like, at some distance from the It doesn't even need to be a signed distance field in a sense, because like you should never go inside of that, right? You should always stay outside of it. But a distance field nonetheless, in the sense that at some distance from that surface, you start to sort of correct your movements, right? So you can never go, you know, further back than this. You can sort of see the crane almost sort of like jerking back and forward a little bit as I try to do that, because it will actually sort of counter my inputs at some distance from the surface, right? Same thing if we just try to, you know, go straight down onto the deck here. The crane will sort of jerk back and forward a little bit because it will sort of counter my movements. And that movement is set currently to be, I think it's like half a world unit from the surface. It will start to counter those movements. But we can essentially, at least in theory, I haven't tried this. This is completely theoretical on my part currently. But but we can try to see what happens if I actually start countering that like way earlier. And what that in like theory should do is allow us to keep the crane kind of nicely in the middle here of this allowed range, right? So if it's down here and we just order it to like you know go up, and it happens to be kind of close to this border here, it should sort of naturally kind of progress here and move into the middle of this allowed range, and then kind of nicely and smoothly flow up this thing. At least in theory. I don't know if that's actually going to work, but we'll figure out. Let's see, I have some questions here. The AI driving and steering is really interesting. Is that a state machine which looks with how it orients its wheels and backs up and actually does a 3-point turn around? Yes. Yes, it is. Yeah, it's kind of like several state machines. But what you are referring to here is what I typically call a reverse turn. So let's see, which one was the Scout which has the radio connection to that? It's this one, all right. So you know, if we ask this mother vehicle, that's the only one that we can actually really order now. You just go like, hey, come here. Let's see what it actually does. It might just drives over that rock. Good work. Good work. All right. Let's have it come here so we can demonstrate this thing without having to like reverse into trees and whatnot. Yeah, it's super simple. It's arguably like a little too simple. It would need to be a little more advanced, but it is what it is. I just feel like it's quite cramped there. Hey Noram, welcome. Yeah, I just started this stream. I'm probably gonna do like a pretty long stream today, trying to finish up this crane here, but yeah, it's too tempting not to answer your questions. Or it's too tempting to answer your questions. I always do that. So yeah, keep them coming. It's fun. All right. Anyway, now if we ask this mother vehicle to move here, what it will do is it will figure out, okay, this guy is actually behind me now. We can debug it here. So we'll perform a reverse turn to face a point. And as you can see, it probably does a several actually, because it figures out that I'm still not quite facing where I need to face. So now it decided that okay, it's good enough. I'm gonna stop there. If we do The same thing here, have it move to this place. It should kind of do the same thing, but if we have it close enough to these hazards, as they're called in the AI terminology, it will actually do these reverse turns to avoid those cliffs and things like that. Well, now we can just back off them, so it's not really an issue. And so, yeah, you can sort of see here in this log, it prints a log, so that if it does something really strange, and you're like, how in the world did it end up in that state, you can just go back here and look at like what it actually did. Right, so now it's performing a reverse turn, predicted hazard in the trajectory. So it figured out, okay, I need to actually like make another reverse turn, because if I keep going where I'm currently going, I'm gonna run into something, and that's what these what do you call those, like spheres there? They're sort of the predicted path of the vehicle. So it kind of figures out, okay, is there going to be something in front of me or not? And that's also how it manages to you know, avoid driving off cliffs, for example, because suddenly the nav mesh just ends, and that can mean either, you know, there is a cliff somewhere, or it can mean, you know, there's an edge. So this is the nav mesh that the mother vehicle uses. You can see here, if it kind of tries to back into this, there's no nav mesh here because there's a cliff here, so we'll try to sort of avoid that. But similarly, if vehicle is up here and it tries to sort of back off this cliff, it will detect that, oh, okay, the nav mesh actually ends here, so there's something coming up here, which means that it won't try, at least in most cases, it won't try to back off that thing. Is the UI in this still based on NanoVG? It is indeed, yes. NanoVG is used for all of this stuff, like the customer facing stuff, and like these radio menus and this gauge here and everything. It's all NanoVG. You manually create this nav mesh, or is it based on terrain? It is based on the stuff in the level. You just click a button and it generates it for you. And I have several of them, actually. I have several of them actually. So this is the second one, and that is the one that the mother vehicles are meant to be using. If we go to the first one, we draw that instead. You can see that the scout vehicle can, for example, just drive under here, because the scout vehicle can obviously fit under this this monorail here. The mother vehicle actually doesn't fit under here, so what it needs to do is actually drive, and typically what it does is actually it drives along this road. It could technically drive here, so if it's standing, you know, standing over here, and you're asking it to drive over here, it could technically like drive here. But you can see some of these areas in the nav mesh are colored differently, and they're the roads, and so they're scored differently. So basically, when you ask something to drive along a nav mesh, it will figure out the score. You know, how much will it cost me in some, you know, theoretical currency to go from place A to B. And these roads are quite simply, they're scored lower than the rest of the stuff. Here you can see like a smaller road, which is there. It's not even there really visually, but it's just something that I put into this place because, you know, if you have a mother vehicle standing over here and you know, ask it to drive over here, you're gonna want it to take, you know, roughly this path. So so that's how that works. And that means that if you ask the mother vehicle to move here, what it will basically do is it will find a path to the to the road, and then it will drive along the road, right? Oh, do you not see what you're doing? Right. Now we have a case of like these things. They can't really predict each other. And that's actually kind of interesting because I think this other vehicle here might be using the wrong nav mesh now, because it's clearly not seeing that one. You can see that it's kind of, you know, I don't know what it's doing. But this hasn't really been tested all that well because the mother vehicles are sort of singular. And now it actually hit something. You can see one of these whiskers here is red, so it probably like hit this wheel here. But most of them actually just go under the most of them actually just go under the vehicle. Yeah, I haven't tested this a whole lot with like multiple mother vehicles, so you can see that it's not really tuned for that. But anyway, my point was that it tries to find a way to the road and then, you know, drive along the road, because it figures that it's cheaper to drive here and than just on the grass, basically. And if we didn't do that, then the vehicles would take like the absolute shortest path everywhere, always, which might look strange. So that's kind of that's the reason for doing this. And you can just like score these and have as many of these areas as you want. It's really up to you how we want to do that. Right. But yeah, the reverse turn logic is really quite simple. And like we talked about, it's really sort of just a state machine in a sense. You can run it in a few different modes. You can run a reverse turn to get unstuck if you determine that you are stuck, or you can do a reverse turn to turn yourself around almost 180 degrees. I think it doesn't quite do 180, but it does almost 180. And then to just like position better, which is like typically what it does when it tries to like navigate some space. It's not necessarily, you know, not necessarily stuck. It's not necessarily trying to turn around, but if it figures, oh, I'm going to drive off a cliff if I keep going this way, then run that. And then we can also do like a turn to face point, so it tries to actually face a point and then do something else. And then when you set that, you just call a tick function here. And essentially like the whole meat of this thing is, you know, applying input to the vehicle. So we have things like let's see, where's the actual applying of. Here we go, steering, vehicle input data. Vehicle input data is probably actually set here to something in the beginning. Start with no steering, we start turning in tick. Right, it actually starts the thing just running straight, right? And then at some point it starts actually turning, and then it figures, okay, are we actually going left or right? And then you can specify like how much it actually turns. So you know, it's really quite simple. It just does basically whatever the player has done. And you can see some magic constants here. Hey Macho, welcome to the stream. Get to see the code, yeah. Absolutely. I've actually even uploaded some of these AI components and classes. I wouldn't necessarily look at them all that you know, thinking that you can just use them as they are, because they're kind of tuned for this very game and for these very vehicles. But yeah, that's what's happening. And yeah, sometimes it's still a little weird, and I would have to spend a little bit more time on actually doing that. working on the AI. It's never good enough. Or well, it's never good. It's never like, you know, it never handles all the cases that you would like. But at some point you have to kind of figure that out. Okay, it's good enough. Good enough for now. Anyway, oh, and yeah, I think I discussed this briefly with you yesterday on the graphics programming Discord, together with the what's the guy who's doing the pirate game. That there's a piece of software called Recast and Detour, which looks like this, which you know, you can use to build these nav meshes. That's the recast part. And then you can see here that we have recast demo, Jake, yes, exactly, with Jake. The recast is used to build the nav meshes. You can use only recast if you want, or you can use them both. And then Detour, so I have a few of them here. Detour is like the runtime part, the thing that you actually sort of integrate into your game. Or you can use, you know, you can even build things at runtime with recast if you want to, but I wouldn't necessarily recommend doing that. That is what is powering all of this. And then I have some systems built on top of that. You can see, for example, if we just randomly take this guy and we start driving it around, it is represented by two circles here actually, and it kind of rebuilds this thing over time. So, you know, a vehicle won't try to just drive straight through this guy, except it kind of did there previously, but I think that was because it was trying to do a turn, but it doesn't plan a so-called path through this guy. And then, you know, if this thing drives fast enough, like that, you can see it sort of going away, because it really doesn't, you know, it's not worth keeping a fast-moving thing on the nav mesh, because by the time you've gotten to that position on the nav mesh, the object will have moved anyway, so it just kind of automatically removes it. And then if we brake, you can see it coming back and updating it again as it did previously. And so that's something that Detour doesn't do for you automatically, but it's not super tricky to add yourself. You're interfacing recast with Zig via a wrapper that's on the C++ portion of the engine. Yeah, it's built into the engine and has for a very long time. And then I've just exposed certain things to Zig. That is true. So if we go to nav mesh runtime here in Zig, we can see that we can, you know, we can check if we have a nav mesh, we can find a path from a start point to an end point. It gives you like a path array. You can find a path with a filter if you want to filter certain things. You can check a path, which is sort of like the same thing, but it's just it tells you like, hey, can I get from point A to point B? Which is super handy if you want to ask the mother vehicle to drive up onto a cliff that you have teleported to using debug tools, and you ask the mother vehicle, hey, come here, or any vehicle really. They can just check like, hey, can I even, is it theoretically possible to go there? And then just report like, nope, no, can't do. We can find the closest point, can find a random point. We can see if we overlap the mesh, things like this. And then we have the obstacle stuff here. That's kind of how it works. Right, let's see. I don't want to sound too much to give a brief answer. How is game logic scripting, specifically with Zig, integrated? What is your object model? How does it all interact? Alright, I don't think I can answer that in a very, very short time, but let's quickly see if I can figure out what would be like an easy component to show you. Like I integrated this system into an C++ engine, which already had a component system running, and so that first of all that sort of dictated what it would look like, because it's like, okay, I want to use that system, and I want to be able to take an object. We go to the Scout one here. It is component based, yeah. It's not ECS, and it is component based. So here we have a vehicle scout, vehicles/scout. So that would be this little green guy that we use quite a lot. This thing here. You can see here that it is of type copied vehicle scout to the clipboard. And this guy consists of a bunch of different objects. Some of them are C++, some of them are Zig. So in means, also known as traction point, we don't really have any C++ components on the game side. We only have Zig components on the game side. But we have C++ components that come from the engine. Sort of like a standard library. So we have the basis dynamic body transform component is the first one here. It's kind of a large one because it actually specifies the... Oh, I opened the asset preview. Specify like the shape here. The whatchamacallit, convex hull. So that's a C++ component, right? This thing here. You can see that it's basis : dynamic body transform component. So it's like it is literally the fully qualified name of the C++ component. And then the interesting thing, if I may say so myself, is the fact that you can just have C++ components and Zig components working in harmony in the same object. So here we have a VHL dot. It's not : it's dot, which means that it is a Zig component. VHL stands for Vehicle Helper Library. So vehicle controller component looks like this, and it's found here in a VHL Zig helper library thingy. It's kind of a small one, but it contains like the stuff that you typically want in all of your vehicles. And here you can see how what a component looks like. Let's make this a little bigger. To Zen. So it's not super complicated. You have a struct, which is the component itself. And like I said, this is not ECS, so I have both methods and data in the same type. It has a registration name, which this is there's the name that you saw there in the asset browser. We could derive this, use Zig. Hey, what is my type name? But the type name is sort of like, there's, as far as I know, in Zig there's no really sort of standard type name for anything, because you can just do like const hello is vehicle controller component, right? And if we make this a pub const, now we're actually exporting this component with the name hello from this module. So yeah, long story short, I just specifically give this here so that I can know that it actually kind of matches. But you could figure that out if you really wanted to. Then it has a context, and this is the poor man's base class, because Zig doesn't have any classes, any inheritance. I just give it like a context here. Hey, I want this to be a game object component type, essentially, and that means that it will sort of treat it as a game object component on the C++ side. and that's just some members, and you can expose these members so if you want them in the editor inspector, right? You want to modify them there. Hello, Malva. Welcome, welcome. Right, and then we have some functions here. You can do updates if you want to. Oh, no, I actually don't have an update function, but we have things like tick and pre-tick, and this can just be renamed to update, and now it has an update function. And those are figured out by Zig CompTime code if it actually needs to call an update on this type or not. And then it has some methods. This is a pretty small one. Basically just allows you to create a vehicle controller of some type. You give it a description. And there was some reason you needed to give the type separately. I don't remember exactly what it was. And then this just does things. And then you can use this to just, get your sibling components and all of that. Kind of work sort of like you do in something like Unity. I must say I'm also still interested by you and anybody else's ability to use WinForms, WPF and whatever. Not get depressed. I don't like WPF. Let's just be perfectly clear. I don't like anything XAML based. Like I used to use Noes's GUI for the GUI in the game, which is a perfectly fine user interface thing, probably one of the better ones if you want like a pre-made one these days. But I just don't like XAML or XAML or however you're supposed to pronounce that. I don't like working with that. WinForms is awesome. I love WinForms. Yeah, make WinForms great again. I'm kind of depressed that it's not used more than it is. So yeah, it does have some. If I do this, you can see it. You can see the limitations of WinForms here. You have to be sort of patient with with it. And of course, I generate this stuff sort of on the fly. This is not like a window that is created in Designer or anything. I generate this stuff based on data. So that makes it a little trickier. Did you create your UI tools within Visual Designer? Yeah, some of it I did. If you create it, we want to add a new component, you get a nice window here listing all the registered components. This one is created using a designer, and then this stuff isn't. This is just laid out from data. But I mean, this asset browser is hardly the tool that I would look at if I wanted to see like a nice use of WinForms. I think like probably what should we look at? Like some Merlin thing might be the coolest use of WinForms in my opinion. I think we need to actually, if we want to get a preview here, we need to shut that down. We open one of these guys. And we can just preview the effect here. And this is all WinForms. It's using a third-party library to do this. I have a fork of that, but still, this is all WinForms. This is kind of like how I like to work. WinForms did get an update on .NET 9, only on Windows 11. Yeah, that's possible. There's also another tool called Edo Forms, or Edo Forms, however you're supposed to pronounce this. This guy is kind of like WinForms, but for cross-platform development. Haven't used this, other than just very briefly to try some things out. But this targets like, you know, WPF on Windows or WinForms itself, I think. Mono Mac, GTK3, something like that. But yeah, I mean, I think I would use ImGUI if I just started today. My favorite is eGUI. Oh, what is that? I haven't heard of that. Let's have a look. Easy to use in modern Rust. Oh, well. It's probably fine, but you need to be using Rust then, I would assume. Well, yeah, looks nice. Looks, you know, very suitable for like a development tool sort of thing. Other forms, it looks interesting, but isn't also XAML based? It, I don't think so. No, I don't think it's XAML based. I would presume it does not have an visual design tool. I don't know. I think it does actually. Does it not? Designer doesn't seem to find anything. Hello, Willie Elmas. Welcome back. Yeah, there's a quick start guide here. There's like an extension for Visual Studio if you use that, or you can just use .NET New if you're not interested in that. But I'm not sure. Like, I don't think it's not sort of, if you look at this, you know, that's how you create like a hello world application. There's no XAML involved, and of course, like, as most people probably know, if you use something like WPF or Avalonia or Uno or whatever those more modern ones are called, you don't need to do XAML. You can just create everything from code, from C# code or whatever you're using. XAML is there just as a sort of a different, like, declarative way of laying that stuff out, which, you know, in itself I don't have a problem with. I just really hate XML with a passion. And so you can do everything you do in WPF without touching XAML at all, if you really want to work that way, but I don't think most people will want to work that way. Right. Yeah, the look is my favorite part. Also lucky that I code in Rust, but I like it for the modern look mostly. Yeah. Is it luck though? You code in Rust? I mean, if you want to code in Rust, then you do it. It's not really luck. It's just a decision to be made. But yeah, I like this. I like this approach of laying out data in like a graph form these days quite a lot, and that's why I've moved a lot of these tools over to this. And like, obviously WinForms is not necessarily the most efficient way to do this. This is maybe lagging a little bit already here. This is a pretty big graph, I guess. But it kind of works, and it is what I have. Lucky part is that Rust has eGUI. Yeah, alright. I see. That's true, though XAML does have some advantages. Yeah, I think the code that you get out of the XAML, because the XAML system is, as far as I know, is sort of like a code generator. You tell it, you know, declaratively what you want, and then it generates the actual commands that it needs to drive that. And I would assume that whatever it generates is very much sort of optimized and geared towards that. Engine's really cool. Is it a solar project? It is a solar project, yeah. It is a solar project. So far, I'm hoping to start making money with this soon, and then I can hire some people who know what they're doing, rather than me mostly flailing around wildly. But yeah, so far it's a solo project. Indeed. Yeah, it is a product of just hammering this thing for 15 years, as you will see if you check out one of my more recent videos. Okay. Well, that was a bit of a detour, but it's fine. Like I've stated in the past, if I stream, I'm open to discussions and explanations, everything, so don't feel bad. But I think we should probably write some sort of spec for this, right? Whatever we want to do. So my plan for this, actually, let's see how long I can actually keep going. If I lose my voice halfway through or something. But my plan for this would be to implement the resetting of this crane, that reset functionality, and then actually just, you know, tweak this model a little bit and add textures to it so that it's actually done for the demo, right? That would be my goal for today. Let's see how long that will take. I think like tweaking the model and texturing doesn't necessarily take that long. We don't need to do anything super fancy with this. The reset functionality can always run into some interesting stuff. I'd love to see a video someday about, like, if you would start again with the engine, what would you do differently, both tech-wise and tech stack and architecture-wise? Yeah, that's an interesting question. Like, you know, a lot of people ask me, okay, why don't I use an ECS, for example? And I mean, the big reason why I don't use an ECS is that I have this system, it works. I can create things from data, I can create them at runtime, I can create them in a propagated way over the network. I can destroy them over the network. I have, I don't know how many different ways from data to actually get things into an actual object instance. It can be defined in the type of the object. It can be defined in the editor. You can even give it as part of a package if you need to, like, spawn something at runtime, let's say like a grenade that's launched from a grenade launcher, and it needs to have some data. You can set it right there when you spawn it. It even propagates over the network. All those kinds of things. That's why I don't have any more modern, if you will, way of doing these objects. But if I was to start today from fresh, I would probably go like, everyone is doing ECS these days. You know, they're probably not wrong about it being useful. So I should probably do ECS as well. Right? That's a pretty sensible thing to... pretty sensible way to think. And so I would probably do ECS as well. Just from the fact that, like, I would go like, everyone's doing this. There's probably something good about it, right? And so that's probably what I would do. Yeah, I'm doing ECS too. Yes. You and everyone else. Except me. And Jonathan Blow. But that's not why I'm not doing it. I'm just doing it because I've had this thing for quite some time, and it works. I just like Flex and how it works, and it works for me. Exactly. That's like the right way to think about it. I mean, if you start completely fresh, then I feel like there's a certain period during which you should go, I wonder what everyone else is doing, and if they're doing something interesting, something that I don't know about. You know, maybe a week, maybe 2 weeks, maybe a month. That should be your way of thinking. What is everyone else doing? And is it maybe worth for me to like investigate some of these things? But sooner or later you're gonna find something that is like, yeah, this is nice. I like this. This works. And then you just stick with it. And you select it and you stick with it. And then you don't switch it unless it just completely breaks. So that's how I would probably do it. The vehicle fighting game in your recent look back video looked pretty incredible. It must have been hard to let go and reboot. Yeah, in a way. You're talking about Project Slide. I'm just completely derailed now. Let's just be honest here. Let's see. Can I actually launch this? Should be able to launch this. Project Slide is still running on PhysX 4 after the recent PhysX version update. So it'll be interesting to see if this actually boots now, right? So we're running with the same engine binary, like literally. We're building both of these games into the same folder. We're literally running it with the same DLL file as a core engine, but we are running different physics engines. Yeah, this is a fun project. This is kind of like the game I would secretly want to build, not so secretly, but like this is the game that I set out to build, and still the game that I've spent the most of time on. However, a lot of the code that went into this has been reused in Traction Point after being ported to Zig, right? Like in many cases, writing some new system, the hard part is kind of figuring out what you need to do, or what the code needs to actually do, and if you have some algorithm, then how that algorithm should look and what it should do, right? It's not actually writing the code. So once I had some of these systems kind of set up how I wanted them, it was a pretty fast thing to do to just port them to Zig. So a lot of the same vehicle systems, for example, they're either just straight up used from C++ on the engine side in Traction Point, or then they're just ported out over from this game. And yeah, the AI is completely different here. It's much worse. But also, I haven't really done any combat in Traction Point. That's kind of like one of the reasons why I put this thing on ice, on hold, and did like a more sensible way. Yeah, this railgun is super OP. Nice water. Is this PBR? No, it's not. It's the exact same lighting model used in Traction Point. Exact same one. Down to using the same base materials. Boom. Yeah, Traction Point just uses more simple geometry and simpler textures. But yeah, I like this, and you can occasionally you can see some things in here that have been just brought over to Traction Point. One thing I might perhaps add is that these two games actually take place in the same universe. A universe that me and a friend of mine have been kind of slowly developing. I mean, I pay him to do it, so it's not like a it's not like a fun little thing. I can literally pay him money to help me with it. But just kill these guys. Yeah, I should probably put this build out at some point. It's really it's taken actually quite a long time to just keep this game. Oh, sorry, Diego, that's my friend over there. It's taken quite a long time and a lot of work to actually keep this game functioning while building Traction Point. But the idea here is that I want to keep this level working, so that I can sort of have it as a sanity check. If I make some big change to the engine, I just want to keep this thing working. It's hard to add multiplayer with PhysX. I'm not sure PhysX is the reason it's hard to add multiplayer. But adding multiplayer is a lot of work, yes. But if you do it early enough, like Basis has literally always been a client and a server, been using a client and a server. Even before I had a window opening, I could send network messages over the loop back from a client and between a client and a server. That's how it's always been. Even before I even created the code that opened the window, I had that working. And if you do it that way, then it's simpler. And then like PhysX doesn't make it like any sort of easier or harder necessarily. Yay, cargo looks good. Yeah, we don't actually have any cargo here. Something that I never quite got around to adding. It would be super simple to do it. You just basically place down some physics up. Hey, what are you doing? What are you? You can see the AI in this game is a lot more stupid. Yeah, they don't drive as well as they do in Traction Point. Not that they always drive that well in Traction Point either, but they really don't. And they really don't give an F in many cases in this game. In this game, I actually used what are they called? Behavior trees for the AI. That was the sort of interesting thing that I wanted to try out. When I started building this, I realized at some point that I absolutely hate behavior trees, and that's why in Traction Point, the AI system is just like a bunch of state machines. It's just me. You shouldn't take this as like AI trees are bad or anything. That's not what I say. But I'm just telling you that I hate AI trees, behavior trees, and so it's a very personal thing. This is an interesting thing, by the way. That guy now is scripted, yes, but scripted to follow me. So. And scripted to stay sort of close to me. So if I just drive around here, like a lot of the time he just manages to drive up after me and follow me kind of nicely, dynamically. And then occasionally he does something very stupid. But I'm kind of proud actually of the fact that this this guy is just able to follow me around like this. Now I drove into a tree. I could probably ask questions for hours about this. But I don't want to bother you forever. Ever considered doing something like live Q&A? I have considered doing a live Q&A. Probably not on Discord. I will probably do it here on, just as a live stream on YouTube. Oh shit! No, now we have enemies incoming. Yeah. This is, oh shit! I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Please help me, Diego. I'm just gonna drive down here because I have like 0 health. Oh, it actually drove past. Yeah, that's like a. That is the only. You can see this thing doesn't have collisions. That's the only combat in this game between two AIs that I ever got around to doing. Like this level is specifically like the only sort of final level that I did. That's the only combat between two AIs, and it was so tricky to get Diego to actually win it that I just scriptedly set his health to be like 1,000,000 or something, and then he can always win it. But they basically just like they run like headlong into each other and just like fire their Gatling guns continually. that's how he eventually wins. Hey, what did he do? What are you stuck now? Is that what's happening? Let's help him out here a little bit. Oh, all right. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I see what you mean about the 150 lines thing. Yeah, maybe Discord could work out. That's probably fine. Is this open source? Can I work on this? It's not open source, unfortunately. No. Oh no. Come on. Hey, look at this. In Traction Point, at this point, we would now have the unstockifier, which we created on stream. Oh, I actually got away. Yeah, the unstockifier is not present in this game. It would really need to be, as I'm sure you can see. 4 years of Rust game dev. No game, but I maintain 5 libs. Last week I gave Zig with Rayleigh, but try and loving it. Yeah. Nice. Go Zig. This is not Zig, by the way. This is the one project that I have, which is pure C++. Right. Okay. Tell you what. I will allow you to, because I'm gonna have to take like a lunch break at some point. I have to probably start by ordering some food. So that will be like a 10-minute break, and then I will actually take like a lunch break, and that will be like a half an hour break, and after that I will be doing the work on the crane. Until that, if you have any questions, just feel free to ask away. Williams asks, what is exactly the wireframe shape displaying? Why doesn't it have that arc linked to the crane? Maybe it's a dumb question. It's not a dumb question. No. It's something that we spoke about earlier in the stream. It is specifying the, and that's something that we're gonna work with today later in the stream. It is specifying the movement range of this crane, right? So we have some areas that are invalid for the end of that crane to be. So if you move it around, you have this mesh here which moves around. I mean, it doesn't really move around. None of these things are calculated in world space actually, but the visualization moves around to give you an idea of what's happening here. And so you just have these ranges of positions that are valid, and then you have some ranges that are invalid, right? Like if I pull the crane like this, and then I kept going backwards, like I don't even know what this joint would do. My inverse kinematics math would probably blow up. So I just have these meshes that I've actually modeled in in Blender that I can use to specify like where the thing should go. Same thing with the vehicle collision thing here. You can see that it sort of weirdly goes sort of straight down, so this is clearly not the collision mesh for the vehicle. And it kind of goes underground quite far. And that's just because like I don't want the crane to be able to reach, you know, under the vehicle. That would just be strange and weird. And then that red and blue line, they are the calculated closest points on those respective meshes, so that we can, if we get close enough to one of them, we can just get the normal from that position and do like a corrective move. So now if I try to just like move it completely downwards like this, it applies like a force upwards, so that, you know, it quite simply doesn't go into the ground or the you know, loading deck there. That's what it is. Right. Yeah, here for example, this is lore. This is Madrigal Games lore. This logo here, VDM, which stands for Vandermeer, which you can actually see here in the mission objectives. That same logo can be found on the refinery interaction point, and even in the lift station, I think. So it is actually part of the same world. That's kind of fun. So you'll probably be seeing these 6-wheeled vehicles in traction point as well at some point. I like this design. I'm kind of not necessarily super fond of this. This is a little boxy. This was kind of like the first vehicle I made. Alright, I think we can finish the mission here. But yeah, this seems to work. That's nice to see, because I was a little unsure what would happen with Physics 4. Not that it really should matter. It shouldn't break at all, but oh, yeah, I can drive this because the AI is still driving it. So now that that trailer is sort of rolling over there, this vehicle wants to stay close to the trailer, so it kind of drives after it. I can't drive it myself. Right. Yeah, and we have some like broken spaceships in the sky. That's also a thing in Traction Point, which maybe also gives you a little bit of a hint. It's not broken in Traction Point currently, but it's the same design. All right. Let us spec out the system for resetting the crane, and then I think after lunch I will get properly started actually building that thing. Somehow your ambient lighting looks quite good. Probably classic lighting, classic light maps and HBAO. Yeah, probably, and light probes for the dynamic objects as well. Like light probes are kind of important in many places. Let's go into this ravine here. Yeah, you may also see that the camera, the driving camera, as well as the orbit camera, is almost exactly the same in this as it is in Traction Point. It's just basically ported over to Zig and then used there as is. Right, like here we go. Here we have some trees, and we have the vehicle, obviously. So, like disable light probes and that doesn't look good. And of course, we can turn off the SSAO, which is HBAO. So here, if we disable all of those, this is what it looks like. So yeah, kind of flat. Kind of flat, huh? Doesn't necessarily look bad, but it looks very flat. Is it just a single constant color? No, I have like a tricolor ambient. So depending on the normal, there's like a sky, a horizon, and a ground color for the ambient term. SSAO, light maps, light probes. And there we go. This is forward. Just classic forward. No forward plus. No pre-Z. No, nothing fancy. Just forward. And why is it forward? Well, it's because it's Babby's first renderer, stretched out over 15 years. No MSAA, no. I'm doing SMAA. Actually, I have SMA and FXAA. So this is what it looks like without anything. I'm sure this doesn't really come through on the YouTube video, but I'm pretty sure you can probably see some pretty bad stair stepping here on this vehicle. What do you call those? Edges. SMAA is really quite nice. FXAA is kind of nice as well. Makes it a little blurry maybe. Oh yeah, and here we have those. It was discussed in the Discord a couple of days ago. Oh, and look at that. Oh, it's intersecting. Bad game. Bad game. A horrible game. Anyway, these things are actually simulated with the Bullet physics engine in a background job as cloth things. They might look like a canned animation, but they're actually straight up cloth simulated. SMAA is great, but it's really just post-process AI. Yeah, I've been meaning to do MSAA for a very long time. I never really got around to doing it, and then at some point it was, you know, sort of like the general zeitgeist was that, like, okay, MSAA is kind of like not really usable with the newer techniques. So if you're doing deferred, for example, and then I just never got around to doing it. Yeah, MSAA might make sense. One thing that I use in this game is actually normal maps. You see here, we have a normal map going on. That's not something I use in Traction Point. Kind of like by design in a way. It just takes quite a long time to make those normal maps. Even though I know you can just use some tool to generate them, which I've done in some cases. I kind of like just decided like, no, I'm not going to use normal maps. And see, like stuff like this. This is just normal maps. This is probably like a triangle or two. Since your classic forward though, isn't MSA just like a line or of code or two? It's not necessarily. No, not quite. It can probably be done in like a week or something. Yeah, sure. But it's not necessarily. There's some rules, like if you do MSAA, then what do some formats need to be somewhere, and you know, all of that. But sure, yeah, it could probably be done. It could probably be done. But SMAA is pretty nice in many cases. Like the only thing I think where I kind of like suffer a little bit from flickering is this grass here. This grass is obviously works completely different from the grass we have in Traction Point. It looks kind of okay here, I think, but yeah, it's not that nice. Yeah. I'm sure it could be done without like too much fuss. Okay, let's just try not shoot these guys and see what they do. Start throwing grenades at me, shooting me. I have quite a lot of health here because you know, it's annoying if you get killed when you're trying to play through your game. They're gonna come after me. I think they're actually instructed not to drive into these trickier areas. Forward with MSA was after the coverage for foliage is beautifully clean. Yeah, it is. It is, and it's how many classical games do it. That is true. Oh, well, damn you! I will shoot you clean. There he goes. Yeah, it's amazing what a few particle systems can do. Oh, we even have shadows here from this transporter tower on the particle systems. They look really nice from this angle, and then from here it's like, what is that? What is that thing? What is that thing over there? Oh, and these weird looking Arctic exploration modules you are sure to actually see in Traction Point sooner or later. Oh, one moment, I have a phone. Alright, sorry about that. Yeah, the good news is that I don't have to take a break until my lunch break, which will probably be in about an hour and a half. Might have to go take a toilet break though at some point. Am I going to release this? Well, the problem is that this is really the only thing there is in this game, right? Building this level took probably 2.5 years or something. Now granted, a lot of the stuff that I built for this has been used in Traction Point as well, so it's not like it's not throwaway, and it's not something that like building another level in this game probably wouldn't take, 2.5 years. But still, it was kind of a long time, and the gameplay here is kind of broken in many ways. It's not like a very sort of functioning game, if you will. So while I'd love to release this, I'd like it to be a bit more coherent as a game. But yeah, we'll see. My plan, if that sort of materializes now for this thing, would be to release Traction Point, which is supposed to be mostly a puzzle exploration vehicular thing. And then when that does well enough to sustain me financially, I will either build a follow-up or just release more sort of content to it in some sort of episodic form or something. And that content would include basically what this is. Right? So it would have combat. It would have the same scenarios, perhaps even, as like a because it's in the same universe as this. So it might make sense. I'd like to get this as a demo to toy around with. I will probably put this out, yeah, with some really big disclaimer in the at the beginning of it, because the problem with releasing something like this, right, is that like people go like, oh, I saw this game, it looked really cool, and then like there was nothing there, and then like you need to like make people aware that hey, this was a proof of concept. It didn't quite go anywhere, but you can play it if you want to. And so many things are completely like not done here, like this water, for example. Yeah, this looks pretty cool, right? Like it does dynamic reflections and all of that. Not that bad, except you don't have wind screens in the reflections and no particles. But then you can just drive under it. Hey. Oh, I have a trigger here where I load. Yeah, and the game over looks like this. And the camera spasms out. So it needs to be very clear, and like every single line of dialogue is unlocalized in front of it, because it's unlocalized. Share the link secretly in Discord. Yeah, we'll probably be put on Discord if I do that. I should probably put this out for you guys. Yeah, I should do that. But I need to add that disclaimer, and I had to add, like the license. I'm gonna do it like properly still. So I'd like licensing text for the libraries I use and things like that, so that it's not something I get in trouble for later. Hey. It's all fun. Okay, anyway, let's do a little bit of actual work here before having my lunch break. So let's just pick out what needs to happen. So I was thinking for the resetting of the crane, you know, there are two cases where this might happen. Either the player wants to reset the crane for their own vehicle because they're like, oh, I need to, you know, spool in the cable, then I need to untangle the post that I have. I'd like just for that to be automatic. And so there should be just like a button that the player can press if they're driving a vehicle themselves that has a crane. And then the other use case is if the AI is driving the vehicle, and the AI should either, because it detects so itself, it should be able to spool in the crane, or if the player instructs them to, hey, reset your crane, right? I think we've talked about this now ad nauseum. Anyway, if you know, this vehicle is here, can I stop it, please? Thank you. Right, if the vehicle is standing there and is controlled by an AI, and the player comes driving here, and the player goes like, I can't do it now, but let's pretend we can. Yeah, that mother vehicle is set up as a radio contact. That's why. And they go like, okay, reset your crane, and the crane starts resetting itself. And then they do this. Then they come close to it and they switch like this. I think the crane should continue doing its resetting. But if you then go into the crane controls and start messing with it, like any input to that crane should just stop what it's doing, right? So it has like a normal state where you can control it freely, and then it has the resetting state as some part of state machine thing. And if any direct input is applied to the crane, then it stops the reset process. And so the crane doesn't know, and it doesn't need to know, it doesn't care whether or not that input is coming from an AI or from a player. If it gets any input at all, it just stops resetting. Currently the AI doesn't actually give it any input, so we kind of know. We kind of know it always comes from a player. So that's kind of it. I'm on Mac OS, but since you have the web GPU 1, it could possibly work. Maybe it would. I'm gonna be honest here, I'm kind of thinking about transitioning away from web GPU. Like in the long run, it kind of doesn't necessarily make sense for me to use that. There are other options available. I do actually have a metal backend though, just a straight metal backend, which would need some work to function, but that could be one way to do it. It has run on the Mac previously, this engine. In fact, the Mac has been my main sort of non-Windows, non-Microsoft platform, because I'm just really bad with Linux. That's been the case. Anyway, let's write a spec here. So if we go into the cargo crane component, write it straight up here as comments. So reset crane. What do we call this? Procedure. So the first thing that we'll want to do if someone resets the crane is retract cable fully, right? Retract the cable fully, and once that is done, let's see if it's like positioned like this. And let's say we've just retracted the cable. What's the next thing we should do? I think the next thing we should do is perhaps bring it up to like a vertical target position. So we do this, right? We put it something like there. So reset vertically. That's the next thing. And then the next thing after that would be, you know, it can be essentially like that, right? So the next thing we want to do is reset horizontally, which is probably like bring it almost as far back as possible. So reset horizontally. And I think we actually have a like a base pose for this guy. It's the thing that it gets spawned in if you create a new one, right? If you create a new mother here, hello, it is positioned like that. I don't remember exactly where this comes from. I'll have to look that up. But anyway, reset horizontally, and after it has reset horizontally, then we can do reset the rotation, right? So again, if we are this guy, at this point we could do, you know, rotate it here, and it's okay. It's a little jittery. Like, what's it jittering so much? It's because that it's doing like corrections there on the. If we move it a little further forward from this wall, it shouldn't jitter all that much. Oh wow, I thought it'd be harder to write HLSL and MSL separately. Yeah, you would think so, right? You would think so, wouldn't you? But the fact is that it's actually significantly easier to take HLSL and convert it to MSL. What you need to do is you run your HLSL through the GLSlang validator compiler to generate SPIR-V, and out of the SPIR-V you can easily generate metal shading language by running it through SPIR-V cross, which is like a library that you can find on GitHub, and it produces, just like in my experience, really well working metal shading language. But yeah, you would think it would be it would be harder. It just shows how bizarrely complicated the web GPU shading language situation is. At least it was, you know, when I was heavily invested in that. Well, yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. Okay. So let's try out that one thing that I was sort of mentioning previously, which is, what if we make those limits softer? So here we have a new type that I created just yesterday called Crane Movement Limit Calculator. It's a thing that actually prevents those invalid poses there. So get correction input. I think this guy does distance threshold. Oh, it's actually probably this thing that actually does the. Yeah, here we go. So distance threshold is 0.5. Let's make that something way larger. Let's make it 2.5. And then we have a correction multiplier. So as the arm end crosses the correction threshold, which we just put to 2.5, and approaches the limit mesh surface, the correction increases. So when the distance is on the threshold, currently we apply half correction multiplier, and when it is at 0, so it's basically at the surface, we apply 0.3. So now we have the threshold is much larger, so let's just make this smaller. Let's make it 0.1. And now we should see some strangely smooth, weird correction going on here, but this should help us actually with the resetting, because we can run this correction calculator in like a soft mode, a smooth mode. And now if we take this crane and we move it back, you can see that it kind of is just kind of slowing down, right? Very smooth indeed. Yeah, and it's just slowing down again there. So it's kind of trying. It kind of wants to keep this in the middle. Look at this. It's kind of nice. Maybe I'll want to have this actually elsewhere as well. Not quite this tightly though, because now for example we shouldn't be able to actually move it very closely to. Yeah, because it just kind of stops there. It's actually not bad. This is interesting. So move it up and then I move it down, and just smoothly kind of. Yeah, and it just, you know, if I move it just to the right now, I'm not applying any up and down movement. As it approaches that, it would just like move it up a little bit. So it's kind of not that close to the thing. Yeah, you can really kind of force this thing to do strange things. Now we have so many of these forces acting on it. It's just kind of jittering a little bit. But still, this is interesting because now if we make it like really extreme. Let's keep this as it is, but let's make the threshold something like 5. 5.0. Oh, yeah, look at this. Now we can't really do almost anything. Can't move it almost from the middle of that at all. So now if I just I only move it up now, and it's just sliding kind of smoothly, not super smoothly, but sliding kind of smoothly along the middle here. And yeah, now we have forces just forcing it in both directions. So yeah, like I said, this is kind of extreme. But like in theory, my idea works. You know, if we have it like this, and it's just pushing it in every direction. I'm not even moving it now, but it feels like this part of the mesh is too tight, right? Let's see where it actually ends up. It probably ends up at 5, right? 5.0. 4.82. Yeah, you can see those flickering. It means that it's sort of oscillating back and forth. So it's probably actually won't be able to resolve it to exactly 5. Also, there are really no places where it can be 5, so that's the issue here. So yeah, that was a little extreme. Maybe 3. Maybe 3 could work. Like so. Let's see. So just move it down. Yeah, and it's trying to kind of find a place there. That's okay. So now it went up to 3. You can see that as long as it stays above 3 now, we can just move it freely. Yeah, I think this will work quite well, because now if we are doing something strange, if we have this in a very strange pose, then actually having these kind of soft limits means that it will just sort of naturally try to stay here in the middle of these allowed areas. So we can just bring it up like we did. That was like the first thing after spooling in the cable. So maybe somewhere there, and then move it. Well, I actually probably want to move it closer than this now. So 3 won't be quite enough, but let's just say that we get it to the horizontal displacement that we want, and then we can just move it in. And here you can see that it actually gets too close in its own mind to the chassis. So if we try to rotate it like this, after a while we will see it actually rise. I'm not giving it any sort of vertical input here. So we should be able to use this to just kind of smoothly navigate it over these areas, these surfaces, and hopefully reach the rest point quite easily. So this is kind of what I meant when I said that we can kind of almost like treat this as a signed distance field, or a distance field. This way of tracking these limits here. Okay, this is interesting. Let's see. What is my schedule here? Yeah, so I think I will take probably like a lunch break in about half an hour. But before that, I think we can get started on this new mode for ourselves. We will need to set up some small state machine for this. Maybe we can even use Zig FSM. It's a really nice state machine library that I use. And we'll see if we can get like the base of this new mode set up so that we can properly develop it after lunch. But I'm gonna take a quick toilet break. Be right back. Alrighty then. Yes, I think I have basically like half an hour now until I need to take a bit of a break. So let's see what we can get started with. So the cargo crane component. I'm gonna move my microphone just a little bit. Let me know if this gets too low, if I can't be heard. The cargo crane component. I think the easiest way to test this would be if we just start by exposing like a reset crane sort of deal, so that the player can do it themselves, right? And so the question is here, how do we actually read the input? It's an avatar tracking component, as we can see, which means that it has the ability to get input. So get range, for example. Oh, I have caps lock on. Get range is not something we call. Get state is not either something we call. So it's probably read on a lower level somewhere. Oh, it's called input range. That's why that is why I couldn't find it. So this is what we want. Okay. This is called in pre-tick and it's called on the server. All right. Yes. That's fine. And then toggle magnet input is read somewhere as well. It's read here, right here. Get input action. And here is where we extend and where we retract. And here we have the left, right, up, down, forward. So all of the inputs are basically contained in this guy. So let's add a new crane input ID here. Cargo crane reset pose, right? We can search for all of those and see what we actually have it mapped to. Retract cable. So we want to add the input here. Input ID dot reset pose. Input type. So this is an action. So it's like you press a button and then that action fires. It's not like a state where you can sort of hold down a button. It's not also not a range, which would be like an analog stick or something. Map gamepad button. I guess we can probably do that, but I haven't quite figured out which button that would be, or if you're even. Well, I guess you're supposed to be able to do it. Maybe we can just map it to something. So we have A, we have B and X. We don't have Y actually. Okay, we can probably map it to Y then. That's gamepad button dot Y, and that's just the context. Yeah, sometimes this sort of hints that Visual Studio Code gives me here makes it kind of confusing to figure some of this out. But okay, map keyboard input. Reset pose, key code. Let's just use like key R for that. And context ID is again just the context. So just like you can see here, we can have an input which is used by the game code, which is called cargo crane retract cable here. It's separated from the actual inputs. It's a gamepad button and this is a key, which means that we can, at least in theory, add rebindable keys. Currently they are just hard coded here in this input, what is this called? Set input mappings. But we could just read them from a file here and map them. Allow the user to remap them later if they want to. That's the idea. The gameplay code is never supposed to read any keys for like game input straight. It should always get these input IDs. Alright. And so here we need to read it. So reset pose. Bool false. And here, if we are, if we have an avatar host ID, that would mean that we can actually read the input here. Means input ID reset pose. And then we need to do something with it. So let's feed it here to the pre-tick. And this is now the thing that is called the crane cable magnet assembly. But in fact, I think we need to feed it both to the arm and the cable magnet assembly. You can see here we tick the, or we pre-tick rather. Pre-tick happens before the physics step, tick happens after the physics step. We feed these inputs to both the arm and to the assembly, cable magnet assembly. So the arm is like one system, and then from the tip of the arm, the cable and the magnet is another system. But we need to start by retracting the cable. So essentially, we need to send it to both. But now that I think about it, maybe it doesn't actually make any sense to feed that state to these guys, to the arm and the assembly. Maybe we can just, maybe that logic of resetting, the concept of resetting the pose is something that exists only here in the cargo crane component. And then we just use these inputs here and this input here to basically to reset it, right? Like the cable magnet assembly doesn't need to know if something is retracting the cable. It doesn't need to know if it's being retracted because someone is resetting the pose, or if it's being retracted because the player presses the retract button. The end result is the same. So I think that actually probably is what we want. And that means that we'll move this up here into kind of like its own thing, and we read it here. And if we are resetting the pose here, first of all, we might as well just print it. Reset pose. Make sure that we can actually call that, because sometimes you have multiple of these input contexts, and you might have something that kind of overrides something else. So we now mapped it to the Y button on the gamepad, right? So if you're in the driving mode here, actually pressing Y, if we have another vehicle here right next to us, you can see here, press Y to switch vehicle. That's what Y does here. But if we go to cargo crane and press Y, okay, yeah, it doesn't actually work. I did something wrong, didn't I? Pressing R on the keyboard does actually reset the pose, just like we imagined. Okay. But X actually extends the cable. Did I just have a stupid copy-paste bug there, maybe? Yeah. It's supposed to be reset pose. There we go. That's what we want. So I mapped like extend cable to X, but I also mapped it to Y, which means that pressing either of those buttons will extend the cable. So now then. Yep, reset pose on the gamepad and reset pose on the keyboard. And if we now have a vehicle here, Scout, no amount of Y pressing will actually switch to that. You need to be in the driver mode to switch to it. Okay, so that's good. So we have the input figured out. And now then, if we are resetting, then this cargo crane component kind of like is in a completely different state than it is normally. It really doesn't care about these inputs other than to basically disable the resetting state, right? And that actually goes for any input, so we'll have like this as well. Yeah, I think we should probably move these guys up here, just so that we have all of the state in like one place, all of the input reading, I should say, in one place. So just move those up there. We can move these up here. And that one goes away. Right, so let's see if we can figure this out. This is like normal crane input applied. This is a boolean, it's initialized to false. So, you know, here we can quite simply, just because we need to do it like this, we can quite simply set that to true. But normal crane input applied is normal crane input applied, or you know, is negative 0 is positive 0. How do we actually do this? We do something like abs of left right larger than 0, or let's see if we can break this onto like lines here. We will have a few of these guys. Right, so we have reset pose is not sort of normal crane input applied. Toggle magnet actually is. Cable length adjust input, we already set it to true here, so that's fine. I want to check, you know, if it has already been set to true, then this will apply as well. And then, okay, then we have left, right, up, down, and forward, backward, right? So what this does is actually, we can print that as well, just to make sure it works. If this is true, and we are doing the resetting, then we want to stop it. So basically, whenever we control the crane in any way, except doing the resetting, we should see that. So if we go to crane here and we press Y, we get reset pose. If we move it, we get normal input, and it just you know, floods the output there with normal input. Yes, that's good. Okay. I wonder if we actually want to have like a very small epsilon here, so let's do something like, you know, 001. right? I mean, dead zones should be taken care of there on the input level, but still, might be a good idea to have that handled separately. And right, so now we know basically like, okay, this is like start resetting, and this is if we are resetting, interrupt it. And that should work for, that should work like basically whether that vehicle is driven by an AI or a player. All right. And then let's try to figure out the initial like placement of that thing. What is the target we actually want to reach? Arm root position. This is where in the local space the object to put the crane. So you're right. So this is where like it goes on the mother vehicle, right? This is essentially where in the local space the root mesh the joint between the root and bone. 0 sits. I don't know what essentially is there, but okay. Rest pose rotation. Okay, this is it. Excellent. So rest pose rotation is 0. That means that it's pointing forwards. Yeah, I have a commented out thing here which we can probably try. We should have it face to the right according to the comment. I think it's something that I used at some point when I debugged something. I wanted the vehicle to basically spawn with the crane to the right, and it is, and you can see it doing its smooth correction thing there. Okay, good. And then I think the offsets here. So if you have a vertical offset of let's be funky and do like -3, that would obviously be -1, but let's just add these here so I can remove them later. And horizontal offset, just make that, you know, 3 more. So now it should point to the right, which should allow us to move it into the negative vertical offset, and then horizontal should be further out from the vehicle. Just so that I know I understand those offsets correctly. It's been years since I wrote this, or at least like a year. Okay. Yeah, I keep forgetting how large that thing is. It's just absolutely huge. So let's make it like -8 and maybe +8. Like one world unit is almost nothing in the scale of the mother vehicle. All right, so now you can see it actually corrected itself because it was an invalid pose. But yeah, it was sitting at around there. And I think we'll quite simply take those ridiculous. Where's the thing I'm looking for? Is it again in the? It's in the arm. What's it called? Two joint crane arm. There we go. Yeah. So distance threshold 3 is clearly too much. Let's put it back to the 0.5 here, and let's put that back to the, what was it? It's probably actually, these are the only changes I made, so I can just undo everything. Yeah, everything except that. So let's have the correction like not quite Yeah, you can see that it kind of jerked back a little bit there, fixing it. But basically this is exactly what I expected. So the offset is just, it's an offset in the local space of basically this root here. So if you move it to the, set it to 0, it should be at about that place, like -1, -2, and so on, and then like positive should be like somewhere there, +1, +2, etc. Okay, so that's good. That is good. We should be able to just get that offset. It's basically like the position in local space, where to put the end of the crane arm, right? So that shouldn't be too tricky. Okay. Good. Oh, I closed that. So that's the arm parameters. Yeah, those arm parameters are not really stored here in this cargo crane component though. We just create this arm params object and then just feed it to the arm. So we should probably like somehow keep it here. So that the cargo crane component can use them. Does that make sense? Or another alternative, like I mentioned previously, is to actually make it like a function, make it an actual functionality here in the arm itself, that hey, reset yourself. That is the more tricky part anyway. The cable retraction is not super tricky, it's just like hey, make the cable length 0 essentially. So maybe we can handle the retraction of the cable here, and I'm not sure. Can we check the cable length here? Is it just like a current cable length is right there? That's good. Okay. Cable initial length, right? We have that as well. That's probably set to something. Yeah, it's just 1. The default value. Okay. So basically we want to check, is the current cable length, smaller than that? Or sorry, larger than that. If it is, then we just make it, we apply the retraction input, right? Extend cable, and retract cable. Where's this call from? Okay. Yeah, actually retracting the cable is kind of a complicated thing here, as you can see, because it actually needs to move these physics segments upwards and then destroy them as they get sort of too high up. So we can't just like make the cable length smaller by quite simply making that float smaller. We actually have to mess around with these physics segments. Well, we also make the current cable length float smaller. Okay. Yeah, toggling the magnet. I think we decided previously that we won't actually mess with the magnet toggling here. And then we'll see how that works out. Which means that if you hold on to something ridiculously huge like another mother vehicle and then reset the crane, then the physics would most likely break. Like things will get launched into the atmosphere. But that really shouldn't be almost possible, and if it is, we can detect that the force is too big and then just stop the movement or whatever. I think we can deal with that if that becomes an issue. Okay, well, this cargo crane component needs to know whether or not it is actually retracting. So I think we should probably put in some state enum here. So let's maybe start by doing that. Let's just make a const crane state and this guy, this guy has like, you know, normal state. Reset pose retract cable, that would be like one state, the first step essentially. You can even make like these need to be carried out in order, right? And then we have all of them will be reset post something. So retract cable, reset post vertical. That's the next one. Then horizontal. And then finally rotation. And then we can have some other states if we want to later on. What's this? Value assigned to an enum type with inferred tag type. Well, I'll typically make these U32. Yeah, I might not actually need the numeric values there, but I kind of want them. All right. So we're starting this one, and then if we want to reset the crane, we quite simply make this the state, and then we need to keep track of whenever this has finished, we need to carry out these three in order. And it's almost kind of like this, like these three are grouped together because they are all done on the arm, while this is done on the crane cable assembly. Sorry about that. I will need to take that lunch break pretty soon, but let's just quickly go through this. So this is done on the crane cable assembly, and then the arm needs to do these three things in order, and that would be like another thing. So another option for doing this would be, you know, like reset pose arm, just have that as one state like that, and then the arm sort of internally would figure out, okay, vertical first, then horizontal, and then rotation. And so it's just a question of like, which way do I actually want to do that? But maybe we'll do it like this. Maybe that's sort of like encapsulating these things in a slightly more manageable way, question mark. I don't know. I don't know. And this could also work. It's just a question of like where do we actually want to keep the state tracking. Actually, maybe I'll do it like this. I'll do this whole thing here in this cargo crane component. The reason for this is that this is like 350 lines. The 2-joint crane arm is 862, and the crane cable magnet assembly is over 1,000. So these are kind of large and complex things, and I think this maneuver that we're going to do here is sort of like on a higher level anyway. So let's not make any of those systems any more complex than they already are. Let's instead just add the logic here to this cargo crane component. Yes, okay, that should be good. I will go have lunch with my wonderful family, and I will be back in probably like half an hour, and then we'll do this, and it shouldn't take very long. After we've done this, and it hopefully works out beautifully, we'll play around with it and mess around with it, make sure that's the case, and then we will do some modeling and texturing of that crane. And that should be basically most of the things I need for the demo, except sounds. But that's for another time. If you need to run during this break, then I thank you for your time today. If you are still here when I come back, then that'd be awesome. Regardless, thanks so far. Be sure to like, subscribe, do all the things, maybe even join the Discord if you're interested in this stuff. And I'll see you in a little bit. Alright, hello, and welcome back. Back from the lunch. Let's get started here. We had a bit of a dip, which is completely understandable, but nicely the people have seemed to come back after the break. That's pretty cool. Maybe we should actually advertise this stream in some places now that we're actually doing some actual programming. Alrighty then. And hopefully I can get through this without completely losing my voice. I don't know what it is with this holiday's some sort of cold or whatever it was. Flu. Just plaguing me still after all this time. But okay, during my break I had a little bit of a think about how I want to do this, and I actually think we don't want this enum here, because the cargo crane component kind of doesn't really care what state the resetting process is in. It kind of only cares whether or not it's active or not, so that it knows to interrupt it. And that's it basically. It's not really interested in... Only the logic itself is interested in that. So I think what we're going to do here is actually make like a new type. This doesn't need to be const. Let's just... this doesn't need to be public, sorry. It needs to be const, obviously. Let's call this cargo crane pose resetter. And then we'll actually have the state in here, right? So we'll take that guy and move it in here. And essentially like this normal thing here, right? This would be inactive. Something like that. And then is it pose arm? Yeah, this now needs to sort of manage all of this state. That's just because then we don't need to sprinkle this resetting code into the actual cargo crane. We can just have a few calls there to go like, okay, are we resetting? All right, continue resetting, and you know, stop the resetting, start the resetting, that sort of thing. That's kind of what I'm thinking. We need to initialize this guy. It needs to have, well, first of all, it needs to have some data. I'm thinking it will probably have just a pointer to this component itself. Just a pointer to this guy. Set it to undefined there. Actually, we don't need to initialize. We can just init it. Let's keep it like that. It will also want to have probably both the arm and the cable magnet assembly as pointers as well. Like this. Alright. And we'll actually hook everything up with the init function, which probably would take all of that. I'm thinking that we'll probably want to have some more parameters, so that's why I'm just creating an init function here, even though I technically, I guess, don't need to do that. I just wrap it up here nicely in this. So dot component is component, dot arm is arm, and dot cable magnet assembly is cable magnet assembly. something like this. And then of course it will want to have a state. So let's call that just state. And that would be inactive. All right. Now the output of this thing is essentially the input that we will be giving to the actual crane component here. So if we're sort of considering the interface, what does the interface between the resetter and the actual crane look like? Well, the crane needs to be able to start the resetting right here. It needs to be able to interrupt the resetting. And it needs to be able to get, okay, what are the overridden inputs? So what we could do is we could basically give it pointers to all of these. Actually, not even that, but just those 4. And then we can override them here. And then it just works normally, right? So let's create one of these resetters for ourselves here. Crane K cargo crane post resetter, basically like that. Yeah. Yeah, the reason I wanted to have those set to undefined is that so that I don't actually need to initialize it here in the components init function, because we want pointers to the actual component arm and cable magnet assembly. We don't have those pointers here. We're returning a new type here by value, and then that type gets placed somewhere and gets its proper stable position, right? But we can uncomment this create function here, which is one of these standard magical functions that get called by basis if we have one of them. At this point we already have the stable pointers to everything. So here we can do self.resetter is cargo crane post resetter init, and we give it, you know, self.arm. Of course we need to give it the address of that, an address of cable magnet assembly, and that should be it. That's all we need. Take that away. Right, this should build, shouldn't it? Getting pretty slow. The actual building here. I should probably update my Zig version at some point. See if it's a bit faster now building. I think that was the most recent. Actually, I don't need to run this. I just need to build it for now. Yeah, I think the compilation speed was one of the goals lately for Andrew and the rest of the guys over at the Zig Foundation. All right. So just moving these things down here, because this is where we will actually sort of track the state and do all of these things in the correct order, right? So what would be the next thing then? Well, I was thinking about that interface. The interface between the crane and the resetter. So if we are here, let's have a look. If, you know, self.resetter state is not inactive. That's a little annoying. Actually, we can do it like this. If it is inactive, right? And if reset pose, this is like to do start resetting here. And that covers that case. And then we have an else here, into which we can essentially move that guy. So interrupt here, whatever. Take that away. That that's kind of like the toggling of this stuff. And here we would then have something like self.resetter update. So this is in pre-tick. I wonder if is the movement of the crane arm actually happening in the pre-tick? Yeah, this is the cable. The cable is extended and retracted. That's fine. There's the arm. Yeah, I think it kind of has to be, because we're giving the input here. So we have rotation up, down, and forward, backward. Steering values, right, this is set to a propagated value, and that is because we want those values, those input values, to be propagated over the network. So this guy probably has a callback that is hooked up so that it value changed callback on steering values updated, and here we have apply steering values. Yes, and this now does the inverse kinematics, and eventually does this. It has the physics part, which sets the drive goal pose on the joint. Yes, that's how we move around those physics bodies there. Okay, so that's good. That means that we can essentially here in pre-tick, this is where we can actually drive the the resetter. So update, blah blah blah, and this would take now essentially all of these, right? Those four. So let's make an update function here. Pub fun update. Add those in there. These will be pointers. So it'll be just basically this. And it just allows us to override these guys. Oh, no, there's no var here, obviously. Just like that, and then take those away. All right. Update. So then we need to give it those things. So cable length adjustment input. Left, right. Up, down. It's just easier like this, and then forward, backward, like so. And maybe we'll split it onto lines. That's nicer. Okay. Cool. And if we want to make like a really nice sort of interface here, we'll actually add a start function and an interrupt function. Just adding these comments here so that the Zig formatter doesn't actually just collapse those guys. So start, and this is interrupt. And then I guess technically this update could be placed into an else here, like so. Something like that. Right. So if it is active, we override them right before we actually start using them, which is just the next thing here. And then this input is used down here. Yeah, that looks good. Excuse me. And that actually probably also means that we can just set those other inputs to 0. You know, if we are adjusting the length of the cable, for example, we might not want to actually apply any like rotation or something. Cut off pieces of these guys here. That's not what I wanted to do. That's better. All right. So now then, the first thing we'll probably want to do is just set. All right, this is a self pointer, of course. That actually goes for all of these. Yeah. Maybe we should call this pre-tick, just because update has sort of like an actual meaning in this engine. Update means variable rate update, and then we have tick, which is split up into 2. So we have pre-tick, which executes before the physics step, and then tick, which executes after the physics step. So we should call that pre-tick, just to be absolutely clear about what we're actually doing here. Tick delta time, are we using that for anything? We're using it for the arm. Actually, it's not. It's just fed in there, and then it's not used for anything. Okay. All right, that's fine. Yeah, I think this, with a little bit of luck, this should be basically all the interface we need to get this thing working. And that means that now we should just be able to do self dot state is redirect cable. Yes, exactly. There we go. So that's easy, right? Here we can basically just have a big switch case. Switch on self dot state. Let's see if I remember how to actually write this in Zig. I haven't written Zig in a little bit of time because I've done mostly physics things lately. So is this like state dot? No. State dot inactive, something like this, and then nope. Let's see if I can remember how to write a switch case. We'll do like client player controller probably has a few of them. Yeah, it is basically that. I don't know why ZLS didn't recognize it. Self.state. This would be reset pose retract cable, and that would be, you know, something. And then we have the other ones. Actually, we have the inactive one as well, but it shouldn't do anything there. Inactive, yes. Retract cable, pose vertical and horizontal and rotation. There we go. So in this case, inactive does nothing. That's hardly a surprise. Cable length adjust input. This should quite simply be -1. Left right should be 0, although we don't technically need to necessarily set these, but I think we're going to do it anyway. Oh, there's no F to floats in Zig. Up down is also 0, and forward backward is also 0. right? And then we need to check how far we've come. So we have self dot cable magnet assembly current cable length. That is basically what we want to check, and let's see if we can remember what we actually need to check it against. So I think it has params dot initial length, right? So approximately equal. Yeah, we can use that, or we can do if basis math floats almost equal. Self cable magnet assembly current length is self cable magnet assembly params initial length. Let's print cable now retracted. Maybe add some flair to the text here just to make it more easy to read. Printing quite a lot. Right, and then we can set the state to the next value. So self.state would then be vertical is the next one. So we'll move here, and we can quite simply print this for the time being. It should basically just like go there and print that stuff for us. Right, and if we interrupt it, then we just set this to inactive. So one can argue that we don't really need the start and the interrupt method here, since we're essentially just setting the state. But it might be that we'll add more to it later on. And I kind of like, coming from C++, I kind of like this idea that we're not like messing with like a huge amount of variables just from the outside. In some cases it's perfectly fine. In others it may be a little questionable, maybe easy to break certain things. So let's wrap them like that for now and let's see what happens. So basically, if we are putting down a mother here, and we go into the cargo crane mode and we quite simply start extending the cable here a little bit. Now if I press R, we can see that it starts doing its thing, and then when it has gone up, we should see here, right? Oh, actually tricky to see because the cable now retracted and then it resets the state and vertical. Okay, so our basic state machine is working exactly how we imagined it. I think these values here are now something we can just remove. Like so, let's not mess with this initial pose all that much. All right, so that was easy, right? Actually, one thing that we will most definitely want to do here in the start and in the interrupt, now that I think about it, is we want to change the mode in that valid pose controller that we looked at before the break, so that we get those more soft sort of limit values there. Sort of like an SDF feeling to it. And that's something that we don't want if the player is just controlling the crane normally, but we do want probably if we're doing the resetting. But we'll look at that later. I think what we will want to do now here is just quite simply make it handle these very basic cases. So once it has retracted the cable, it will start doing the vertical adjustment. Let's just do like start resetting the crane, and then crane reset interrupted, like so. But let's not spam anything every frame, because that's not really useful. So we want to have the end of the arm. Get arm end position is a function we can ask to get the end of the arm, and this would be in world space. Yes. This is in world space. What we want here is actually the position of the arm end in the correct sort of node in the graph. You can see here, create graph. This creates the node graph for the arm. We have the root node, we have an offset node just sitting at an offset, potentially, from the root. Then we have the first bone, second bone. I think it's probably like bone 1. Or is it bone 0 actually? That actually sets that. Let's see, pre-tick. And it is specifically up-down input that we want to look at now. Current vertical distance. Right, so current vertical distance, it was called something like apply steering values. We get it here. So steering values, this is probably IK target. All right. IK target X is vertical distance, so that's the thing that we want to actually look at. And we're setting it in, I'm just completely losing my voice here. Let's see, bone 0 actually, it's not bone 1. Oh no, actually, yeah, we're driving both of the bones. We're driving bone 0 and we're driving bone 1. And we're only rotating them, right? Because the the crane arm doesn't actually explode into pieces. It's just rotating around the joints. But what we actually want here is to figure out the coordinate space into which we want to sort of get this offset. So we have the, what is it called now? Here, movement limit calculator. This thing works in the space of the root node of the crane. So as the crane sort of rotates around, around its base, it has certain limits, and those limits are specified in the space of the root node. And my hope and my assumption here is that those offsets that we looked at could actually just be used directly in that space. So we have, for example, the rest pose vertical offset. So this is basically like the value we want to reach, right? It's set to 0 here, but it's actually something else. See what it is. It's 2. It's defined as 2 here in the cargo crane component. And this value is something that we actually want to reach. So if we get the end of the arm, and that end is in world space, we need to somehow transform it so that we can compare it against this value here, if that makes sense. Which I think it should, and I also think we should be able to create like a, let's see, self arm graph. And this is called something like, what was it? Graph nodes. Ah, but that's not public. We can't access it from outside of the thing. Ah, that's not nice. Yeah, okay. Let's just make like a helper for us here to sort of figure out if this is actually something we can do. So let's do like a get world to root space matrix, right? That would be a member function const self, and it would return a 4x3 matrix. And just like we have here, if we don't have a root node, then we need to return basically like something. So let's return identity, because we can't really do anything else. Here though, we can have the root world matrix would be self.graph graph nodes root index get local to world transform, that one. But then we actually want to return the inverse of that, because we want to go from world space to root space in the crane arm. Right? I think that should make sense. So, for example, we should be able to like draw a box or a sphere, maybe a sphere, to the on the height or at the height that we want to reach, and that should basically match like the initial height we want to actually go to there. So let's do world to root. That would be self arm get world to root space matrix. And then we want basically a I think about this a little bit. I mean, talking so fast that my brain can't keep up. Let's have a sip of coffee and figure this out. So if the crane is rotated like this, right? That is still sort of the rest pose. We've only rotated the thing. We haven't moved it around at all. So the end is still sitting at the rest position in the root space, because the root space rotates around like this when the crane rotates, right? And we want to reset the height of that. So I want to basically set it to whatever we find in self arm params vertical offset. This is the y component of the position we want to move the thing to. Yes, exactly. And so what we can do now here is we can get the arm and world position, the arm end position. Yeah, we go to, sort of perhaps unnecessarily through the world coordinate space here, but we're using that for other things, so I think it's fine. So world to root and transform point. So now we have the arm end in the root coordinate system position. Again, the root coordinate system is the thing that rotates around here, like so. Now we're moving it forward. It should still be at the correct height in the root space. Now if we move it up, now it is higher. Now the y coordinate should be higher, so we need to move it down to roughly there. And if we move it lower, then the y coordinate will be, the offset will be lower. So we need to move it up. Yeah, I think that should probably work. So what we will do then is, if arm and root pos dot y is higher than the self arm params rest pose vertical offset, what we will do is basically, we can copy like all of these things, and we can set almost everything to 0 except of course the up down. This is the only thing that can change. And so this now needs to be -1, right? We can maybe make this a little nicer. Now just like a big mess of if-else statements. But first of all, and perhaps most importantly of all, if the floats match, almost like this, then we are basically done, right? Vertical position reached. And we can go to the next state. So self state dot, we are in vertical, so next would be horizontal, right? Something like that. And then this one goes inside an else statement, like so. Okay, question, let's see. Quick question. Between Zig and C++, which was easier to learn and maintain? The easy answer to that would be Zig, because Zig is undoubtedly a simpler language than C++. However, Zig is not stable yet, and anything can happen really. I'm kind of like in deep waters here, trying to actually build a game with Zig before it is stable, right? So I don't know. I guess it can be a personal thing. There are a lot more tools in C++. There are a lot more people that can help you with C++. There's just a lot more sort of hive knowledge about C++ than there is Zig, and that definitely plays into that whole thing. If you're thinking about it on a purely personal level, then you just basically need to answer like, which one of those does it sound like to me that would be like nicer to work with, if that makes sense. I don't know, it's probably something you need to kind of figure out for yourself. Zig still evolves, yes. Zig most definitely still evolves. I think we'll want like a slightly bigger epsilon here, to be honest. Epsilon, maybe like 0.1 or 0.01 in that case. I program in C as a hobby, but managing multi-threading is a pain. So I want to learn a higher level language that's not too hard to learn and master. Yeah, okay, well, it might come as a shock to some of you here, but I've actually never created a thread in Zig. So I don't know how easy and or difficult that is to do. I presume it's probably not super tricky. I think I've actually seen some code which does that, and it has looked like it's kind of easy. But I've actually never created a thread in Zig. I do use multi-threading in Zig, but it's always come from threads created by the engine, and the engine is, of course, C++. So I don't know. That's something you're just gonna have to sort of figure out. I do know that at least historically, creating and managing threads in C has been kind of a pain because it's kind of been platform specific in a way. I don't know if that's easier now. I know it's definitely easier these days to create a thread in C++ than it was previously. And so I also think it's probably pretty easy to do in Zig, but I've never done that. So whenever I say that, you know, something is running on the server thread or the client thread or the background job or whatever, yeah, those might call into Zig and do things in Zig, and we might end up in another thread in Zig, but I've actually never created those threads in Zig. Always come from threads created elsewhere. Sag, well, no, it's just how my codebase works. There's nothing preventing me from creating a thread in Zig, right? It's just I've never done it, so I don't want to necessarily give you any advice on something I haven't done. Let's see, create thread in Zig. Zig guide. Let's make use of an OS thread. So a function does something, sleeps for a while. It's the thread spawn. Looks pretty simple to me. I'm not run code like this. That's basically what I'm trying to say. It's probably, you know, super easy. So, yeah, whatever you want. It's not really a problem. But yeah, try to test this yourself. Let's see. Unreleased documentation for Zig 14. This looks basically exactly the same as for the 13 one. Yeah, I haven't heard that the thread interface would have changed, but then again, there's lots of things I haven't heard about. So, are you on master or 13? I am on a master. I am on a master that's like maybe mid-December or something, or slightly earlier. I'm on a reasonably new master, but not the newest one. I did try running master a few weeks ago, and everything built except Zig FSM, which is actually a really nice little library that I use. Zig FSM looks like this. This one didn't build, but I saw that they have actually fixed it. Oh, October. I don't remember anymore. But anyway, it was a pretty simple fix, but I couldn't commit it because I haven't updated on all my machines. So, but yeah, I try to stay pretty close to master, just so that I don't run into any super big surprises. Okay, let's see what happens now when I've done this. So let's review what we did. So we are doing the first state. We're just retracting the cable, and then at some point we get this cable now retracted. It should start moving upwards. And in this state, we set all the other inputs to 0, and we try to figure out here, okay, the arm end in the root position. Maybe that I've gotten these transformations wrong now, but let's hope I haven't. So that should basically mean that in the y coordinate of this guy should be the same as the rest post vertical offset. That means that we are actually in the correct place. So let's see what happens. Let's get the console there next to the game so we can see retracting, and then hey, well, that looks pretty correct to me. How about that? And also we can just like pull the cable out. Pull the cable out. Spread the cable out. And then we can press Y and it starts retracting the cable. And I'm not giving it any inputs now. If I do, it should actually stop what it's doing. It's retracting the cable and then lift it up. Yeah, okay, and now it's... Yeah, there was something strange there. Let's see. Should be able to just do it. I'm just going to move it a little bit down. I'm not going to mess with the cable. Just move it up. And yeah, you can see that it goes kind of back and forth. Doesn't stay in place. So it oscillates between those two. Like that. That's not good. So what we basically need to do is just make this epsilon probably larger, at least for now, and we should be able to get this. We should be getting this vertical position reached sort of thing, sort of output there, and that way we know that okay, it's actually done its thing now. That looks good. Well, thank you. Glad to hear it. Okay, let's see if we can get this. Yeah, vertical position reached, and it should stay still after that, and not go crazy. And it works from both downwards and upwards, which is of course important. Okay, good. So the next thing then would be to like pull it in. Alright. That should be basically just as easy. Let's see. This logic is going to be mostly the same. So if I remember correctly, you can do something like this. Let's see if this actually works. So we should like be able to use or react to both of these states here. Reset pose vertical and reset pose horizontal, and then we do all of that the same, except actually, yeah, we can even do up and down. We can even set up and down here to 0. So we just reset all the input first, and then here we check. The only thing that we actually check here is like if self dot state is reset pose vertical, then we do this, else we do basically the same thing, but we check the Z component instead, and this would be the rest pose horizontal offset. So it would be horizontal position reached. And when that's done, we want to go into reset pose rotation, right? Right. And that needs to be horizontal as well. Alright, does that build? Is this the syntax? Incompatible types. Oh, I don't know how I got that there. All right, that seems to work. I should really lower that that volume there somehow, sort of by default, so I don't have to do it every time. We can figure something out, I'm sure. Okay, so let's now do this. See if we can figure everything out here except the rotation. So move it down and then move it forward, and then maybe even just extend the cable a little bit here. Okay, and then I'm pressing R, and let's watch the show. Oh no! Oh no! What? What are they doing? What did we do? Oh, we did that, of course. Forward and backward. This is amazing. Well, thank you. Could you recommend some books to learn 3D math, graphics, or engine dev? Maybe. Let's think about it a little bit. I'm sure there's something I could recommend. Okay, let's see. Press R. Yeah. Isn't that nice? Now the only thing we need to do is just do the resetting. I wonder if we actually need to, like, I don't think we even need to mess with those limits at all, right? Just because if you have it in a very strange, you know, pose, something like this, right? And now you press R, and maybe I'll even put it as close as I can here. And now I press R. It will kind of just like, it will just follow those limits anyway. Like we probably don't even really, you know, benefit from making them more soft, unless we want to just make them more soft for, you know, for the player as well. So that may be something that we'll want to look into. That should be fun. And then once we get this rotation done, let's just see what happens if we, like, you know, connect like a car, lift up like a car or something, and then we'll reset the thing. I bet it will be kind of violent in a lot of ways. So now we can't use this arm and world position anymore for this. But what we can do is probably some sort of rotation thing. Let's see. Let's go to that apply steering values again. Rotation around root. So here we are quite simply yeah, we're storing a rotation here, and we're rotating this seed node. So first of all, I kind of don't like the way this is done. Let's instead do const rot equals quaternion init rotation y. I know why that's historically been like that, because I didn't have those init versions of it, but it was kind of annoying that you had to like create a variable first and then modify it. So that's nicer. I mean, we can in theory at least we can kind of read the rotation from this, but I wonder if that is actually the easiest way to do that. Steering values, oh, steering values, right? Come on. Why don't you want to? Oh, it's called the same. Steering values, right? So okay, this is the thing that I was actually looking for earlier. Steering values.x, rotation around root. Yeah, this is simple. I think this guy basically needs to be 0. So rest pose rotation. Let's look at that. Yeah, it's 0 when it's in the rest pose. Let's see. Pedro, you can start looking at the tutorial learn OpenGL. Yeah, it's a really good one. There's also some math subjects explained like vectors and matrices. OpenGL is quite easy to learn. Yeah. Yeah, I might have some recommendations in a little bit. I just want to get this done now. But if you hang around, I will give you like a few recommendations in a little bit. Anyway, we can just read this guy here, right? So now we come to the last state, and so current rotation is self.arm.steering values. This is a propagated value, so we need to call get to get the vector 3 out of it, and then we want to just read x from that rotation around root. And now the question is, of course, we would like to basically, like, I don't remember how I did this. Is it like is it going to be a negative value until we reach like the half circle, or is it going to be just a positive value all the time, and then it just wraps at the whole circle? So we're gonna need to actually figure that out. So let's copy this whole line here, and we'll go somewhere, just anywhere really. Tick, for example, and just do printf. I just want to see how that value actually lives. So current rotation, that would be a decimal value with 2 decimal places, and that's just current rotation, like so. Let's print that out. Because we want to basically have the crane rotate the shortest way to get to the rest position, right? It's not really a requirement, but it would be kind of nice. So, okay, it's already printing things here. So how does this actually work? Now, if we start rotating this, right, it becomes negative until it becomes like half pi, or no, sorry, pi actually. Yeah. Full circle is 2 pi, of course. So until it becomes pi, and then it becomes what? Then it becomes a positive one. Okay, excellent. Yeah, because I think like some of these cases I've actually made it so that like it goes from 0 to 2 pi for full circle, but here it's just divided into a positive and a negative side. Okay, that's completely fine. That's actually probably easier. Right. That's actually probably easier. Yeah, and then it just wraps. Excellent. Okay. Yeah, that'll work. So, if the current rotation is, maybe we'll just use the same epsilon here, and we can tweak it later if we want to. We'll get this whole thing here. So, if the current rotation is rest rotation, which is basically 0, but I mean you can override that if you want to. Then, you know, print we are done, hooray, or something. Rest position reached. And this guy will actually just go to inactive. But if we're not yet there, then we need to figure out, okay, is current rotation positive? And that would mean that, again, we want to reset basically everything except, let's see here. Yeah, let's do it like this. Before we enter the switch, we do state. If state is not inactive, right, then we just reset everything to 0. And that way we don't have to keep repeating ourselves here over and over again, like so. Right. So left right is what it's called. Yeah. So if current rotation is more than 0, then this should be -1, right? Else 1 or something. Something like that. I don't know. Let's see. We can quite simply just rotate that thing. We don't need to mess around with the other things here until we know the rotation is the correct one. So now if I press Y, right? I had it the wrong way around. Now it just keeps going there. Okay, I had it the wrong way around. So let's be a little more elegant about this and go left right equals if current rotation larger than 0, 1, else -1, right? Isn't that basically it? Yeah, I think these can be the same. So forward, backward is like equals if this, basically, -1, else 1. And same thing here. And I bet this could be simplified even further, but let's keep it like this for now. Oh. No F's. When will I learn? That's what happens when you spend like half of your time writing C++ and the other half Zig. And then these things that are like almost the same, they just become possible to keep separated. Okay. And boom. Okay. So crane, rotation. Oh. Yeah, you can see that actually it went down a little bit. I mean, this kind of works. To be fair, it probably actually works quite well enough for the demo, but it's not exactly what we wanted. If we delete this game object, just create a new one here. Boom. You can see that, like, okay, if I now just press R without having actually moved this anywhere, it actually goes down and a little bit forward. I think I know what the problem is here. I think it has to do with this offset node somehow not being taken into account. Like if you see here this piece here, the sort of first of these two arm pieces, it actually doesn't rotate around the root exactly. Like the center of the root would be somewhere here. It actually kind of rotates around this place, and it's a little upward from that. And I think that offset kind of matched that sort of small little nudge that it did. So I think we need to probably go into like the not the root node's position, but the offset node's position to get that fixed. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm sure that's not really a problem. Okay, now we can anyway just press R and check it out. It just basically figures it out for us. Isn't that cool? And if we press R now and then we stop it, we just apply some input, it interrupts it for us. That's cool. I like it a lot. Ah, see, yeah. Yeah, there's something that we might want to actually look at. Oh, these things always happen with this. Like, now we're doing so. We're first we're retracting the cable. Then we are correcting it vertically. Then we are correcting it horizontally. But if you see what happens now, it just goes like an tries to correct it vertically, but it can't because it's not allowed. It's not allowed to go any lower. So it gets stuck there. If we put it here and now we try to reset it, you can see that now it kind of knows how to do it, but it just slides along that. It just slides along that edge there, which is a little stupid. So I already have a fix for this in mind, which I think should be a pretty simple fix, but we'll see. I think we need to run the horizontal and vertical like alternate between those two until one of them has reached its goal, right? And then we only do the other one. That would mean that it would resolve these situations quicker. But yeah, that's nice. That's really kind of neat. Like as a base concept, works quite well. Let's get the gripper here. Gripper is kind of a funky vehicle in many ways. It's not really finished, as I'm sure you can see. It's kind of difficult to drive, and it's also kind of difficult to lift. But we can lift it, no problem. Hey, and then just lower it down. Lower it down. Oh. Right, like this. Actually, let's just like put this down here. Let's see how it handles this. So I'm just pressing Y, and I'm not touching the controls at all. Yeah, it's pretty violent. As you can see, it's not really trying to be gentle. But I guess that is just the nature of this. Is that it is pretty violent. We can make it a little slower, just the movement of this. We can even make the resetting be slow. That's why we have those float values there. -1 and +1. They are just a multiplier, so we can just make them, half, and then it will essentially move the half the speed. Yeah, it's really quite violent. Okay, but this is basically working. Let's fix those things. But so for Pedro, I will show you one book that I found to teach the math really well. It's not really a math book, and it's kind of not even up to date anymore. I've listed this in a previous stream where we discussed game development books. But still, I thought this taught me the math required quite well. And this is I only recommend this book if you can find it like dirt cheap or for free or something these days, because the DirectX stuff in here is, well, first of all, it's DirectX 11, which is an excellent API in my opinion. It's like the most suitable for newcomers still to this day. However, some of the concepts in this book are like out of date. One might argue that all of DirectX 11 is out of date to some extent. I mean, I'm still using it for the game that you just saw, but still, it's pretty old. But even with DirectX 11 standards, there are some things in here, such as the effect system, that is kind of out of date. However, the math in this was presented in a way that like I understood really well. So especially if you want to do DirectX, if you want to work with DirectX, the APIs, then this is a really good book to learn the math. And you can even like I think Frank Luna, the author, has on his website even some instructions on like how to avoid the deprecated stuff if you want to build with this. Everything should still work. That's kind of the nice thing with Microsoft stuff. Everything kind of like is backwards compatible, but the effects framework that this uses is, it's not like super it's not a good idea to use today. The reason I'm suggesting this is that it rather than like a math textbook, this basically teaches you a concept and then shows it to you in like a 3D accelerated little example thing on the screen, which just like was super motivating to me, at least when I learned this. So that's one book. If you want to learn game engine development in general, then there's a guy called Jason Gregory who works at Naughty Dog and on Naughty Dog's engine. And this is sort of like the undisputed Bible of game engine programming books. And this covers like everything that you might want to know about game engine programming. It is not, however, contrary to the Frank Luna book I just showed you, it is not a book that like has an example, has like a working example after each thing. It shows you, because like that would not be that would not really be sensible to do. This thing goes through so many things that it kind of can only scratch the surface. But it is a really good book. I haven't actually read the third edition, so I don't know what they've added. But I actually have both the first and the second editions. Hey Matt, yes, we're book club now. Everyone gets to present their favorite Agatha Christie novel. Starting with you. What else? Some other resources. Yeah, Learn OpenGL is really good. There's one place. What was it? Like, there's a website called, is it Flipcode? Is it Flipcode? Yeah, Flipcode. There's a really old page. In the summer of 2005, Flipcode closed its doors. However, Flipcode has, especially when it comes to like you know, math and things like that. Some really interesting things. I occasionally just like flip through this and go like, how you know, how have they figured something out? Because there's like some of these things are just timeless. You know, you shouldn't look at it like a pixel shader 2.0 example. That's not. This is actually when shaders written in assembly. But yeah, I still like occasionally look through this and go like, that's interesting. How have they done that? You only know Murder on the Orient Express and Death on the Nile. Okay, well, I don't think I could like list a single title. I just know the guy, Poirot or whatever his name is. What else? GameDev.net used to be really good, but the site is just kind of a mess. It is still a pretty good place to ask questions. There's some really no. There's a really nice and helpful for people hanging out on the forums. And as opposed to some discords or other forums that are kind of geared towards some certain, you know, discipline, like audio design or graphics programming, whatever. This is just for like everything. But yeah, you kind of need to run like an ad blocker when you visit this site these days. But yeah, I've learned a lot from GameDev.net. What else? Game programming patterns is pretty good. Is this actually even? Can you read this online? Yeah, you can read this online. Well, this one then. Game Programming Patterns by Robert Nystrom. This has some really good concepts and ideas. I definitely recommend reading through this. You can just do it directly here on the web. And you can do like, okay, bytecode. Like, all right, how does bytecode work? And he has some like beautiful drawings here and everything. This is a super good resource. Spatial partition. It's really useful. Object pools. What else? Components. Yeah, I'll probably come up with more, but if I go like, okay, yeah, so these were my recommendations, you know, best of luck. Then you know, 5 minutes after the person has left, I'm like, oh, I should have, you know, should have recommended this or that. So I'll try to keep it in mind and occasionally drop some more recommendations for you. Okay, so we need to fix this one issue that we had. And for that, we need to basically keep a little bit more state here in our resetter. The nice thing is that we have like the whole logic here, the whole state machine is here now in this type, and the interface can remain the same. So we're just gonna have to change things up a little bit. So I think what we'll do is we'll collapse these two guys into a single state. So reset pose. Let's call it position. That would be number 2. That would be number 3. So covers both horizontal and vertical. Right. So it goes in here, and then, you know, we I think we almost have this already. Let's see. Just to go into that. Okay. So the state is inactive there, yes, and then we need to basically track, you know, horizontal position reached. That's a bool. Set to false. Let's set vertical first. Like so. And then we need one more, which is basically like which one do we update next. While none of these two have been reached, we ping pong between them. Right? So what do we call that? Position ping pong. Why not? So with ping we do ping is vertical and pong is horizontal. And this might sound or seem like a very stupid naming convention, but it's actually not, because if someone sees ping pong, they know that, okay, it just flips back and forth between both of them. So that's, I think that might actually be a pretty sensible way to do it. Now we will be very happy to have this start method here, because now we need to reset all of this stuff. Horizontal position reached false, and self ping pong is false. So we need it to be false and true, right? The game engine architecture book also has the bonus of being a weapon in the case of home invasion. It is, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, what is it like? Is it like 900 pages or something? Let's have a look. It's quite a brick. Oh, it's even more. 1,240 pages. Yeah, so this is not for the you know, for the faint of heart. You need to do like cardio just to lift this thing. Yeah, I don't have the I don't have the third edition. I think I have the second and first edition. I think the second edition is something like 900. Yeah, that's crazy. But at least you get a lot of information there, and it's mostly pretty good information. All right. So this thing here, all of this is the same, and now we need to somehow figure out, okay, which one do we do? So let's call this like do vertical, and we do vertical if my brain hurts here. So both of these are false. Then we ping pong between them, right? I think I just need to like type this out to actually like see this before me. So if vertical positions reached, if not vertical position reached, and not self horizontal position reached. Now we do the ping ponging, and so basically yeah, we could use like a Zig block thing here if I can remember the syntax. Let's see, BLK. This is a pretty nice thing that I can never remember the syntax for. Let's do it like this. Const do vertical. Vertical is block. That comment is not valid. and then we break like this, and then inside of this block we can do things, right? So yeah, just unused block label. Yeah, we need to do something with this. So we just do self dot actually self dot position ping pong is not self position ping pong, and then we break block self position ping pong, right? Else if self vertical position reached, then return false. Else if, well, that's just an else, right? Is this just a way to like over engineer this thing? Probably. And then we can see here that okay, now this actually just folds into this, right? Yeah, Boolean logic, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes you just got to like, sometimes you just got to basically write this out, and then you can see that okay, that actually kind of folds neatly into this or that. Let's write some comments here. If neither V nor H have been reached, update take turns trying to reach them. If one of the positions have been reached, update the other one. Right. I think this should be fine, and then basically we just need to set this to true here. And set this to true here. And then finally, if both are true, vertical position reached and horizontal position reached. This is where we go to the next. All right. Is this gonna just completely blow up in my face? Maybe. Maybe it is. Yep, only one way to find out. But this should, like, in theory at least, or I don't know in theory, but like arguably this should look nicer, because now it's kind of sort of like doing both at the same time. And that should look perhaps less, I don't know, robotic. So try something like this, and then yeah, that's not bad. Yeah, it's moving sort of like horizontally, and then at the end it does the rotation. The rotation doesn't seem to quite like match. I think that epsilon might have to be smaller for the rotation. just because the steps are smaller there, right? We're not reaching like 20 meters. We're only doing pi, so 3.14, 15, 92, and so on. Yeah, that's better. Now it kind of aligns it in a nicer way. Okay, so now let's look at this problematic case here. Just nicely visible against that background there. So like if we move it up here, and now we press Y, now it goes sort of diagonally in that way until it reaches that. Yeah, that's really nice. Until it reaches the edge, and if we just put it right here in the corner, and now we do it, now we can see that it's kind of sliding. It no longer gets stuck there in that crevice. Hey, that's nice. Hey, that's nice. I just like currently I have so many tasks on my demo to-do list here that like whenever I just get something that kind of works out, I'm just like, ah, yes, so good. Yeah, it's jittering a little bit, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Okay, let's do some more acrobatics here with the scout. Something like this. Rip. And reset. I mean, if we want to, we can even alternate between the rotation. All right. Because now what it's doing is now if we do this, and then it kind of drags it along when it's pretty far down already, right? Wouldn't it be nice if we just did like something like this, where it kind of rotated as it moved? Wouldn't that be cool? Wouldn't that be cool? I don't know if it would. Maybe it would. Broop. What is stopping the player from lifting themselves over the wall at the lift area and then soft locking? Well, without spoiling too much, if you lift yourself over the area, you will not be soft locking. What actually happens if you do that? You would just have to play the game to figure out. See for yourself what happens. But I promise you, you will not be soft locking. Or well, no, let's not say that. I didn't say that. I don't promise anyone that the game won't soft lock, but, but let's just say that I planned for that. Whether or not I did it correctly, then that's a different thing. Well, let's just say that the wall being, at a comfortable height where someone might use some tools to lift vehicles over the wall. That's a deliberate choice. The wall height is a deliberate choice that has been reached through years and years of careful consideration and evaluation of the gameplay needs of this particular piece of entertainment software. Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Like, yeah, you can do this. Look at this. Like, this level being this this shape. Yeah, I should really get rid of these debug visualizations now. They're kind of annoying. This level being this particular shape is not like happenstance. For example, this area here, you might notice that it has two of these. What do you call these? Like ridges, or this sort of like obstacles here, right? And if you reach as far as you can go now with this guy, place them maybe there somewhere. Whoop. And then disable the magnet like this. Driver. You can see that, okay, we have one of these obstacles. We're able to overcome it by just lifting up the car onto this plateau here. So why is there a second one? Well, the second one is there because, as far as I know, and I might be wrong, and I'd love it if someone would prove me wrong in this, because that would mean that, first of all, someone would actually be playing this game, and that would be nice. But even not counting that, I just love it when people break games. That's the most interesting thing sometimes. This second one is here because you can't like easily lift yourself over it. That's kind of the idea here. But you can definitely go and explore this area here, and you can even see that, like, okay, we're kind of close to the mother vehicle here. I don't think you can necessarily switch to the mother vehicle from over here, for example. I don't think we're close enough to it, but that magnet there actually counts as being close enough to. So you can see it, like, just when we go close enough to the magnet, even though we're kind of close, we're kind of far away from the car here, we can switch back to it now, because you're specifically sort of encouraged to just like find strange places here to actually, you know, go explore. That is kind of like a core concept of this game. Yeah, now if we actually, I can't radio that vehicle now, unfortunately. But now if we made it reset its crane, and you know, let's say this vehicle was like standing on top of something, and this magnet is just, you know, reaching down to us here. If we then make it reset its crane, and so it sort of retracts the cable, then currently there's no command to give it to, like, hey, please position your crane so that I can reach you. That's not a thing. Or maybe that should be a thing in the game. It sounds like slightly more complex to implement, but I'm sure we can figure that out as well. Here, of course, it's not really a problem, because we could just jump down here and then switch to it this way. And yeah, cargo crane, press Y, and it just does the resetting. That's nice. It's nice, and it just works, and you can even just start driving while it's doing it. It's so cool. So cool, you guys. Okay. Righty-o. Well, I have some things that I thought we could still do here. First of all, we could figure out why that offset thing happens in the beginning. And I think that might just be a fact of, like, if I now reset the crane, it kind of goes forward and downward. And I think that might just be because we are sampling the wrong thing. So this won't really be the root node anymore, but we can just try this out. So after the root node we have the offset. And I think that is probably what it needs to be. Also might not be, but we'll see. Okay, so now if I press Y, yeah, now it is. Now it's in the, you can see it's sort of running through the whole litany of states here all in one go. So that was an easy fix. Yeah. That's an easy fix. Okay. Now we can't really call this the root space matrix anymore, but let's call it let's call this the offset. The arm and offset space. Matrix, and that actually kind of makes perfect sense if you think about it, because arm and offset position, there we go, because these are specifically offsets that we're working with here. Right, rest post vertical offset, rest post horizontal offset. It's almost as if I thought about it at some point, but then I misremembered it, and that's fine. Okay, so that's one thing. The other thing is that we could do not just a ping pong, but like a what the third one would be here with the rotation. Do like a little bit of rotation as well. But maybe we don't do that. Maybe we'll just leave it as it is for now. I think that's probably fine. One more thing I might want to do though is, let's see, limit distance threshold. We don't actually even use that, do we? No. Well, that's one bug fix that we need to do. Pre-tick. Right, it's in the arm. That's probably why. So two joint crane arm. There we go. Limit distance threshold. We're still not using it, so this is a mistake on my part. It should be here, right? So that would be self.params.limit distance threshold. How far from movement limits we are applying corrections? That's a good comment, but we might want to put it up near this guy. One world unit, okay. Let's just start with like a smaller correction when we are at the threshold, because now we're doing it at the double the threshold value we just had. So basically, like, we start limiting the movement earlier. So if I move it like this, yeah, that's nicer, because it no longer jitters there along the edges of that, right? So if we go here, take a closer look at this, it should be smoother now, like it kind of just smoothly moves up there. Now if I move it down, it kind of just smoothly goes past the edge there. You can still probably intersect this if you mess with it enough, but yeah, there we go. Burp. But the end of it won't be intersected. The end of it is the important part here. Yeah. Yeah, this is nice. Kind of just prevents you from doing some stupid things. Yeah, here you can see, like, if you try to move it down, it kind of just stops it. If you try to move it back, it kind of just stops it. If you move it down and back, it kind of just like starts misbehaving a little bit. I might want to look at that at some point, but it's not super important right now. I'd say the important part is not, the resetting works, not really getting stuck in any weird poses anymore. And this should allow the user and the AI to do cool things. The last thing we need to do with this resetting is actually make it so that it can be sent as a radio message to the AI. Right. So it should be basically exactly the same thing. We're just triggering it from a different sort of entry point. Yeah, this is really handy. I should have done this. I should have done this previously. It's just like I wasn't exactly sure how to figure out these limits. And this is really nice. This is really nice. This just works really well. Excellent. But yeah, let's do that, and when that is done, and that shouldn't hopefully take all that long, then I think what we will do is we will consider this system to be done, and we will go on to modeling and texturing this crane. Not do anything super stupid or not brain fart. Not do anything super fancy That's what I tried to say. I will probably want to just tweak these shapes a little bit. This is basically done, of course, but you have things like, you know, flat shading on some of these parts here, and maybe some of these shapes should be a little perhaps tweaked, and then we'll texture it, and then it should be done for the demo, except for the audio, as I mentioned previously. But that's the plan. So let's do the radio message, then I will take like a 10-minute break, go put on a cup of coffee, and then we'll get to doing that. Actually, one more thing that I could do here. This is maybe getting slightly unnecessarily fancy with this system, but let's, here in the cargo crane pose resetter, let's remove that stuff. We don't need that anymore. Let's have a movement speed multiplier, and we'll just set this to 0.5. It can then be changed later if we want to. And now basically all these places where we have 1.0 or minus 1.0, it needs to be self.movement speed instead. And that just means that we can make this correction a little more, shall we say, a little less violent, especially if you're lifting something pretty heavy. It can get somewhat violent when you actually do the corrections. And then we have the, is it in the arm that we do the debug rendering? Yeah, so we can just get rid of that. We don't really need those debug shapes there anymore. Boom. All right, so now the movement of the crane is still pretty fast. I changed it, and I was thinking I might want to actually make it so that if you have something connected, you know, if the magnet is active, lifting something, then the movement speed would be slower. That's not really related to the correction at all, of course. That's just a completely separate thing. That's something that I might want to do, but if I do that, I'll just do it later. And it's probably a pretty small and simple thing to do. But now though, the resetting of this is slower, just so that if we do something a little crazy, then at least it won't necessarily like launch into space. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, excellent. I think I'll just quite simply comment out these info texts here. We could put it behind some constant so that we can toggle them on and off, but I'm not going to do that right now. So there. That doesn't need to have it. Maybe it does. Okay. Oh, I guess all cases need to have like a comma after them in the switch case in Zig. Okay. So how did we actually enable this? Then we just called self resetter start. Right. Yeah. Okay. So if we go and have a look at the, what was it called? Com radio component. On message sent cargo crane set rest pose. So what this really needs to do here is basically just do if cargo crane component resetter state is inactive, then cargo crane component resetter start, right? And if it is already active, then you know we can do something else. I don't have a radio message to you know I don't have a radio message to really tell the player that hey, already on it, but maybe we could add that. I have just some init placeholder bars for character. It's just something that I added here because I don't have any localized barks yet. Yeah, maybe we can do that. So let's do like com radio message. Already in progress, right? And I typically split this up into like generic ones. So generic already on it bark, and then we have like a let's actually move that there. And then we have like a movement specific, because the movement barks are typically kind of like it doesn't necessarily make sense to say the same thing if it concerns movement. So rather than going like I'm doing it already, it would be like, you know, I'm on my way there or something like that. So let's just copy this here. And this kind of weird looking oh, it's supposed to be that, and then it's supposed to be that. Yeah, this weird looking iscom radio bark thing here was added because I had a plan to actually use some of these barks for things that aren't barked over the com radio. So that's why it kind of just lists everything currently, but that was the plan at least. Let's see if that actually ends up being the case. So already in progress, we want maybe a couple of them. Let's just copy this here. Movement ones would be like already on my way, or what should the other one be? Something like I'm heading there already, whatever, I don't know. And this would be like, you know, already on it, or I don't know, already doing it. I don't know. Something like that. Okay, so now then the radio here could you know, rather than playing like a radio bark that yeah we're doing it, which I guess we could just move there, we could just play like a generic already in progress, right? So we don't wanna start it if it's already happening. Okay, hopefully this should be everything we need. Let's tweak this launch file here to not actually load the level so that we can just go directly into the game. And then we just load this because this is the easiest way to, well, actually it's not, I lied. As of last stream, it's no longer the easiest way to talk to the mother over radio. We can just do this load. What is it? Physics? No. Crane reset. This one. Right. So if we go like reset cargo crane, it does sure thing, but of course there's nothing to do. So let's switch here and just move this somewhere. Let's make it so that it actually takes a little while for it to happen. Right. Switch the driver, switch the vehicle. So now if we send it, you know, reset cargo crane, it just, yeah, okay, and then it starts doing the thing. If we do it again, it goes already doing it. So it does work. Already on it. I guess we could like even have a third alternative, which is like if the crane is already in the rest position, it could go like, I don't need to do that, it's already there, but that's being, again, that's being fancy. Yeah, okay. And let's do one more final funny thing before I go make myself a cup of coffee. So, you know, we do this. We do this, and then we lower the thing. We can even lower the crane itself a little bit, like so. And then we activate the magnet. Then we go to driver, and then we switch to this vehicle. So now we are this vehicle, and we have, if we try to drive away now, we are gonna have a problem. Come on, let me go. Come on. It doesn't happen. But what we can do now is go like, hey, reset cargo crane. And what will actually happen is that, oh, we're camera intersecting. We're actually being lifted aboard the mother vehicle now. Isn't this fun? A little violently, but hey. That is what's happening. Right, so this is a little stupid. Just a little. And it looks like my collision meshes don't quite... Yeah, you can see the collision is perfectly fine. It's just that the collision mesh doesn't quite line up with either the wheel or the mother vehicle itself. Well, hey, that's fun. Just let go of that thing. Boom. Come on. And then it follows you around like a puppy. Come on, puppy. Yeah, probably needs a better audio for the radio. Okay. Well, hey, that's fun. That's fun. It does work. Really nice. And it drives up next to us. How cool is that? Let's see what happens if we... Can it actually lift you aboard if we drive from the other direction? So we just go down here. Down, 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 down. And the magnet gets a little crazy when you do that. So we'll just lift it around the vehicle like this. We need to go sort of past the halfway point, so like this basically. And then just, you know, have it there or something, I don't know. Okay, so driver, and now we can switch to this guy. And then we can go, okay, bring me aboard. And then it does it. Again, kind of poorly, but but it does it. One thing that we could do is just add that, tweak that rest vertical position to be a little higher, just like ever so slightly higher, and then this vehicle could kind of fit without being sort of slanted like this. But this is actually really fun now. Like, you can just drive up to this guy and go like, hey, okay, I'm here, take me aboard. And then when you're aboard, or even before that for that matter, you can just switch to the driving role of the mother vehicle, and you can drive away while the thing is just lifting your scout aboard. That's fun. That's fun. Okay. All right, folks. We're done with one of two tasks for today. The remaining task is the art task. So basically, finish up the modeling and texturing, at least for the demo, for the crane. So we can finally see it somewhat demo ready. And that will take place in about 10 minutes after I've gone and made myself a cup of coffee. So let's put up a graphic here to let people coming in know what's going on. Did I zoom that? No. No, I did not. Okay. And yeah, I will be back in about 10 minutes. Alrighty then, hello, and welcome back, welcome to the stream, depending on if you just joined or not. Let's see if I can get through this without completely losing my voice again here. So, we've reached the part now where we're going to model the crane here. Let's have a look. Cargo crane. Cargo crane. Viz. Right. So that's just the visualization ring, right? Let's see what we have. I haven't really messed around with this for a while. Yes, that's that one. Except I have done the this you know, limits mesh here, which you can see if you turn on those debug drawings there in the game. And then we have the magnet itself. This one also needs to get a little bit of love. How's this actually UV unwrapped? Yeah, just probably some kind of, I don't know, smart UV projection or something. But let's take this guy and let's actually remove that block out thing there. So basically I just want to kind of want to kind of continue where I stopped last time I modeled this thing. So we have these in sort of like a few different versions here. The collisions we can just quite simply toggle off. We won't need that. We don't need to actually mess with that at all. So here we have two models. One is sort of posed in a slightly more realistic sort of stance, I guess, and the other one are like the parts, how they are actually supposed to be. So that's probably fine. Let's use this blockout used in game. So you know, if we call this something like crane instead. Right, so that's base blockout. Base blockout, blockout. Yeah, and I actually have like this part here is made up of two different pieces. This was kind of like the idea originally, that you would be able to like adjust the length of this crane, right? That's why it's kind of made into two pieces like this, at least like visually. Of course that never happened. So now we kind of have this piece here, which looks like a little strange maybe, but I don't know, maybe I'll keep it as it is, at least the overall visuals of this mostly as it is, because I might want to make it later so that this thinner piece can actually move sort of in and out. That might be interesting. But okay, I think I'm gonna start just by, before I do any super crazy additions to this, let's actually start the game here. Because we should just be able to, you know, like everything here, we should be able to hot update this stuff. Oh, I don't know actually, maybe can we hot update this thing? I'm not sure. Well, we're just gonna have to see if it actually hot updates. But if you take like this base here, now we can remove this 001s here. Start with the base, just look at it and go like, okay, well this looks kind of alright, I guess. We do want to shade it auto smooth though, so that we have kind of these surfaces that are supposed to be round are actually round. If we just export this now as a basis mesh, crane arm base. Yeah, I don't want the blockout actually to be there, so we're just gonna have to, you know, export it separately. Let's see. Base block. Yeah, it's actually used here. I'm not sure this is actually going to be hot updatable because these are kind of a special case anyway. Put the mesh or material resource paths in the params so they can be overridden. Yeah, that's something I should do. Code Stealthy says, looks cool 3D art. Cool. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Right, so do we actually have this round now? Is it round? It does look kind of round. It's not necessarily quite round though. Smooth by angle, right? So yeah, like 30. I don't know, for some reason this doesn't look quite smooth. That, for example, doesn't look quite smooth. And some other things do look kind of smooth. Like this looks smooth, but this doesn't. I wonder if it's just like a case of do we need to somehow, like, I actually want these to be sharp, so let's make them sharp. Same thing with these and those, right? Yep. Yeah, like it doesn't hot update clearly because of how the. Actually, we can probably just like destroy the vehicle and create a new one. It should actually have them recreated them properly, I think. And it might actually be, yeah, I think what we need to do here, because we have like both, we're trying to figure out the smoothness of this guy, but it's really tricky when this thing is using like this material here. So let's just use one of the standard blockout materials. Blockout, what do we have? Like maybe blue, for example. Resource path. Just copy that there. Yeah, that should work. Because then we don't have those checkerboard shapes there messing with us. Yeah, so this looks better. Right, sorry, I had to blow my nose there. Code Stealthy says, looks cool 3D art. And tips for beginner 3D, because any tips for beginner C++ coders? No, not really. Not really. I don't really know what's cool in C++ land these days, to be honest. So probably not. was thinking of practicing with Raylib and making basic 2D games. That that sounds like a pretty good approach. I haven't used Raylib myself. I've heard it's pretty nice, especially for 2D stuff. So I would say that sounds like a pretty good approach, yeah. Man, this camera is just jittering all over the place now. What is going on? Anyway, now we can see that yes, okay, these are indeed round. I think I was confused by some of these edges to the checkers, even though they are filtered. Kind of looked strange, but now we can see that they are indeed round, so that's good. Okay, let's just make sure that we can actually replace these objects here with their new models. Sometimes when you work on something like this after a long time, you realize that, oh, actually I had you know, exported something with like an offset somewhere or whatever, and then, you know, things kind of didn't work out. Why is that sharp there? That's strange. That is strange indeed. Same thing there. Why would that be the case? Smooth. That's what I always check nowadays. Custom split data, but doesn't seem to be the case here. Flat, smooth. Oh, is it just yeah. I have two vertices on top of each other there and there. All right. Well, that's stupid. Let's not have that. All right, so let's make those sharp. Rest of it looks pretty good. Yeah, I think this crane has been kind of clean for a while already, so shouldn't be like a whole lot we need to do modeling wise, but maybe some small funny small little things. So crane arm, this would be bone 0, and just do it without that block out there. And then bone 1 as well, and this probably has like needs the most fixing up. Let's do bone 0 first. So take block out away and kind of just use this material with it for now. Just had the wonderful experience of finding out the reason a bunch of weird behavior in my project is because I have a previous version of a system being called along with the new one. Classic. This falls into the category of like you're building a new system. You're wrapping the new system in some sort of, you know, container. It can be a module, or it can be a class, or it can be a, I don't know, struct with some data, something. And then there's some kind of entry point to that system, right? There's some sort of thing you need to call to like get it up and running, or whatever. And then you are you're building it and you're writing the code for that system, and then at some point you test it and you're like, huh, that's strange. That's weird. I don't know. I don't understand why that is happening. And then you put breakpoints everywhere and you realize that I'm not hitting these breakpoints. And then you start to look at like, is my debugger somehow broken? Or like, do I need to just restart Visual Studio or something? Like why is none of these things actually being hit? And then you realize at some point that, oh, I have never even called that one function that, you know, starts this whole thing, and I've just been running without it the whole time. That's why none of my breakpoints are firing. Gotta go. We'll watch some of your visits. Good luck on project. Well, thank you. The same to you. Good luck with your Raylib stuff or whatever you end up doing. See you another time, maybe. Okay, so that's 2 objects now. I now realize why I haven't seen those incorrect normals, because one has been hidden like inside of this top piece here. The other one has been like mostly under here, under this thing. So that would explain why I've never noticed that I had incorrect normals in places. Okay. Right. This looks weird. Why do I have it like this? I think maybe I should just move it kind of over there. And these 2 as well. Yeah, there's like a case where the things are sort of, they're almost, that's not the one I want. I want that one and that one. They're almost straight, but not quite, which just, you know, makes things harder for everyone. Well, yeah, I think that will do. And then, like, why do we even need this guy? We don't really, so let's just remove that guy. I just never started the behavior tree. Yeah, behavior tree would be one of those containers that I mentioned. Yeah. Oh, here we have actually something I kind of want to clean up a little bit. Like this is sort of like the way that Blender quite often tessellates these things when you do like a bevel. Does this strange little bow here in the middle. So are you, Matt, still working on your space station game, or is this something else? Oh, I had done it on this side for that was confusing. All right. Yeah, some confuse stuff here. That's how it always goes. Looks pretty clean otherwise. This sort of end here is a little strange. I don't exactly know what to do about that, but I don't know if I have any ideas for making it better. Yeah, still on that. Really should have made some more videos about it. Yeah, I remember it being pretty slick. So by all means, do that. Okay, here you can see like a triangle or an edge, that one, but I don't have it on this side. Like, what? Come on. Focus. I mean, it will probably have been tessellated like that anyway, but it's like, it's lazy. What is going on? This is really a blockout, as the name suggests. Just a very long-lived blockout, and now it will get the questionable honor of being the real thing. Actually, maybe I should bevel all the way there. Yeah, it's quite a weird end to this. I don't exactly know what to do about it, but I don't know. At the same time, I don't hate it. It's pretty small on the screen and all of that. So maybe just like, you know, don't care about it. Don't worry about it that much. You can see this edge though, so there's clearly something going on. Right. Gets a little wider there. Why is that? That's not necessarily what we want. Yeah, I don't think that's what we want at all. Oh, what's happening? What's happening? I don't think that's what we want at all. I think what we want is basically that. Yeah, now we can see, now it just goes away completely. That's better. Same thing here. Like so. I mean, this shape here on the side is really strange though. What do we do about that? What do we do about that? Maybe just subdivide that. And bring that in. Bring that in. Put an edge there, put an edge there. Dissolve those ones. Same thing here. What? Move up. Just a little bit, like not a lot. And actually we can just move them up in the global C. Yeah, the problem is this looks a little strange. Still looks a little strange. Well, one thing we want to do here is make sure that we're all on the same level here as this, like so. And then I think we might want to bring this one in, as in forwards, a little bit. I mean, it's all right. It's not my best work. It's not my best work, but I kind of just want this done now. Something needs to happen here on this arm here. This is like super boring. Something needs to happen here visually, otherwise it's just gonna be really bad, quite frankly. So let's make something happen here. I don't know exactly what yet, but we'll find out. So move this forward. Oh, actually, yeah, I wanna bevel that, right? Like so. So we get two of these that are kind of straight. Extrude along normals. Yeah, I kind of don't really know what I'm what I'm going for. I think I will know it only when I see it. Make this a little bit thicker there, and then we cut it up in a few places, something like that, and then right, bring that over there and bring that over there, and now we should be able to just scale it. We need it to be median point scale, not Y. We can bring it in, but ever so slightly, not that much. Nah, it needs to be more. Maybe the thing is that we want these sort of thicker pieces to be the exception rather than the rule. That is possible. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. I wasn't really planning on making any changes to this, but now that I look at it, I'm just like, it's bleh. It's meh. It's meh is what it is. Let's export this and let's see what we get. This would be bone 1 without the blockout part. Right, like so. Now we can at least get it into the game. And yeah, I need to remember to not necessarily like always reload the whole game. I should just be able to make a change, and then these things don't auto update, unfortunately, but I can destroy this object and create a new one, and then it should work. Like, you need to do a little bit of work on whatever is actually using the mesh to have it be completely hot updatable. And if you're using like a standard mesh component, then that work is kind of done for you. But here I'm just requesting a mesh from Zig, just by path, right? And so the resource system doesn't really know what you plan to do with that. And so you kind of need to tell it if you know something is to happen to it if you re-export it. Oh hey Alex, welcome to the stream. So if I make a change here, let's just try something, do like a really obvious change here, and export this, and then you can see here that it actually did export the bin mesh file, but nothing shows up in the editor. But if I did destroy this game object and create a new one, now you see it there, because it's the resource system is providing a new version of it, but the mesh component kind of needs to actually want that. And clearly this 2-joint crane arm doesn't do that. I think like render objects can be set up to handle that, right? Call this if the resources have been updated to update the render object. Yeah, so you can do that if you want to. You can probably just find some places here. Reload render object resources. Where's this call from? Right, so you need to hook up a callback the resource manager. You go like, I want this resource, and I want this method to be called when it updates. But we don't actually even have the resource pointer here. We could just get it out of the render object. Like this probably has the resource. It has the material resource. Huh. Does it actually not have that? It probably just throws it away then. That's stupid. Blah blah blah. Create mesh. Mesh mutable, immutable. Mesh resource path. Here we go. Yeah, okay. You can see the whole the whole flow is right there. So it creates the resource pointer, gets the mesh out of it, and then releases the resource. So the resource is the one that you need to pass to that resource manager if you want notifications when that updates. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that now. Let's not concern ourselves with that. I'm actually just gonna set down the volume completely there. Right. So if we do this one more time, just get rid of that stupid box there. Like the proportions of that crane are a little strange. That's just because like we kind of need it to like reach pretty far. And so that is kind of, originally I was thinking it would be something like this, and I think the proportions of this is like nicer. But since I didn't do this two-piece mesh, at least for the demo now, we're kind of left with this bone, which looks kind of like almost too long. Let's make another change instead. Hey Cacti Crown, welcome back. What's happening? Let's make another change instead. Let's make this thicker part a little longer. Because I think the problem here, like the reason I think this doesn't quite work visually is just the fact that like that thick part is so very long and full of nothing, right? So just move this forward. Now at least we have sort of parts that are kind of sort of size-wise better fitting. Yeah, and you can just clearly see that this is really just a block out, because everything is so haphazardly thrown together. Let's take that and make it a transform pivot. And I could just sort of by eye fix this up. Same thing with that. Maybe. And same thing actually with that as well. Oh, the edge is actually different there. Let's remove that and add this one instead. That's better. Oh, where's that? There it is. Then I think maybe this thing actually needs to... This actually need to sort of be a bit longer. or something. I don't know. I'm just trying out things like completely blindly here and seeing what actually kind of looks like it would be working visually. I don't think I want to bevel that actually. It's probably fine as it is. Then of course we have like the sort of contrast here between this slanted surface and this surface. Maybe that's not really like such a good idea after all. Right. Yeah, it looks, I guess, a little more sci-fi that it's kind of slanted, but that's not really necessarily a good thing. Might actually just be the correct solution here. Might just be to like not do stuff like that. Okay, let's take a knife and do, what is it? Cut through an angle lock. Just cut it like this. Yoink. Yoink the whole thing away. Bye bye. And then we can bring this forward and we can sort of figure out like where should it end. I think probably around there somewhere. Yep, that looks good. And then we'll take this guy and move it just so that it's just intersecting that. So C and A and cut it there. And I think we'll do something like this. So I'm sort of doing the same thing we had previously, except I'm doing it sort of a more straight way this time around. And so, oh. Yeah, we need to make sure that these bevels they sort of fit in with those other ones. We should be able to scale them if we just set this to individual origins and then Scalaroo. Oh, but it scales the whole thing. Ah, yeah. Yeah, of course. Ah, annoying. Man, this model is just all sorts of broken. I said there earlier that I don't think we'll need to do like a whole lot of work on this. It should be kind of okay, and I was just dead wrong. This model is just broken in every way. But let's treat it as a broken model and just kind of don't care at all, right? The reason, okay. Yeah, the reason it's slanted is because this is already slanted. Okay. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, let's make the hole here. I'm just going to inset this like so. We can probably just merge those at the center. Same thing there. like that. Then we just scale that in so it fits that a little better, and we'll make it. Actually, it needs to probably be deeper than that though. So put it in there, and then maybe we'll add back those bevels. I mean, this thing will be like a couple of pixels on the screen, so I'm not sure if I need to like spend just like a huge amount of time on this, but it's kind of bugging me that it's been kind of haphazardly put together previously. Yeah. Then we can just dissolve that entire loop there. Right, and then bring that back. All right. Okay. Now I think this looks like a little too brutal compared to the front of this arm. So we're gonna have to bring it a little together. Bring it a little together, and how do we do that? Maybe we'll actually take this, and then we'll just we'll scale it down like this. Yeah, this just gets way too small now, but we can fix that like so. All right, and then maybe we'll even do this scale just X. Yeah, I think so. I think we'll need to do that to make it sort of assume this this shape that the rest of the arm has. Needs to look something like that. Oh yeah, I think the proportions are already better for this than they were previously. So that's nice. I need to do something here. This doesn't look good yet, but we'll come to that in a bit. What about this hole still then? Move that forward so that we can see a bit better, because it's still not. It wasn't kind of like decided the whole placement of that. Probably just like. Actually, let's take all of that, and scale it in a little bit more, like so, and then we'll do the same thing with the outer side. Scale it in a little bit more. Yep, that's starting to be good. Okay, and then take those two, and probably also, again, we can take all of that and just scale it in X and Y's. Kind of just doing this by eye. And then back wall, and select everything until that position, and then we will move it down. So I want to be kind of careful here not to actually mess with the overall shape and size of this thing. Now that we have this wonderfully well working reset system and all these limits and everything, I kind of just want to like tweak the look along these different pieces, not like make them longer or wider or whatever, because then we need to just, you know, fix everything, tweak everything up again. And I think like even from a gameplay perspective, this kind of just works pretty well right now. Yeah, that's so satisfying to watch it do its resetting. Okay, here then, let's do like a what? There's more tomfoolery here. It's probably that and and these two. So now we should, yeah, now we can do a full selection around it, and I think I want to do something like this, where I take that and then I scale it around that one, maybe a little more. Yeah, that's fine. The angle is different, but that's just because it gets scaled down towards that front end of it. So that's completely fine. And then we'll take this and actually give it like a little bit of an angle there. Yep, that's starting to look sci-fi. Now we need to think about, okay, do we want like these pieces to be in different colors or not? Like here, for example, this piece, all of this up until basically this edge here. Oh, come on, do a circle selection. Again, it won't do because of these guys here. Okay. Yeah, everything up until this could be like in a different color than this part here, and same thing with this and this, like these pieces here. All of this could be a different color, but if we do that, then we want to have like this, where these two pieces meet. They shouldn't just be on the same level. They should have a slightly uneven place where they actually meet. Otherwise, it's just going to look really strange. You can have some places here on the mother vehicle where they actually, yeah, here you can see like this piece is sort of clearly supposed to be, of a material that is gray, but it's just kind of is just yellow here, and it looks wrong. Of course, this is just a mistake that I made. I think this side is the same, yeah. It's just a mistake that I made, but clearly it makes it nicer if if you take let's say this thing here, put another edge there, and now we can just scale this up. Not Y though. Oh, it's the other one I wanted. Oh boy. Alright, scale this one up. Like so. So now that there's a little bit of an edge, of a hard edge there. Now there's no problem in actually coloring them differently. That hard edge is kind of too small to really be sort of, well, on this part of this mesh when all of the other edges are larger. So you don't want to mix like those super tiny details necessarily in that way. Well, we'll see. I don't know. What do we have here then? Man, this mesh is so broken. So broken. think we want those to be sharp, even though we might want to make. I don't think there's actually really gonna be any smooth parts on this particular piece. Almost everything is going to be sharp. Now that we have this at a slight angle, I wonder if we should make this one too. Though. Might make sense. Nah, I don't know. Maybe. Still have the issue here with these bevels just being suddenly much wider. That's something like in theory I would like to fix. But I mean, I don't know. Maybe that looks nicer, I don't know. It is possible. Yeah. I think like somehow these bevels are too large here for their own good. Can we maybe scale them if we do this? Individual origins, yes, and then yeah, that works. That's better. Okay, then I want like probably these two to just like basically go away. Some weird sort of spikes here at the end that I thought were cool, but now I just think they're stupid. Or can we just like scale them in, just like almost completely? No, not really. Gonna have to just basically get rid of them. I think that might be the best course of action, unless we do this. This could work. This could work, let's see. Especially if we now scale that in. Or something. I don't know. I'm just kind of playing around with this and seeing what works, what doesn't. Not sure this works. Maybe this would work. Subdivide probably twice. And probably up to that point, but what is going on? Active. There we go. we need to move that up for sure. And that may be down just a little. Yeah, I think that might work better. Might work better. And we happen to have this edge here, so let's just use it for something. So I'm gonna pull that back. And those ones as well. Move those there. Like so, and then we can angle this out here. Something like that. Maybe that's an, I don't know, more interesting sort of end to this whole piece here. Maybe we can add like a panel somewhere here on the top. Let's just do like an eye. Extrude just a little bit. Then we add some sci-fi-ness to it. Everyone knows how you make something look sci-fi. You bevel it. If it's not beveled, it's not sci-fi. That's just like the law. Okay, let's do a smart UV project. I wanna start texturing soon. I don't wanna spend too much time on this. I'm gonna basically get it done today. All right, so we can just create another mother here with the new one, and then we can drive up next to it, and we can look at the differences. In a way, it's kind of a blessing in disguise that it doesn't reload that for the existing objects. All right. Yeah. It probably looks better. I'd say it looks better. Not by a lot, but I mean we haven't done a lot. So. Yeah, maybe in the final game, if I get inspired, I'll make it so that just like as a visual thing, that these two parts here on the second bone will be, this will be shorter, and then this will be sort of moving back and forth according to how far you're stretching with this, right? That could be kind of interesting. So that would impact the IK though for this. So it will make it a little trickier for sure. But it should be doable. So if you kind of pull it in like this, it would just move in, and you could reach even closer objects than we currently can with this. And then, you know, only if you reach really far for something like this, then it would extend, and you could maybe even go like further than this, at least a little bit further. That could be kind of handy, both useful and kind of visually interesting. And then we press Y, and we just watch the thing reset itself nicely. Yeah, because like currently the problem with this is that, you know, for it to be able to reach any sort of distance, when you sort of fold it together like this, it's still actually kind of like large. It can even be like a little bit distracting sometimes because it is so large. It would be nice if you could just sort of fold up to a smaller space. and actually it couldn't be like just a pure visual thing. You would actually have to like adjust the rigid body transforms, so it would the upper part there would have to be constructed out of two rigid bodies so that collisions would work properly with it. Yeah, it's actually a little trickier than I kind of anticipated, but okay. All right, so let's organize these two things here, these bulges somehow in a semi-interesting way, and then maybe we'll call it a demo. A little bit forward. I want, oh, just select some more. Something like that, right? Some of those tighter spots there. Yeah. I think that will probably work. Should we add some little something here? Let's save this. Add a little something here to the top of this guy. Would that be a good idea? I don't know. Let's see. Let's make those straight. Not sure I know what this is supposed to be. Kind of figuring out what the overall shape of it should be here. Really no idea actually. I kind of don't need that after all. Sometimes heavy machinery like these have these kind of fixtures for various, I don't know, extra appliances or whatnot, and it can look kind of interesting just to have some protrusions there or something. That looks like an iron sight. Yeah, I got a little bit of an iron sight feeling about it as well. I was thinking maybe I should put a hole in it, right? So it's clearly like a fixture for something that you can fasten to this. But you kind of have to be careful with some of these things, because players might go like, oh, I can actually like yeah, like a lifting point, exactly. But then again, you know, people are gonna want to lift things through it. And then you're like, no, it's just a visual gimmick. If we go to the level here, I was working on the gatehouse at some point, and I was really inspired by this one picture image that I saw, where this is a bit slow when it's rendering the light probes. this thing here, I was really inspired by this one sort of kind of ominous looking picture of something. It had like a rusty sort of some sort of fixture for something. I don't even know what it was. And then there was like a cable hanging from it like this to the wall, and it looked really kind of interesting. Kind of like environmental storytelling sort of deal. And I wanted to put it here, and then I realized at some point, like, oh no, people are gonna want, like, reach for that with the crane, and then they're gonna get like, either they're gonna get disappointed because there's no collisions, or they're gonna get like tangled there if there are collisions, and like no one's gonna have a good time, and then I realized that okay, I can't actually have it there. So the only thing we have now in the game is like I made like a small little thing here, fixture of some form, and then another one here on this display here. And there's, if we go fly to it and see, we can see that there's a cable there now. And I was like, okay, well I'm just gonna put that there. I want some cables here. Can't be helped. But yeah, you have to be kind of careful, because like if you're building a game like this that is supposed to be sort of like, you know, allow a little bit of emergent gameplay at least, then you can't signal to the player that, hey, this is a place where you can, you know, attach something. It's just gonna be confusing for everyone. So yeah, what do we do about this? I don't know. Again, it will be very small. I'd like some details here on the top of this, but they quite fast turn into some sort of sight for a weapon. Maybe it's just that, you know, that's what you're seeing when you're looking at it like this, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Like if we now just export this guy, and then let's get back to the game. Whoops. And we create yet another of these. You can see it's actually kind of small. Oh, yeah, let's get rid of that guy. We don't want him. What if we actually like pull it through these, like so it runs along this and then like goes down there? I think that might be interesting. Let's give it a shot. So probably like a loop cut around maybe there, and then something like that, and something like that, and then let's move the cursor there. We can select and scale X0. We get all of those in line. Same thing here. Scale X0. And now extrude. Yeah, people are hugging in the chat. That's lovely. Just, you know, as you were. Right. doing like a whole lot of work now that I'm I don't really have time to do, nor am I all that interested in it. Let's just see if we can make something a little fun here, and then we'll be on our way. Faces. Just basically connect all of that together, connect all of that together. And how do we want to actually, what's the angle supposed to be here now? Like these are slanted a little bit, all of these surfaces. So should we go for that? Or should we keep this straight? I don't know. I have no idea. Actually, let's leave like a little bit of an edge there. I was thinking that this beveled surface here wouldn't actually be reflected in this top one, so let's maybe get rid of it for now at least. That guy can just be snapped to that guy, and then those can just be snapped to that guy. So now it's straight except for this final part, which probably, you know, isn't. Right, and then we do a median point, and then we just rotate it a little bit, something like that. Yeah, I kind of appreciate on one hand this there being something here, right? And on the top of this thing. On the other hand, like I don't know what this is. Maybe I don't need to know what it is, but it's a little bit like okay. Okay, why is this here? I have no idea. Nor does anyone else. Nor does anyone care. Necessarily. That's something. Yeah, that didn't look good. Okay, I think we're gonna have to just like reach a conclusion here. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just bring this down like a whole lot to make it like just like a very subtle little detail. Something like that maybe. And then I think I might even actually just like move this piece back to around there. And then that one as well. I think this probably works better. It doesn't really look like a site for anything anymore. And then we can be on our merry way. And we have a little bit of a symmetric break there as well, which I think is probably pretty all right. Should I do something like that? Probably not. I probably should not. Probably should just let it be. All right. I think we're done. I think we're done with this. Let's just plonk a vehicle here and see it in action. Yeah, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. especially when we make some of those things different colored. We can maybe add some like panels to the sides or something. Might be kind of interesting. I added one to the top. It might be just maybe too large, maybe not. I don't know. Oh yeah, anyway, I think this is probably pretty good. Like, this thing is huge. This thing is absolutely huge, right? If you place a person next to this crane, it's like the most ridiculous crane that has ever been on the back of a moving vehicle. Well, not quite, but like still, this is absolutely huge. And so we kind of need to keep the scale in mind here, that like, right, these are actually really big things, and things that are really big like this, maybe they would have like a service panel here on the front or something like that. They wouldn't be all completely smooth. They're so large that, you know, these people need to actually maintain them and stuff, and so one could easily imagine that we would have something like this, extruded out. Is the thing actually rotated? 180 degree on Z. Really? Huh. Let's apply the rotation here. Come on. What about this? Same thing here. I wonder if I'm messing this up now by doing this, but hopefully not. Anyway. And just a quick sci-fiing of the thing here. I mean, I'm just joking about the sci-fiing, of course, but not really. There's a little bit of truth to that. Okay, let's make that a transform pivot and just bring it down. It got a little too thick, I think. Something like this. Now if we like export this as bone 0. Oh, did I shut the game down? Oh, that was unfortunate. That was unfortunate of me. But now if we look at this, we have the sort of service panel there, and I think that looks kind of reasonable. Might want to have one or two here on the base as well. That looks probably quite nice. Maybe even something there on the back. Yeah, I think so. Because like the player will be mostly looking probably at the crane from like this side. Let's not shut that down. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, brain. So we have this. We have this little face here. Can do the same thing here. And just extrude it a little bit, but let's make this a little different somehow. Let's make it a little asymmetric. First of all, something like that, and then let's get rid of those edges there. Like so. And it's kind of interesting that these two edges kind of inherit the sharpness from that thing that they were beveled from. which there's probably some good reason for that, but it's strange. It's weird. I don't think I've seen that actually. Something like that. We have a little bit of asymmetry in this one as well. That's probably a good thing. Destroy this guy. Create a new one. Then we have a bit of a panel there on the lower left or right, whatever that is. Now, if we use the cargo crane, we can sort of see it, except it's kind of difficult to see because everything is blue, but it will be a different color when we're through with this. Okay, good. Right. I think we need to do something about these. Like that bevel needs to be larger. And while at it, I think we need to do those as well. And maybe even these. Otherwise we will have different sized bevels and that will be strange. Individual origins, thank you very much. And then just scale. Right. Yeah, that's not actually what we want. Do we need to do this separately now because I want to keep this. Never mind. I'm just gonna do 0.1 minus y 0.1 minus like so. That can be 0.1. Yes. Oh, we need both. Oh, we need both of them, of course. Actually, maybe that shouldn't be. It's going to affect it sort of differently because that yeah, that's going to be fine. The angle is different for these guys, so I kind of just want the beveled surface there to look kind of the same for all of them. So, and then we can just bring this down like ever so slightly. Yeah, that's better. Cool. Alrighty then. Should we do like a panel here as well? Panels are perhaps the most sci-fi thing ever. Let's subdivide that. We can bring that up to this level and then join those two. Then we subdivide that and that. Oh, no. Like so, and then we subdivide those. We bring it down. There we go, and then here we can make a panel. Should be pretty small, I think. Let's see, do I have the active? Yes, I do. Bring it down to that level exactly. Then just extrude that a little bit and bevel it. Now we have something funky going on here. There we go. Always the custom split normals data. Damn you, Blender. trying to fool me. I see right through your facade. Your facade of evil. Okay. I think that's probably... I don't want to like do a whole lot on that, I think. That's probably quite good enough. Bone 0. Yeah, no, it's the base. Right, this music is just way too chill, actually. This is also pretty chill, but it may be a bit less chill than what we had previously. Okay. Right. And we have some panels in various places. That's probably all right. Okay, maybe we should just get to texturing this thing now. And we'll see how it turns out. So with texturing, I was thinking gonna roughly follow like the design of the rest of the vehicle. I'm not sure like lore wise if this you know crane is made by the same company as this vehicle, so to speak. You see we have a few hard points here on the back. You can like essentially switch out this crane for something else. Not sure if that's actually going to be a feature in the game. It might, but I made some preparations in the code there to sort of try to keep all the stuff that the game needs to interface with that crane is kind of contained in one component. So if you just remove that component, then the crane just goes away and the vehicle keeps working. Which should, at least like in theory, make it possible to take it out and put something else there. But we'll see. Are there any really big issues with this left? Should we just try to unwrap this guy? Should be pretty simple, unwrap this thing. I don't know about this face here, right? This could be a good idea to have it like this, but it could also just be kind of weird. I think I'm gonna keep it like it is. Probably works out just fine. So that's that. Then we have this piece here. I think this is probably pretty good as well. Like a lot of this stuff is actually going to be covered by the other parts. Like this top, bottom part, it goes into the top, and then the top, like the bottom part is going to be covered by the base, and then the top part sort of attaches onto this. Is what I was trying to say. So yeah, actually this. Yeah, I wonder if that's going to be weird. Like this round piece here is actually part of this lower bone. Is that actually going to be strange? Might be a little strange. Might be a little strange, at least if we don't like acknowledge it here in this top part in any way. Let's do that. Let's acknowledge it somehow. And the way I'm gonna do that, I think, is, well, if we're lucky, then the thing will just rotate around its pivot here. I think that's basically actually how it has to work. So let's create another object. Cylinder We'll rotate this on the Y by 90 degrees. Oh, that's not rotation, that's movement. 90 degrees. We'll set the radius down to something like 0.5. And no, 0.5 is actually too much. Yeah. 0.4, maybe. Yeah. Let's try with 0.4, and then I'm gonna make the depth such that it just about penetrates that, like so. All right, now we can take this and this, and we can merge them together, and we can export this guy just quickly. That would be bone number 1. We can see here. Do they actually go on top of each other? They do not. Oh boy. They do not go on top of each other. Oh man. How's that actually even possible? Oh, I know how. Oh, okay. I know how it's possible. Oh man. Yeah, this is. This is annoying. Yeah, because like. Yeah, what is actually happening here is that the placement of that thing that we added is probably actually the correct one. The incorrectly placed thing is here on the other object, if that makes sense. So we have this thing here. Ah, that's annoying. Damn. So what I would basically want to do is sort of cut out a small sort of opening, and then this thing would kind of cut through that. But now we have this post in a strange way where they don't quite overlap. And I'm not sure I really want to change the positions of this right now. Okay, well that's okay. Let's do something else instead then. Let's remove those vertices. Yeah, I just know that like if we don't do anything to these guys here, it's gonna look really strange and actually kind of broken. At least that's what I'm fearing. So take these, scale them along X, scale along X, median point. Now I can scale along X. Probably something like that, and then we'll take that one and we take that one, and we make those a bit thicker, and then we export not actually just that guy, we export that as bone 1, we export that as bone 0, then we create a new one of these, and we see like, I can just pause the game here. You can see like, okay, so I want to make this small opening here actually kind of tight. So scale X, something like that. Bone 0, destroy, unpause. Yeah, now we're getting to a place where I think we can just about live with this. Scale it ever so slightly smaller, and then this guy needs to be like scaled in all direction except X. Just scaled down quite a lot. Like so. 0.07. Something like that. Bone 0, yes. Get rid of you and add a new one. The reason I'm doing this is that, like, if we don't kind of cover up that sort of seam between these two meshes somehow, my theory is that it will look really strange and like the thing is just kind of bolted onto one bolted onto the other, so to speak. It would be really kind of nice to have like a little bit of a depression on the other one there, to kind of get it to look like it's really meant to be there. Yeah. But the way this now rotates, I think it's gonna be a little tricky to do that. So let's not bother. Let's just keep it as it is. No one except me is gonna be missing that anyway. Oh hey, we've broken that thing somehow. What's going on? What's going on? Yeah. What happens there? I've done something terribly wrong. What? So, like, what the hell is going on here, actually? That's just like one big face. Confusing. I must have broken it without realizing. Okay, that's better. That's better. And bone 1. Yeah, this will work. That'll work just fine. It's a little strange and brutal, but that's kind of the idea here. Alright, so let's do like a final check on this geometry just to make sure we don't have anything super strange going on. Let's do a merge by distance. No vertices were merged. That's probably good. Then we have this thing. Merge by distance. And yeah, we have a little bit of intersecting geometry there, but it's probably the best and most efficient way of handling that anyway. Other than that, looks good. Okay. And then this guy. We have a strange stray edge here. Take that away. Might be some leftover from that thing I tried just a minute ago. Yeah, I think like overall this looks pretty nice. Nice and reasonably clean. Okay, so save. And let's get to unwrapping. Yay, everyone's favorite. Everyone's favorite thing to do. Unwrap meshes. We can turn off those sharp ones. Mark seam. And why do I actually want to mark the seam for this guy? That's a good question. I have no idea. I'll mark it there. Seam, seam. I think we want to fit the entire crane on a single, like maybe 1K texture or something. That should be plenty. Alright, seam, seam, seam. We need this as well. Seam. Went all the way around, that's good. And then we do some relief seams here. Right. Just unwrap it. See what happens. We have any stretching? Not really. Let's put a checker texture on it. Yep, that looks almost as good as I can reasonably make it. It's complaining about the texel density. I don't think that's really a problem, and we'll do packing separately anyway. So oh, no overlapping. Okay, good. I think we're done with this. That's the simplest one for sure. We have this one. Shouldn't really be an issue either. Seam there. Same thing here. What? No. Nope, no cheating. Alright, make a hole. And another one. Yep. I think that's basically it. We just need to come up with a solution for this side. I think like that is probably the perfect place for a seam. But do we actually want to have two of them? Actually, let's not put it there, even though it's a pretty good place for it. But let's put it here in the ends of this, because like we mentioned, those places on the mesh aren't really kind of seen anyway. Checker texture, that is good. Stretching probably on that one, yeah. Nothing on the main body. That's good. And here we can basically do it like whatever the hell we want. So how do we want to do this now? I think like probably like there. Whoa. Mark seam. mark seam, mark seam, seam, seam. Then maybe seam. Maybe I'll let the outer parts stretch ever so slightly if they want to be stretched. That's probably fine, but I need to cut these two guys up. Like so. Yep, that looks cool. Right, let's see. Pedro is asking Olex how you got started with your engine. If Olex is still in the chat, maybe listening but not seeing. Folks are wondering how you got your start with your own engine. Yeah, I think that's probably pretty decent. Pretty decent unwrap for that one. Then we get to this one, which is most complicated for sure. Let's start with these panels because they're kind of annoying to do, but they're really sort of, it's kind of clear to me how I want them done. So that's a panel right there. Did we have any other panels? I don't think we had, but we have had this weird sort of piece here. So let's just do it right now. Let's cut it up there. Cut it up there. No, not that. But that, rather. And then we have that one. We can use it. We can have it as just a single piece. Same thing there. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, that looks good. Let's just cut these up into their individual sort of parts here. We could maybe keep some of these attached to these larger islands, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure that's actually really a good idea. So I think I'm just gonna cut these up like so. And maybe that is all we need to do for that one. So all of those would be seams, right? And then we just need to make a decision, like where do we cut this main sort of beam here. I'm just gonna cut it there, whatever. On the bottom side. This won't get light mapped anyway, so it doesn't really matter in that sense. Here though, it might make sense to cut this end piece differently than the rest of them, just because we have this weird sort of, well, end piece here. So let's actually clear that seam and let's have a think about this, how I actually want to cut it. Maybe something like so. Yeah, I think probably like that, right? Yeah, it's not exactly clear to me how I want to cut this. Let's just go with this and see where that takes us. Sometimes you just have to like try a way of unwrapping something to see how it will kind of handle it. And it might just handle it just fine. So it really doesn't kind of even matter if this inside here is just completely black or whatever, but let's unwrap it properly anyway. Right, so we do unwrap and then we do stretched, and then we see, okay, there's some stretching going on. This stretching here is for sure because we haven't cut this this part up here. So if we do that, then that should get rid of that, and it did. And here, oh, that gets stretched because for some reason I didn't get the entire loop. That makes sense. Stretched. No, not that much. Not that much. Texture. Checker texture. What does it show us? Ah, yeah. There's overlapping here. We don't want that, even though we're not gonna do light mapping on this. We don't want overlaps. So that's like a little bit of a question mark. That is this okay or not? But I think it actually is. I think it's quite okay. Let's leave it like that for now, and then maybe we'll come back to it later. Let's remove the checker texture for now, and we remove actually everything. Yeah, maybe we should cut this on the other side just to have a little bit of variation there in the UV unwrapping thing. All right. That thing still gets stretched. Why would that be? I think we have missed some edges here. Yes, we have. Okay. That gets stretched and that gets stretched, obviously. Obviously. Oh, that looks better. And here we don't actually need a face at all. So we just remove that and then we re-unwrap. The stretching should be gone, and it is. And here then, what is that? What does that look like? Yeah. I think I can live with that, to be honest. I think I can live with that, to be honest. I did, however, cut this here on this side, so maybe we should do the same thing here. I think that probably makes sense. Maybe even like that. I don't know. Right here, I think, well, actually what I want to do here is just add a subdivide, and I'll move it a bit forward, and then we can connect it with, you know, with this to get a little bit of more sensible topography there. Otherwise we have these triangles that are just like super crazy wide, and that can cause some interesting issues with lighting and whatnot. What happens if I do this? The stretching goes away. Do we get overlaps? We don't get overlaps, no. Now it opens up kind of nicely. Okay, excellent. So now I think we'll do that. Oh, we have overlaps here. What's that? That's just probably just like this guy being too close here now. Yeah. So that can be fixed then when we actually pack it. It's not a problem. Let's cut that up like so. And then we'll cut this all the way around, yes. And then we'll have to hold on. What do we do about this? What do we do about it, and where is it? It's over there. So yeah, so that's going to be stretched for sure. For sure. Okay. Let's cut out this bottom piece. Like that. That should get rid of the stretching almost completely, and it does almost completely. What do we do then? Then we do the same thing here. Yeah, this turned out to be kind of a nasty case of the unwrappies. Kind of don't have the what do you call it? Kind of don't have the patience for this today for some reason. I'm just like unwrapping, no unwrapping, please. It's not even the trickiest unwrapping sort of case, this. I guess I'm just anxious to get this whole thing done. Alright, that looks pretty good. What do we have here going on? Oh, okay, it's probably like the same thing with these. So if we cut those up, get rid of the stretching, there's always the possibility that we get overlap. And indeed we seem to have a little bit of overlap here, but I think that might again just be yeah. It's again just the packing that's messing with us. So that looks actually pretty good. Overlap here. What's that about? That's the same thing, yes. And we already looked at that case. So where do we have stretching now then? Like the most stretching is still here in the front, and I think this would be completely fine. You can see on the checker texture there that there's like a ever so slight bit of stretching. That's completely fine. I'm not gonna bother with that. Okay, maybe we'll just do a packing here, and I can show you my favorite part of this whole thing. This whole endeavor. UV Packmaster. The coolest thing since sliced bread. This guy does heuristic packing, which means that you basically like you take all of these objects like this, select all of them, go into edit mode, and you unwrap all of them. And you get something like this, which looks kind of like, yeah, it's not very nice, is it? And then, and I hope this doesn't just like crash the stream or something, but then you take, let's see, heuristic search, and toggle that on, allow mixed scale and advanced heuristic. I don't know exactly what that does, but I typically leave it on. A little bit of margin, I typically keep at like 0.007 or 0.008 or 9, depending on the object a little bit. Rotation enable, that's probably fine. Fixed scale, we don't need fixed scale. And then we just click back, and here you can see now it's packing. And I hope that stream doesn't just completely die from this, because it's using both the GPU and the CPU to do packing, and you can typically keep it running for quite long, and it will find better packing setups. I try to aim for 0.7, so we're actually already over that. Depending on the object, it might be really tricky to get to 0.7. If you have like really a lot of islands, and especially if you want to do light mapping, so you kind of need like a little bit of space between those islands to prevent things like bleeding and that. My light mapping is kind of crappy in the sense that I typically just use the same UVs for doing light mapping. You can do light mapping on the completely separate, specifically light map UV setup, but I typically don't do that. I just use the same one. And so I want quite a bit of space between those islands. This thing is not going to be light mapped, so we don't have that issue, and we're actually already over 0.7, so it's pretty good. Pedro, are you asking about O3D or Olex's own game engine? Well, I can chip in here and let Pedro know that O3DE is a pretty huge project, which, if I'm not mistaken, and maybe Olex can go, maybe Olex can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it originally started as CryEngine, the fork of CryEngine, which was purchased by Amazon and rebranded as Lumberyard. And then at some point Lumberyard was open sourced and a new fork of it was created, which was called the O3D or Open 3D Engine. Note that O3D is not a one-man project. No, it's probably like a, if you're counting all of these engines, probably like a 1,000-man project. So that's not something that Olex got started, as they say, if you're asking how he got started. However, he has his own engine project going. So that's kind of how all of that fits together. Okay. Right, so if we look at everything now, you can see we have a pretty well packed UV map going on here. I think this is pretty good. I'm not necessarily super happy with everything here. Just looking at this rear here, you can see that that's okay. Well, it's basically like this object. And I left a little bit of stretching in there just because I didn't want to have these sieves everywhere. Particularly here, you can see a little bit of wonky lines going on. And so I wonder, because this island is so, this is like a very, very rectangular island here, but it's not rectangular here on the UV map. So we're gonna have to, if we want to get rid of that, we're gonna have to do something about that. What we could do, because like we already did it here on the bottom, is quite simply to like cut it up like this. And that should get rid of this funky stuff here. Specifically, I don't want this funky stuff to be funky because this is one of those areas of the crane where the player will be looking quite a lot. They will be seeing that part of the object. whole lot. So let's do a repack while I go get some water here. All right, what is happening? 0.729. Yeah, let's see if we can get it to 0.73. And then we're happy. Like for some objects, I've just left this running for like an hour, and it has done like 100,000 iterations or something. You can see that this is a pretty old GPU I have in this machine currently. 2060, and this does like my CPU, which is not like the fastest, but still clearly it does like more iterations than the 2060 does. On my other machine, which has a 3070, it just runs circles around the CPU. It does something like 3 times the number of iterations. Yeah, we got to 730 or 0.73. Now you can see that now this funkiness here is gone. All these lines are straight, so that's nice. That is nice indeed. Okay, that's cool. So now we can just submit this or submit these one last time. So that would be the base. And that would be bone 0, and that would be bone 1. And if we add one of those to the game now, we should still see it looking correct and working how we expect it to. Now, since we have them all in the same UV map, we just need basically one texture, one diffuse texture, that is, and one material for this whole thing, which of course is nice, not just from like a performance perspective, but also just from an organizational perspective. We have all of the pieces there. We don't have the magnet yet. I might just do the magnet super quickly and like I don't even know. I don't know what it's supposed to look like. I'll figure it out. All right. So what about now then? What about the colors of this guy? How should we color it? Do you have SSAO on? Yes, I do. I do have SSAO on. Without SSAO, stuff typically looks pretty horrible. Here's the difference. You can see. So yeah, there's quite a heavy SSAO thing going on in this game. arguably maybe a little too heavy. But it is what it is. But yeah, without it, everything just looks super flat. Bloop. Completely unlit almost. What is my cost per frame? I don't know if it's hooked into the... Let's see. It's hooked into the profiler, not necessarily. The resolution is it's a full resolution thing. It is NVIDIA's HBAO plus. I have like a custom SSAO thing as well, which is not really tuned for this game currently. So you have to kind of really want to see it if you want to see it, like this. But then the HBAO it's actually probably cheaper. But yeah, it's not hooked into my profiler actually. So I don't know what to tell you really. Oh, it is actually. Yeah, it is. Okay, it's just using the same. Yeah, okay. It is just hooked into the same profile block as my normal one. So it sits at around one millisecond here currently, at least. You can see it go down to 0. If I turn it off, and I turn it back, it just goes up to about a millisecond again. That's a huge difference. What the fuck? You mean like in the visuals? If you mean the visuals, then yes. It is a pretty big part of this game's look and feel. Well, not feel, but look. I used to have SSAO in my game, but it was too expensive at 4K, so I got rid of it. Okay, well... I mean, my suggestion is just try HBAO plus. It's really not that. It's not that. Not that expensive. What is the resolution? This is 1080p, but I can make it 1440p, and we can see how that works out. I don't have a 4K screen, so here we go at like 1. That's 2 milliseconds, apparently. Yeah, it's about 2 milliseconds, give or take, on 1440p. Actually, I'm pretty sure that... Yeah, you can see it like if with the original 1080p resolution, it kind of jumps up and down a little bit, but it can go up to about like 1.5 milliseconds. It mostly stays at around the 1 millisecond range though. With 1440p, it kind of goes anywhere between 1.6 and 1.8. It's goes even lower than that actually. Yeah, it goes between like 1.4 and 1.85 or something like that. But do keep in mind that this is a 2060 that we're running this on now, right? RTX 2060. So it's a pretty crappy GPU. Right, I think on my 3070, I don't think it's like probably not even half a millisecond on 1080p. So take it with a grain of salt. But yeah, maybe try out HBAO Plus. HBAO Plus also has a nice feature here, which is the large scale SSAO. That's something that my own. If we disable the fog here, we can maybe see it better. That's something that my own SSAO wasn't able to do, or still isn't able to do. You can see here some of these crevices here are actually like, it's pretty big. You know, it is a screen space effect, of course, so like distances are sort of, it's a relative thing, but still it can figure out, based on the depth and the distance from the camera and all of that, it can figure out this sort of large scale ambient occlusion. And you can have it separately from just like the low or the small scale ambient occlusion. So if we mess around with, this is the basis monitor. This is one of the things that allow me to like mess around with some of these values. So you can like pull down the large scale AO here. Maybe you can fit these on the same screen. So we have small scale AO, and we have the large scale AO. You can sort of control these separately to how you actually want, you know, the different kinds. And not all of this is necessarily completely tuned for this level. But yeah, I keep it pretty sort of aggressive. I kind of like it when it's aggressive. Yeah, that's the built-in SSAO. It's kind of crappy. But yeah, that would be that. Okay, let's maybe clear the debug messages here. What was I doing? Yes, I was thinking about the coloring of these guys. Let's actually figure that out after we've done, you know, my initial setup here. I have a slightly unconventional way of doing these materials. So let's just go. Let's just go. Let's add a shader editor there. We will add an asset browser over here. Go to my asset library. I have some standard materials here that will help me get started with this. So we have, okay, this is the crane, cargo crane. So we will create a new texture, and I think I'm gonna work with like 2K textures. I can then scale them down for the runtime if I want to. But let's call this the crane. Let's call this actually cargo crane edge highlights. Highlights. If I can type. I'm gonna just make that 2K, no alpha. Protect the image, and then we'll add it here. Just the black one. Hey Jin, doing pretty well. Texturing the crane for the mother vehicle. Actually, today has been really good, if I may say so myself. We got the reset functionality for the crane finally done. So just texturing this, which I hope to do in the next hour or so, and we should almost have the crane ready for the demo. So that's nice. Cargo crane color placement is the texture that we'll want. We want a cargo crane diffuse, and in many cases I actually also paint a little bit of rust and dirt and crap on these things. I can't really do it on stream because I'd rather do it with my drawing display, but we can create a texture for that already. So if I go back and want to do it, we have it there in the, like, ready to go. So that would be cargo crane painted details. And it needs to be similar, but we actually want alpha because we alpha blend that on top, and that needs to be protected as well. All right, so we have four of those guys. Let's grab a material edge highlight, and now I'm working with several objects at the same time. That's annoying, but it can't be helped. Especially since these guys are kind of sitting on top of each other, but I guess we can at least help with that a little bit. I just need to remember to move them back when I'm done. Let's just move this to X. What would that be like? Is that 3? Yeah, let's make it 5. -5, and then that can be 5. So we have the 3 pieces here. Okay. So I think we need to drag this material to one of these guys. I typically don't work with multiple objects at the same time, but now it just kind of happened to be the case. So cycles, and you can already see what is happening here. We get our nice edge highlights rendered for us. We can do the same thing here, material edge highlight. Let's protect that. And same thing for this piece. And maybe we'll actually want to disable the floor here. And again, my poor 2060 is screaming for its dear life here. It's actually I have the editor running. I don't have the game running now, so the editor is actually going to pause rendering when we're not looking at it. So that looks okay, but I think the radius is a little too large. So let's maybe pull it down just a smidge. Other than that, I think it looks pretty good. I get a little blown up here along these edges. Maybe we wanna lower it just a bit more. Yeah, now we can sort of see that there are actually two separate sets of edge highlights. That's typically all you need. So let's go with that. I'm gonna lower the music volume just a little bit. Something like that. Right, and if you want to do this yourself, just remember to be in cycles. Oh, we're actually not. Okay. Yeah, okay, that's much better. I forgot to actually put it on GPU rendering, so that's why it was slow. Yeah, this is better. That's better. Yes. And now we want to bake this. So we want to bake it into the edge highlights texture that we created. So just set it here to cargo crane edge highlights. And we want to paint or bake the emit. And we want to bake all of those items into that and press bake. And then let's see what happens. Right, so we see one object's things coming up there. It's baking like one at a time, so it takes a little while. On here, I see a UV island that I could have easily rotated. Maybe we'll do that still. I think we are going to do that still. Yes. So just reload that. And we take this guy and we do the material switcheroo for that. Right, so let's take this and see. We just rotate it here. I'm gonna basically just by hand rotate it so that it aligns up with the world coordinates. It's gonna give us nicer highlights if that is aligned with the world axis. All right, good. Then we set it back to that, and then we render again. And this edge highlights rendering is the one that tends to be the slowest, so I'm not gonna have to wait this long for all of them. There we go. Now we can see that this is straight here with the UV space. All right, we're done. Yeah, I realized I missed a lot of messages in the chat today. We had quite a lot of discussion earlier, so I just kind of seem to have missed some of it. All right. Anyway, now we can go back. We don't need the rendered view anymore. I'm gonna go back here, and I will drag this material probably onto that guy. We'll start with that. We'll see what we have here. So this is sort of like a standard material that I have, standard material set that I have with most of my objects. We can see here we need to input the edge highlights here. We need to input the color placement there. And then we just have the diffuse hanging around here so that we actually have something to kind of bake into. And this is gonna show the thing with edge highlights in this uglyish brown color. So let's do like material, crane, arm, something like that. Oh no, I renamed the wrong material. This is supposed to be material, crane, arm. And then we can set this to also use material, crane, arm, and also that one. All right, so now now they all have edge highlights. The edge highlights are now visible here in the unrendered mode. We don't need cycles anymore, and that's because they're read from a texture rather than being rendered in real time by Blender. So now we come to the color placement. I'm gonna make a change here. So the way most objects interaction point are colored is by using something called a color placement texture. We just paint into a color, into a texture, values into the red, green, and blue channels, and you can have a threshold set to whatever you want. Here I lowered it from half to 0.25. That means that we have a base color. That's the uglyish brown that we now see, and then based on this color placement texture here, we can color certain parts of the mesh another color, and then we can later go in and like change what that color actually is just from these sliders here, which is kind of handy because you might look at something like this and go like, okay, so I know some of these pieces should have a different color, and you can mark them up, but you don't know exactly what that color should be yet. So there's typically some sort of like base color going on, and then a color for details, things like that. And I think we'll probably start by figuring out the base color here. Let's have a look at what the mother vehicle itself uses, because I'm pretty sure it's not going to be that brownish thing. Let's open this up. And this thing actually has some paint and crap, some dirt and crap painted on it. You can see these sort of smudges here. That's just me painting stuff on top of it. But it shouldn't be super tricky to just figure out what is the yellow. Okay, here we have it. It's actually even labeled nicely. How thoughtful of me. So that's the hex value. We can just take that and copy it into here. So if we want like the crane to have the same color as the mother vehicle itself, we can do that. That's the base color, and everything will get colored by this unless we sort of mark it up otherwise. So we have some things here that are sort of like, let's see, I think this is the standard for the, it's like 38, 38, 38. No, it's 5F, 5F, 5F. Huh. Okay. Yeah, this material works a little differently. I don't actually sample different channels here. I think this is a slightly older version, so we just have different thresholds. But basically, you can use both different channels and different thresholds, and have just like a whole set of colors if you want to. That's completely fine as well. Let's look at a slightly newer example though. Now we have that color saved there. We don't necessarily need to copy anything more. Let's look at, well, Gatehouse is probably pretty good. So this guy, there we go. Right, so this has almost sort of like a matrix of colors to choose from. So the red channel is all of these guys here. This is the detail color that I was talking about, and it's actually not 38 either. Okay. Oh, 39, not 38. Yeah, this is the thing. Interior. Okay. Interesting. Right, so it kind of pipes the color through all of these, then it sort of jumps up here, and then it does the same for the green channel, and then again it jumps up here, and then it does it for the blue channel, and then we get the colored stuff out here. We apply the edge highlights, we apply the decals, and then we apply the painted details, right? So we can, if we sort of disable some of this, we can see that like, okay, we can disable the edge highlights if we want to, or the decals. That's probably just the text there. Yep. And then painted details is just like, this is completely single colored unless you have some crap that you paint on it. and then everything together looks like this, like the final thing. So the idea is the same here. We just might have to like play around with the color values a little bit. But okay, I'm gonna minimize that, and let's just start by marking up some of these areas that we know that we're gonna want to have in a different color. So I think at least probably like start with this one actually. And I kind of regret setting that yellow color now as the base color, because like the highlights in Blender, of course, by default are also yellow, so it's kind of difficult to see what's highlighted and what's not. I'm gonna have to verify it like this. So those pieces at least need to be a different color. I think that's it. Let's maybe start with this. All of these pieces we want to color differently. Hold on. Is it actually? Oh, it is selected. So damn difficult to see what's selected and what's not. Okay. Yeah. Let's see where this takes us. I think this should already be kind of interesting. So now we go into texture paint. Select the things, only the things that we want to actually paint, i.e. the selected parts. And then let's add a color palette. And we're gonna just do a red, green, and blue first of all. And I'm gonna want to paint these with the red channel, the green channel, sorry, so that we get this sort of like a standard I have, using green as the sort of well, you'll see in a little bit. Strength low enough so that we actually have to click quite a few times. That basically means that like so. That basically means that you can reach these what do you call them? These thresholds, and can control these thresholds kind of neatly. That's not actually what I want though. I want green, thank you very much. So you can see, yeah, we reached the threshold after a little bit of clicking, and that, you know, colors this now a certain color. And now we can go in, if we go like, I like these objects, this part of the object to be a certain color, but it's not quite that color. We can just go in and mess with that later on. That's kind of like the power of this thing. Oh, and I see we're gonna have to do a little bit of cleanup here. Yeah, the Blender's texture painting, especially the fill mode, sometimes just like really strange. It like leaves these streaks here and this kind of crap. So that's not nice, but we'll figure that out when we actually get to that part. Okay, so that would be that. Here you can see some of these artifacts going on. But we can clean this up just in something like Photoshop, or I typically use GIMP for that. So that's cool. Okay, let's do the same for this for this piece. So that one and those ones. I think that's pretty simple. I think those are the only ones that we actually... Maybe the base should be different colored. I think the base should actually probably be different colored as well. Yeah, let's include the base in this, and then let's see if we actually wanna sort of keep painting the base, and in a sense like make it even darker or something. We can add another threshold for that, and you know, do the same thing there. Well, that's good enough for that. Then we have this one. And I think we're basically going to want all of these. And probably these panels, and that's it. Like this is in a sense perhaps the easiest of these three. Like so. Right, okay. Now we still want this front piece here, this kind of boom or beam or whatever. Still want it to have a different color, and I think we're gonna go with the red channel this time around. So let's quite simply go here, select the red, edit mode, select all of that and that and that and that and those. Oh, we've missed something here. We're gonna have to fix that up. Can't be helped. Wonder why we actually... Why do we have that as a separate island? That's stupid. That's not really my... That was not really my intention. But okay, it is what it is. We can live with it. And in particular, I can't be arsed to actually fix it now. So we're gonna live with it. Okay, and now we just do the same thing here with the red. And get that into a slightly different color. Not sure this is the correct one yet, but we could tweak that later on. Let's just fix this up. So those two in texture paint mode, just green. Yeah. Yes, Blender's color fill is kind of jank. It's pretty jank. Not gonna lie. It's pretty terrible at times. And I don't know exactly how it works. I'm sure there's some perfectly reasonable sort of explanation for this. I do quite a lot of hand painting on these guys as well. And hand painting typically works quite well. Like here, for example, like why what is that? What is that? What is that? Look at these two guys in the UV overlay here. It's like, okay, well, it just left like a strip there. Like, why? I don't know. I don't know. But it is what it is. Can't be helped. What is that actually? What the hell? Is this like a... That's like a problem with the actual highlights. Ah. Yeah, that's not great actually. Do we have like... Do we have our... Do we have our margins set too small here? Well, I can probably fix some of that up by hand later if I really want to. It's not the end of the world. The nice thing with working like this, if you have like a bunch of textures containing different data, in the end this will get baked into a diffuse texture, which we then give to the game. Yeah, you can see here as well. That's not great. This is actually not typically what happens with this. Let me tell you that much. But yeah, sometimes it does, and then you have to kind of fix it up by hand. So it is what it is. But yeah, the nice thing with being able to, well, the nice thing with working like this from like a number of different textures is just the fact that you can then go in and like fix some of the like edge highlights, tweak that later if you want to, and then you just rebake the diffuse stuff when you have your input textures, so to speak, fixed. But yes, I agree that the texture painting could be a lot nicer. The sculpting could also be a lot nicer, if we're being completely honest here. I sculpted the mother vehicle actually when I did the first concept of it, and I sculpted it using a tool called what was it called? ShapeLab, I think. Like, it's a sculpting tool that has both VR and 2D modes. And I actually did quite a bit of the mother vehicle work in VR. It was kind of fun. Kind of started off as like a fun little idea that, hey, maybe I can do some of this in VR, and then by the end I just did a whole lot of it in VR. Let's go through and copy some of these areas. Oh, over this, where it has fucked up, like this. Come on. I think there's something slightly suboptimal about the UV mapping we did today, though. I don't typically have this many problems, but I guess it's just the demo effect. Now that I'm doing this on stream, everything just breaks apart. And yeah, I have sort of a workflow where I just copy these areas over another, because like at the end you just typically have like a whole bunch of different colors here, and you just, you know, fill in these lonely pixels with the correct color. It's of course not perhaps the most standard way of handling this. Okay, I think we're probably pretty close to being done with this now. Oh, there's one more. And it also it matters how you actually unwrap your thing. If you have a lot of relief seams, then like those relief seams, they're so thin that they sort of kind of alias a little bit into being pixels that are filled versus pixels that are not. And then you get like, you can get those weird kind of strips there. Probably has something to do with how Blender just renders that stuff. Are there any alternative workflows which achieve the same thing with less work or less jank? I don't know. I don't know exactly what you mean by jank. Do you just mean this fixing up of Blender's Blender's sort of painting. Is that what you mean? I mean, I could theoretically I could even make a tool myself that does this. This is kind of what it's kind of what the light mapper is doing. It's doing sort of UV mapping in reverse, essentially, right? So I would just do reload, and should have those things fixed. So yeah, I don't exactly know what jank you're referring to. Well, yeah, this stuff I don't typically see at all. So not sure what that's about. Maybe we just baked it too tightly or something. That's possible. You left one picture in the left down corner. Oh, did I? Oh no. In the left down corner there's just like a small green box that I think I checked. This is pixel hunting, like literally. This is literally pixel hunting. Yeah, I don't think there's anything to fix here. I think we're good. But maybe you're right. It's possible. Okay, so here we can see that there's a little bit of jank here and there. I don't think that's really like Blender's fault. Not Blender's fault, but keep messing this up. Let's see. Reset the where's the reset? Reset. Something like control. Yeah. Okay. There we go. If you use like Blender key shortcuts here in GIMP, you rotate the image quite often. That's not nice. Yeah, this is also a little unfortunate that it does this. I think this is mostly our own fault actually for how I unwrapped that, but it's possible it's not. Anyway, now it's fixed and we can see no jank anywhere, so that's nice. Okay, so typically now at this point I would export it to game, which we will do just now. But also I probably would paint a little bit of details on this. I don't think I'm gonna do that right now, or I'm definitely not gonna do that right now because I'm not even in the same room as my drawing tablet currently, and I don't want to paint using a mouse. But you can see the difference here on this building, for example, is quite stark with like painted versus no paint. In some of these cases, like the stuff just looks way too clean without any paint on them, right? Which of course is fair enough because these are just single colored items. You can also apply a little bit of noise just to get a little bit of color variation here, and that's something that I've done on some objects. And we might try that as well. And that's something that's really kind of nice with Blender. You can just drag a noise node in there and then play with the thing, and you get the result immediately. But let's do this in an iterative way. So save all images. That's good. We take all of these three. Select the diffuse one. And then we come here and we go diffuse and only the color. No lighting. And then we bake. Alright, and here's our diffuse. Save that. And I will also, you see here that we're inside the underscore work folder. I will also export it outside that. which is where the game engine will now pick it up. We can see here we already got a resource path for that. Cargo crane diffuse.tex. I will actually go in here and I will immediately go and set this to be BC7 compressed. sRGB. And I think we will actually lower the target level to a 1K texture. And now if we save this, this guy has now reconverted it. We can see here the deets. So 2K as 1K BC7 blah blah blah. So it doesn't actually change anything. It doesn't change the PNG that we saved. It only changes the actual resource that is that's not typically visible to us as a file on the file system. I mean, we can find it if we want to. We just have to go into the cache to find it. All right, and so what do we then need to do? Well, then we need to create a material. So let's go into game, materials, and we have a bunch of base materials here that we can use, and we can just like take that material and add the correct texture to it. And in this case, we don't want a normal mapped version. We also don't want a light mapped version, but we do want the light probe version. So we can see here, that's like the most basic one that uses a diffuse texture. That one is actually what we want. The specular one is if you have like a specular map, which I currently don't use in this game. Well, that's sort of like not really part of the art style that I'm going for. So here we can just create a material variant, and we can override some of these things. So here we'll just put the crane, cargo crane diffuse. We'll save this into probably the same folder we have the meshes in. That be means vehicles cargo crane. And then we export it. And this now gets us a bin material path. We can just click that to copy it to the clipboard. And this we can just completely close. And in normal cases, this would then be somehow fed to the data. But in this case, we actually have the ARM code here is just, it contains these paths just directly in the code. I actually have a to do here to put them in the parameters. Maybe we can even do that. That would be a pretty simple thing to do. Right, we need to unload the backend here so that we can rebuild the game. And let's see. Yeah, the material could be in theory, if you call this reload resources, it will reload the materials. We could hot update it. Oh, actually, I don't need this. Yeah, I don't need that. I don't need the editor at all. Okay, it's just gonna start anyway. We're more interested in the game, actually. All right, Alt F7 to stop that, and then just shut that down. I don't think we'll need that right now. All right. And here we have the thing. So now it's of course sort of time to look at this and go like, okay, how does it fit into its surroundings? Are the edge highlights correct? Oh, yeah, we rotated that mesh there, but we didn't actually re-export the FBX for that. So let's fix that first of all. That would be that mesh base. And yeah, it's a little annoying that we're using like the custom system here for rendering this. It's just like such a custom object. Normally, if you had just a mesh component, standard mesh component provided by the engine. Just pause the game here and fly around this a little bit. If you have a standard mesh component provided by the engine, you can just hot update the mesh, and you can hot update the material, and you can hot update a lot of things. That unfortunately doesn't really work with this. So maybe I should change this to use just a standard mesh component. That could be kind of handy. But then again, if I did that, then this crane would be spread out over multiple components. So there's value in doing it like this as well. Yeah, I think like overall it works pretty all right. It could benefit from a little bit of crap painting, as mentioned. Yeah, you can see here. I think I might need to just repack that stuff with a higher, larger margin. Really. I think I packed it with the too tight margin. But of course, even that is sort of, once you've selected the colors you want for this, then unwrapping the meshes it's a little annoying for sure. You need to do the color placement again, and you need to do, or I need to do that by hand currently. I don't have a system for doing that, but I guess that could possibly be figured out. Yeah, you can see we have a little bit of, well, there's a little bit of shadow acne there, but we also have a little bit of bleeding here. Yeah, those clearly unwrapped with like a too tight margin. But like overall, I think I like this look quite a lot. I think it works pretty well. Yeah, I was originally kind of thinking that I would maybe have the crane like a slightly different color than the vehicle, to sort of reinforce it that, hey, maybe this crane is made by like a different company, you know. Kind of like how the railgun in Project Slide is just like bolted onto the side of the vehicle with like a big like metal strip. Marlon, hi. What are you writing in Zig? The engine or the game? The game is written in Zig. The game is written in Zig, and if you go back, perhaps after the stream has ended, and look at the start of the stream, this has been a pretty long one. You will see me writing a system that automatically figures out the way to reposition this crane. in Zig. Or that system was written in Zig. So if you're doing something like this, where we just like extend the cable and then we reach this down here and put it somewhere here, like maybe even poke it. Let me just press a button here and it will. Okay, maybe poking the ground isn't such a good idea. After all, let's lift it up. And now if I press Y, it will spool in that cable there. And then it will reset the crane like this to its rest pose. Its normal position like this. I don't have to do anything. I can even drive while it's doing it. And so that's an example of something that's written in Zig. Just like gameplay code. Okay. Cool. So I'm probably gonna want to re-unwrap that stuff. I wonder if I should save this. Maybe even actually commit this to source control. Why not? Let's do that. If I mess something up. Is this a custom engine? Yes. What graphics API do you use? D3D11. Among other things, yes. But the thing you just saw was D3D11, yeah. Yes, indeed. Okay, so how do we do this? How do we do this now? Maybe we take these guys. Let's just darken the image here. Darken image. We take these and we repack them. But we repack with like a larger margin. We do something significantly larger like that. We got a pretty good usage ratio out of it anyway. So I'm not terribly worried about using a large margin if we need to do that. And now we're gonna pack. I'm gonna pack like crazy. You can see, okay, so it's having trouble reaching the same result, which is understandable. 64, 65 maybe. If we give it a little bit of time. Yeah, 65. Let's let it run until it has reached like maybe 10,000 iterations or so, and I think that should be quite good. And sometimes you can do wonders if you just scale some of these things down, like these three pieces here, for example. These are the interior pieces. They get almost completely hidden by other parts of the crane. So, and I think like these two, this one and that one, or like one of these three are also like inside. So some of those are like you typically don't need to use that much texture space. Actually, let's try that. Let's escape. Let's see here. If we have like, you know, that one. That's that one. And then we have that one. Just scale those down here to something like that. And then we take like, you know, that island, and that island. And we can scale them down like pretty significantly. They don't need any UV space at all, almost. This thing here can probably be made smaller as well. Not like a huge amount, but still. That thing over there can probably be made way smaller. Right? Now if we do that, and we pack that, let's see what happens. Like we might not sort of numerically reach a much higher sort of result area here in the UI, but the area that we use is going to be used more efficiently to the you know, areas that, or the phases that we actually care about. Is this AO computation? What? No, this is packing UV islands with UV Packmaster. Yeah, I'm gonna let it run like. Okay, now you can see it. Now, like the 2060 is running circles around the whatever Ryzen thing I have as a CPU. Now let's let the CPU run like 10,000 iterations, and if I can reach 6.5, then I'll be happy. We have such a ridiculous margin here now, so this should be pretty good. Well, we're not at 6.5 yet, so give it a few more seconds. I mean, it's a completely arbitrary thing to wait for 6.5, but oh, it's fine. Found a better 6.49. It makes you feel all warm and fuzzy inside when you reach the thing you've aimed for. There we go, 6.5, yay! Awesome. Okay, so we're gonna do this. This is now gonna be a pretty quick thing. I'm not gonna explain like a whole lot what I'm doing here. Except, of course, you're free to ask if you want to know. But let's do this again. So switch to edge highlights, and annoyingly, in Blender you need to kind of do that for all the objects. That's annoying. So okay, what do the things look like here? Here we actually have a slight problem, and this just comes from the fact that I use like a bevel node to generate these edge highlights. You can see it's kind of reaches down here. It reaches exactly to where this face ends. So what I'm actually going to do now is just quite simply, you know, move these up. They're kind of arbitrarily placed there. So just move them up to the top of this. All right, like that. That should fix it. I don't think I'm even gonna, you know, unwrap these. Just leave them as they are. This looks pretty good. But when we get the edge highlights back, we're gonna wanna fly around and just make sure that they all look correct this time around. So emit and select that one. Make sure we have the correct texture set. Then we bake. Okay. Again, we have the same thing we had previously, where this island here is rotated annoyingly. So we have a choice here. Do we actually care, or do we not? I think we care. The thing is that Blender has no way of knowing how that should be rotated, so I can kind of forgive it for that. For that one, we need to basically set this material on it, and then we can take this, and we need to just basically align it by. Oh no, not that. So this one, disable it from there. No. There we go. Okay, that's what I wanted. And now we rotate it from here. And we rotate it and kind of align it by eye. There's really no other way. I don't think it's even mathematically necessarily possible. Well, maybe it is. I don't know. But I don't think it's possible the way Blender does this for it to actually realize, oh, how should that thing be aligned, you know? There's no stretching here. Ah, yeah. That now has to do with that crap. Ah, okay. Now that's a little annoying. It has to do with the fact that we just moved those guys up there. Okay. Let's just friggin' re-unwrap this quickly. You can project from top view. Yes, you can, absolutely. But then you would kind of need to do that face separately, right? If I'm not mistaken. But yeah, you can do that, absolutely. What with how Blender does it, I meant just by you know, the algorithm it uses to and actually it's not even. Yeah, it's not even Blender, it's Packmaster 3000 or 2000 or whatever it's called. What's it called? Packmaster 3, not 1000. Is the one who's actually doing the packing. And so it can rotate and it can move things around. And so at that point you've kind of like lost your ability to do projections from above and whatever. Even if we do that, like I can't rotate it now here. I need to, you know, pack it first, and then when we get the pack results, because it's just a circle essentially, I can then rotate it however I want without sort of breaking the rest of the UV layout, right? And so I think that is sort of the easiest way to fix this. Right, so we want those islands to just be scaled down. Bloop. And of course I messed that up. I need to scale those as well. Completely arbitrarily, I don't know exactly what the perfect ratio would be, but I just scale them down because I know they don't need quite that much UV space. Okay, and then we pack. Actually, what is going on here? I'm gonna pack everything, right? There we go. Now we're packing with fire. So we're actually at like 683 already. It's pretty interesting. Right, did I actually scale some of these down, like maybe a little too much? Maybe I did. might do something like that maybe. Yeah, this inside here really doesn't need to be this large even. Oop. I think it might actually be scaling them again. Anyway, let's just scale those down because those are like the least important of all that is on this sheet. This is UV Packmaster 3. You can find it on the Blender marketplace. It's awesome. I recommend it wholeheartedly. Hey, what's going on here? Hey, I have some stretching going on. I clearly have some stretching going on. What's going on? Let's see, what is this? Because like, if we hide these two, then what is going on here? There should be no stretching on this island whatsoever. We can take that and we can just hide it. Why is there stretching here? There should be none. Have I just forgotten some seam somewhere? That's really strange. Why does it do that? What if we... Oh, but look at that. I have some leak. I have some leak somewhere because I'm trying to select just this island. Oh, now it's doing it. Okay. So why would it actually? Why would it become wonky like this? I don't think that makes any sense. Do I have any? Yeah, I had some duplicate things there clearly. Okay. I want that. Yeah, okay, I clearly had some stuff that was messing with. What if we do like by distance? Yeah, now we have 0 vertices, so now it's good. Okay. Okay, folks, one more time. Last time. I promise, or something. Here we clearly have some leaks though, because why does it select? And Blender crashed. Oh my god. What's going on? What's going on, Blender? Come on. Okay, remove those 2 vertices there. All right, that's good. Give me my what? I don't even have. What is going on here? Luckily, I just everything just broke. Luckily, I have the thing in SVN. Right? It's completely broke. Oh no. Looks like Zen UV. Yes. I use both. I use Zen UV for UV unwrapping. I don't actually really use their sort of recommended workflow in Zen UV, but I use some of the stuff that they do, and it's awesome. I recommend that as well if you haven't used it. Ah, look at that. Okay, yeah. Okay, now things are starting to come together. I don't know why Blender crashed though. That was strange. But yeah, okay. I apologize for this. I'm being bad at my job today. This is really not good. So now that we bring this up here, now we have those extra vertices. Remove 2 vertices. Okay, that's cool. Still not that. Now we have a bunch of crap here that's expected. Okay, so save, right? Select all of this. UV unwrap. Yeah, so you may be noticing that I actually do the UV unwrapping using just Blender's standard UV unwrapping, but I do like all of the visualizations and well, just something as simple as, you know, darken image here. This is provided by Zen UV overlay. It's like I don't understand how Blender doesn't have that built in. It's such a useful thing to have. Just come on, make it happen, Blender. All right, all of that, and then we'll scale those down just by, you know, I don't know, 0.7. Right, that's 0.7. Save. And now we bump up the margin again because we need a larger margin. We select everything and we pack. And then we let it run for a little while. Oh, we have some questions. I don't know if there's something you're comfortable speaking about, so feel free to ignore my question, but how do you manage a big solo dev project like this financially? I don't do this full time, first of all. I don't do this full time. So that's one way. And I have some savings, basically. I won't be able to not release a game for a very long time still. Let's put it that way. Begging on the streets, yeah, pretty much. Well, yeah, I actually work at a game studio. I don't do that like a whole lot right now. I do this most of the time, but I've never in these years that I've done this have I worked full time as a solo indie dev. I'm not sure if Olex actually does that, so maybe you can provide some additional insight. Okay, so now we have a pretty nice unwrapping going on here. Now let's actually toggle this. Then UV checker texture. There we go. And now we can hopefully rotate this guy here in the UV space so that we can more or less have it line up with the rest of the stuff. There we go. I think that's good enough. Right. Yeah, I think this is now pretty good. What we can do now is we can do that whole edge highlight business again. So again, switch all of these to the edge highlight material. Go into rendered mode and render them out. Let's make sure we have the correct texture selected. We do. That's good. Emit and bake. So I guess if one wants to do engine graphics from scratch, it's better as a hobby. Well, better is like better for who? Better for you, and depends on what you want to get out of it, I guess. Financially more stable for sure, if you don't want to have to think about money and whatever business. then for sure it's easier to do that as a hobby. And indeed, I've done that. I've done it as a hobby for many years before I even attempted this commercial thing. So in that sense, yes, I guess it's better in that sense. But yeah, it depends what your end goal is, I guess. Okay, now we want to basically take this guy. Let's do an image editor. Paint. Can I have some tools, please? Yes, thank you. Have you like seriously gotten rid of my palette there? It's annoying. I don't know of a better way to fill a texture with black in Blender than just doing it by hand. It's kind of annoying, really, but I'm not sure how that would go. Anyway, material crane arm, we want to protect that for sure. Save that. Why is it still... Why does it not realize that that has been modified? Cargo crane color placement. Oh, Blender. What are you doing? Let's see. Yeah, it's just black. It's just black. Oh, there we go. I had the wrong shading. Not sure why this thing doesn't work in the... What is that? Viewport shading. But I guess that's how it works. Blah 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 blah. Let's see. I used to be a full-time game engine dev for several years. I'm a full-time indie with my own tech, streaming almost every day. Eventually, streaming will provide some income. Really? Will it though? I mean, I hope it will. I hope you'll be able to make income from streaming, but that sounds like a pretty sort of like okay. I've always considered like my product to be the game, and like this streaming business is just mostly like marketing, if anything. I don't plan to really ever make any money on these streams. But maybe it can be done. Hopefully it will. That must have taken a lot of courage. Not for me. I can always go back to full-time dev somewhere. Yeah, like I think programmers are in such high demand that like the people at the company I work for they're just always just asking me when I come back full-time, and I tell them that I come back when I run out of money, basically. Is my employer supportive of your hobby projects? I have a contract written which specifies that I am allowed to make this game. It specifies that I'm allowed to make a vehicular combat exploration or whatever it said game. Which means that it's a pretty good way of keeping myself on track, because I'm legally not allowed to work on any other game commercially than this game without going through my employers again. But yep, they are supportive in a way, because I basically told them, hey, I'm gonna go make an indie game. Do you want to keep me around for a little bit? or, you know, 1 week a month or something, or do I just quit? And they said, please stay and work as much as you can, basically. So, and yeah, I work as an engine programmer there as well. So, I guess engine programmers aren't growing on trees, basically. And yeah, so they are supportive in that sense. Yes, they do ask me when I come back and when I stop messing around with this stuff, but but they are supportive in that sense. But yes, that is like, I'm not a lawyer or anything, of course, but I would advise you to, like, hey, check with your employer before starting to do something like this, especially if you work in the games industry, because I know some game companies are just like, no, you're not allowed to do that. Like, you need to leave if you want to make your own game. Hey Marcus, welcome back. Okay, let's see if we can get this thing colored now. We have the correct colors set up here already. That's nice. Actually, yeah, we do, because we just used 2 of those channels, right? So I'm gonna just very quickly select these things here, and then we can be on our merry way. So, oh fuck, I didn't fix that. I'm not gonna do this a 3rd time. We're just gonna have to deal with this now. By the way, before we do that, let's see, did we get any nicer? Yeah, look at this. Now all of these highlights are just a-okay. Yeah, this looks much better. It looks much better. So we want that to be colored, and we want this and that and these, and then all of this stuff. Make sure I haven't missed any faces here. I will get to the chat in a bit, by the way. If you have a question, just don't be afraid to repeat it. I want to do this now so that we can get this. Kind of did this unwrapping and texturing once already, and it kind of just blew up in my face, and then Blender crashed and I lost some stuff and I was sad for a bit. I just want to kind of get this done pretty quickly so that I can move on to more fun things. Actually, maybe we should do one of these objects at a time, so let's do that. Texture paint. We want to paint into the color placement, and we want to paint using the fill tool and into the green channel. Exactly. Let's save all the images, because yeah, sometimes you can mess this up like that. So that would be our first colored set. And then let's see, move on to the next object. So this is pretty simple. It's just these, and then the base as well, right? And the base as well. And this should be easy. Click, 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 click. That's that. And then we have this guy. Click, click, click. Clickaroo. like so. So that would be the first channel done. Again, I bet we have to fix some of this stuff up because Blender's splatting is just bad. And actually, it's better this time around. I think like the UV unwrapping we did last time around was just cursed. But here's something like what the hell, Blender? What is that? Like most of the stuff is much better this time around. And then we will have the second channel here, just quickly. So save all images. I'm a little paranoid here about this. Yeah, there we can see that. That looks like paint splatter or something. Right. This is basically what I want. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Okay, looks good. And now we will just open that up in GIMP again and fix those snafus that Blender made for us. So what do we have? What do we have? Here's something. These are probably relief seams because they're sitting there in the corner. That's typically what happens when you have a release seam that doesn't quite get mapped to texels the way you were hoping it would. But yep. Here we have this weird thing. Come on. Come on, Blender, you can do better than that. Some of these might not actually even be mistakes, but I just see like an anomaly and I fix it and then move on. Whoop, nope. Yep. Yep, but this is much better. Not that much to fix, honestly. So, good. Thank you, Blender. That's better. Then we need to remember to re-export the meshes as well, of course. Now I can like find one of these places that was just completely broken. What was it there? Here, for example. Burp, burp, burp. And then if I press reload, they go away. Okay. Right. So now, let's take these again. I think everything looks much better now. We haven't necessarily forgotten anything. Like I have a 3D mouse, which is a super nice invention. I just haven't had it connected to this machine in a while, and that allows me to just fly around these things with like my left hand while doing other things with the mouse with the right hand. That's a super nice tool. I recommend it heartily to anyone, especially if you're doing painting, object painting here in Blender. Much suggested, highly suggested. Cargo crane diffuse. Now we just take diffuse and we bake colors into that. Hopefully that should give us a nice little thing. There we go. Save that out and save it out as a texture into the game as well. And now we need to remember to move that to there. Crane arm. Basis mesh. Crane arm. I can just move it back. This is annoying. If someone knows how to do this, it would be nice. If you could export. Like I'm exporting an FBX, but I have a feeling. Oh wait a minute! I probably exported with the wrong name just a second ago. I have a feeling it's the same thing with all. With all types, right? If you export something into a game, it needs to be centered at the origin, right? And I know I've even found some Python scripts that kind of move them there temporarily and then export them and then move them back. But they all tend to like break over time, and it's kind of annoying. So I just haven't really used them for much. And that's the base, which is already in the center. All right, so now we have this. Yeah, we don't want that at all. Let's see what happens. So, if we spawn this in now, and then we fly around it a little bit and have a look at it. Look at that. All of those weird things fixed. Now this corner here looks a little strange. It's just completely correctly done. It just kind of looks like, you know, the shadow is separated from the thing at that distance a little bit, so it kind of looks a little weird. But yeah, now we have all those snafus fixed. Everything just looks much nicer. So I think like most of that crap that we dealt with was probably just the UV unwrapping not being very particularly well done. But it is true that Blender's UV paint or texture paint, I should say, perhaps, is just kind of not very good. That is like an actual problem in Blender, I would say. All right, so we still have the magnet to do, but let's read some chat. I'm 15 years ago, many companies prefer to make their own tech, not to pay license fees to others. That's true though, but like it takes such a monumental, such a monumental task for someone to build their own AAA tech these days. Like there are very, very few companies in the world where that is even possible. If you don't have it, if you have an engine, like I work at a company that has had their own engines since forever and ever, and so we can do really boundary breaking things. But if you're starting a new studio today, and you see this even with industry veterans, almost no one makes their own tech if they wanted to go AAA, right? It's sad. I wish it wasn't that way, but it's just like such a monumental task to build new tech. And of course, if you worked at a company, if you built your own tech for years and years and years, you kind of know how to do that. But then if you start a new company, you leave your current employer, you're not going to be allowed to take that tech with you unless you actually set up a deal to do that. That might be a possibility, and then you can fork it and maintain it and blah blah. But most of the people they don't do that, right? And one of the reasons they don't do that is that it's just so much easier on the art production side if you can hire for Unreal content creators. It's just how it is, or Unity. It is just so much easier and so much more efficient with the monies if you use those, because you don't need to train those people. They kind of already know what to do. And yeah, I wish it wasn't like that. I get to play around with custom tech both here at Madrigal and at my other employer, but it's kind of an anomaly in the industry. Soon all modern AAA games will look and feel the same. Yeah, there's a little bit of truth in that. Yeah. And I'm sure, if I made this game using Unreal, which would be probably from a business perspective like a much smarter move than what I'm doing here. But if I did that, I'm sure I couldn't, resist the urge to use their, fancy fluid simulated particle thingies that like a lot of games use, and you're like, oh, okay, I know that effect. That's from Unreal, back when Unreal 4 was starting to become big, everyone was using their what is it called? I even made a freaking particle system about that in my own tool. What's it called? Let's see. It's possible I can't find it anymore. Possible I actually threw it away. Refinery. Direction test. Oh yeah, this one. I wonder if this works anymore. Yeah, okay, this one. This uses something called a, what is it? Curl noise. Yeah, curl noise. This thing here, which makes particles behave like this. Like back when UE4 was big, everyone was using their curl noise. No, Niagara is the name of their particle systems. Yes, indeed. Yes, that's not what I meant. But they have this curl noise driven sparkle effect that was like everyone used back when UE4 was new. That did things like this. I mean, this is just probably like kind of bad and wonky. Oh. Whoops. Yeah, it needs to be a vector 3 apparently. Oh, come on. I can't type today. Well, yeah, anyway, if I was building this game with Unreal, I'm sure I couldn't resist the urge to just use all of their fancy stock effects. And then that, over time that leads to games looking the same, feeling the same, right? Because like why wouldn't you use them? It looks fun and nice, and then when your game is out, you realize that, oh, actually my competitor or whatever is also using this thing, and now they kind of look the same. This is a fun effect. I don't quite remember what this scale does anymore. I think it scales like the noise. It's just like a sea of blobs. Hello. Yeah. Anyway. What if we make that like non-uniform? What does that look like? What if we make it ridiculously non-uniform? It looks weird. It looks weird at what it does. Anyway, fun things to play around with. But yeah, that is kind of where the industry is now. Like, it makes sense from a business perspective to use these things, and then that means that everyone does it, and then that means that stuff looks the same. Oh no. I'm still in paint mode here. Let's go back to UV editor is what I want. I wanted to select that. What is that? Oh, it's that one. Okay, yeah, it kind of folds out like that. That's fine. Excellent. Okay. Cool. I think we're done with this. I think we're done with this right now, at least. Let's still do the magnet. I think I have energy in me still to do the magnet, and then I can kind of be kind of I can be kind of happy with today's output. Marcus says, I also work in Unreal in my full-time job right now. It's not a pleasant experience as a developer. It's designer focused its entire pipeline workflow. No. Sorry to hear that. That's not been my understanding of the engine, but yeah, I can kind of I can believe you when you say that is the case. Shall we say? Okay, how does a magnet look? Magnet crane. Let's Google this a little bit. How does a magnet crane look? Like a typical magnet. It's like a big thing, big round thing, and it's typically yellow or that looks brownish. But I don't want to make it yellow because everything is yellow then in that. All right, this is actually like a Rust. Isn't this the Rust game? I think. To be honest, it kind of looks like it was yellow, but then it has just like rusted, pun not intended, and become brown. Yeah, I think we're gonna go with some sort of brown thing with this. Tides are turning already, especially after the Unity spectacle. A lot of companies will probably be considering, started their own engine projects. That would be nice if that was the case. I'm not sure that's necessarily what is happening. You know, for the reasons I listed like a few minutes ago. That would be nice if that was the case, for sure. I still don't think most companies can actually afford to do that, for various reasons. I'm not talking about money here, though. That is of course also a thing to keep in mind. Sharp. I've also heard about companies who have had their own tech, maybe, and have had plans to use their own tech in the future as well, and then they've started prototyping because, you know, the engine, maybe the engine programmers were upgrading the engine or whatever, trying to make it more future-proof, and then some other people have started prototyping, in the meantime with something like Unity or Unreal, and they've just ended up switching because they've realized that it's just so much easier, and like we can work so much more efficiently with this than we ever could with our own engine, for better or worse. Well, it's better if you're more efficient, of course, but like they've switched for better or worse. And then the prototype is going to turn into the actual game. Something like that. How do we actually unwrap this or like pack this efficiently? I don't think there's really any good way to do that. Pack. Maybe that's how it's done. Stop. I don't think there's any real way to do this efficiently. It's such a small object. Maybe we should have included it there, but I don't know. It's kind of nice that this is separate. You can use this magnet in other places as well. It doesn't need to bring the whole cargo crane thingy with it. Let's do send UV stretch. Really no stretching to speak of. Checker texture. Looks okay. It's a little annoying. Let's cut this piece up into more parts. This side piece here, because this is just ridiculous. If we cut it up into at least 2 pieces like this, we're gonna just pack it like that, and this thing won't find any better solutions, I'm sure. So yeah, maybe it would actually be, let's remove that seam and let's add a seam there instead. Same thing with this. Remove that seam and add a seam there, and then we cut this up all the way there. I think that will result in a more efficient mapping. Yeah, you can see now we're approaching at least the same density with the top and the bottom as with the sides. So it's like it's a little nicer maybe. See how it packs it. Packs it like that. Then we get 0.63. It's not great, but it's not great. It's not terrible. There is quite a bit of stretching though, and so that's not very nice. I do kind of feel like this is perhaps the best way to do it though, because you kind of don't want these small guys and these small guys to be part of these large ones, because then you're not really using the texture space efficiently at all. So I think it probably needs to be mapped to the sides, and you don't necessarily want like another seam here, because then you'll have this super thin strip. So I think this might actually just be like a pretty good way to do this. Let's do that. And here I think I will quite simply just have a single edge highlight texture and a single color, and we'll do that. We'll use those together to figure out the final magnet thingy. I'm just going to rename this magnet. I don't need a blockout file for that at all. That's completely fine. So let's create a new file here. Let's call this magnet diffuse. We can leave it as a 1K texture, but I think we're probably going to downscale it to something like 512 or something for this object. Maybe even smaller. We'll see. Protect and save. it here actually. Is it sitting in the cargo crane? It is. It is sitting in the cargo crane. Okay, so we'll put it here. Magnet diffuse. And then magnet edge highlights. Protect and save that as well. And then not that, but this. Shader editor, asset browser, asset library. And we do material edge highlights. Like so. We do cycles, GPU cycles, and the radius is too large once again. Oh, 0.7. Yeah, that's fine. Well, let's just bake that. Bake. Emit. And we bake it into the correct texture, importantly, edge highlights, like that. And select that and then bake. This shouldn't take long. There we go. So we save that and then we go back to probably that view and then we drag the standard material there. And I'm gonna wanna material magnet. Let's protect that and let's also protect the edge highlights if we need to do it again. Okay, so now then we can set the edge highlights, magnet edge highlights, and we basically just like, I think I'm gonna basically move those up. I'm just gonna plug that in there. Right, that's almost even a pretty nice version of that. Maybe it should just be a little bit darker. I think that might work. Again, I might paint some like rust and dirt and crap on it. That's kind of like the whole idea of having these textures, having these as textures anyway. And then select the magnet diffuse, select that node, and then go diffuse, only the color, and bake. There we go. Save as a copy that the game engine can use. Magnet. Magnet diffuse, there we go. Compress this with BC7. And let's bring this down to, I don't know, 512. Oh, not that. 512 by 512. And save, and we can make sure that it actually, yeah, 512, 10 MIP maps. Good. BC7. And magnet. There we go. I'm just gonna shut that down. I think we're done, but might have to tweak something, I guess. Right. So here we have. Oh, and no, it's right there. Magnet FBX. Yeah, those were blend files. Good. Okay. All right. So how does the magnet block out? Right. So we have both the bin mesh here as well as the bin material. Of course, we don't have that kind of material yet, but let's see what this looks like. Base material diffuse. Okay, it's almost correct, but we want another base material. We want the light probe version of that. magnet diffuse, and yeah, we'll put it in cargo crane. That's good. Magnet export. There we go. Okay, I think that's it. Let me just build the game and maybe we're done for today. How about that? I've been streaming almost all day. But it has been a pretty good day. I've gotten lots of things done. Oh no, wrong vehicle. Hey, look at that. Is that a good magnet color? I think it's a pretty good magnet color. And there's something a little jittery about the movement of this crane if we run it at 75. I think it might have something to do with the physics running at 60. If we cap this at 60, like this, I think like the movement of the crane is now smoother. Because the frame rate of the game now matches the speed of the crane. I might have to look into that interpolation a little bit there. Figure out what's going on. And then we can do reset and again just watch the thing figure itself out. There we go. Let's see. I had some few more things here. Oleg says, "Lol Marcus, I was prototyping my own game in UE5 a year ago, but couldn't stand it after 3 months. Starting my own tech instead." Oh, really? Is it that bad? I've never really done anything with Unreal. So I can't say, but I didn't know it was that bad for programmers. Did the talk remember? Can't remember who by where they mentioned that there are quite a few publishers who won't even touch games not written in UE5 or Unity. Yeah, I've heard things like this as well. Not necessarily. Well, I guess these days it would probably be one of the U engines, right? But I've heard things. I heard similar things about publishers not wanting to touch a game that's not made with like an off-the-shelf engine. They kind of consider it a liability if you're not one of the big ones. You know, EA using their Frostbite or whatever can be trusted. Well, EA is the publisher, so it doesn't really matter. But you know, Crow Team using their Crow Tech or whatever it's called can be trusted. But yeah, I've heard that publishers tend to want to see games using made using standard tools, because it's just like not only is it perhaps a smaller risk on the tech side for the actual developer themselves, but if you are an indie game and you're making a game for PC, and then it turns into a big hit, and then the publisher is like, all right, so when do we get the console version or whatever? And if the indie developer is like, I don't know, I've never worked on console, then those publishers typically have someone or know someone who can do that for them. And of course those companies have an easier time if they are working with an engine that they know. So it's a smaller risk to just give like a UE or a Unity project to them and tell them, hey, make this run on Xbox or whatever. So it makes sense in a way, but of course, as with most things, it's like a business decision, essentially a business reason for why that is the case. And it's, as a creative and as a technical creative, it might feel a little sad. That is how things are these days. And Dimitar says, I use Unity for my personal hobby project. I'm not a programmer, but competent with art. Okay, yeah, that's not a bad way to actually build games if you just want to put out like a little piece of yourself, and you know how to make art, but you're not a programmer, then yeah, the pre-made engines are really nice for that sort of stuff. And lots of really cool small games have been made that way by people who aren't predominantly programmers. They just have a cool idea and they know how to do the art or the levels or whatever content for it, right? And they just need an engine, and they can just use one of the pre-made ones, and it works, and that's nice. Okay, so there's one more detail on this mother vehicle which still isn't textured. It actually even doesn't even have physics collisions, and it's these two kind of tanks here. I felt that there needs to be something here. I wasn't sure what to put here, but yeah, we have these things here, and they don't have collisions or anything, and they're here just to give this place a little more flavor. It looked completely empty without anything there, so I put those there. But yeah, they need a bit more love and work. Oh, I almost can't reach that now. I can just about reach it, but almost not with the new limits in place. Luckily, you can lift things if it's close enough. Then the gameplay code kind of considers it to be close enough, so it creates a joint between the two objects. Sometimes looks a little silly because it like looks like this. But I think that is still to prefer, instead of like just not being able to pick that stuff up. That would be annoying. That would be more annoying than having the joint just kind of be invisible there for a bit. Right, so now now it can be kind of difficult to actually make this thing pick up some of these things. Like if you have an object that's like way here in the back, you can't necessarily reach it with this crane anymore. But what you can do is you can like drive around with the vehicle and hopefully have it be sort of slid forward into the area that is reachable by that crane. Oh yeah, it's a little silly, but it is what it is. Anyway, I think I'm basically done for today. I will probably just do those tanks, those life jacket looking containers there first thing in tomorrow morning, while listening to the news and drinking some coffee or something. I don't really have a plan for them. Just need to. They need a little bit of color and some collisions. But other than that, I think we're done with this vehicle for the demo. Finally, this was nice. Thank you to everyone who hung out today. We had a bit of a break in between. So if you only arrived at the later part and you want to see some programming, just go back and watch the thing from the beginning. At least you can skim through the whole VOD on YouTube and see what we did there. I thought it was kind of interesting, to be honest. But yeah, I think this is pretty much the stream for today. Be sure to like, subscribe, press all the buttons, maybe join the Discord if you're interested in this project. And I keep saying this, but it shouldn't be long until the demo is out. And with a few more days like this, even better. I said some streams ago that I will probably have a stream where I have a list of props, dynamic props, that we will populate this level with, and I will prepare a list beforehand, things that I kind of want to put into the world, and then we will sort of time box the creation of each and every one. Do like 20 minutes of maybe modeling, and then 20 minutes of texturing, something like that. I haven't exactly figured it out, but just try to get like as many of those objects into the game as we can, and just like do it all in one stream. So if that sounds like fun, then be sure to check out Discord, where I will probably give a little bit of an update on when that is potentially happening. I might even write a post on it on YouTube if I can remember to do that. So look forward to that if that sounds like fun. But anyway, have a good evening, everyone, and a weekend, and so on. See you guys later.